main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Sudden Rise. The bloody monster came out of the underground blood spring and killed 2 people in SUI Ling's team with unmatched weird means. The second one was a 4th level master, but he still had no power to resist. This scene alone was enough to show how powerful the monster that came out of the blood water was. In the face of the sudden change, SUI Ling's emotions changed repeatedly, and in the end, he was left with only shock, anger, and horror. Being able to kill the 4th level master under his command without any effort, SUI Ling did not think he could match this strength. These thoughts flashed through SUI Ling's mind in an instant. He chose to withdraw and retreat violently, preparing to exit this passage by the original route, and at the same time shouted, "Fang SUI, I order you to lead the team to stop the bloody monster with all your strength." In fact, at this time, the moon goddess hunting car was indeed galloping forward. Fang SUI's eyes were full of fighting spirit, staring at the bloody monster. SUI Ling did not forget to issue orders while retreating. Fang SUI turned his gaze to SUI Ling, who was leading the remaining Luo Yao and Mo Xiao to retreat quickly after 2 people died in the team, and said, "You order me again." SUI Ling led his team, and was originally marching at the front of the entire team. At this time, he encountered an invincible blood monster blocking the road. He led his team to retreat, and the moon goddess car of Fang SUI's team became opposite, and the distance between the 2 sides continued to narrow. SUI Ling was not in a hurry to answer Fang SUI's question. While retreating quickly, he looked back at the blood monster and found that it was standing far away where the blood was surging and did not chase him. SUI Ling felt relieved a little. He turned around and looked at Fang SUI. His expression immediately changed. He said sternly, "Yes, I order you to stop the blood monster. Its strength is unpredictable. You are responsible for attacking it and finding out its details. I will sweep the battlefield for you." Before he finished speaking, Fang SUI interrupted him. "So you are going to escape to the back and not explore the way in front?" SUI Ling's face was filled with anger, and he blurted out, "Asshole, I'm not escaping to the back, but to preserve my strength. I have to observe the blood monster's methods first. This is called making plans before taking action. Did you hear my order?" At this time, the 2 sides were just moving forward and retreating, passing each other. SUI Ling was obviously a little angry, and he kept talking. Fang SUI laughed and said, "Since you are not going to take the responsibility of continuing to explore the way ahead, what you see you? How dare you?" SUI Ling heard the obvious mockery and contempt in Fang SUI's voice, and he was furious. He thought to himself that the blood monster was strange in strength, and I needed to avoid its attack temporarily. Could it be that I can't deal with you? Thinking in his heart, his face became more angry, and he was ready to teach Fang SUI a painful lesson. However, in the next moment, his anger turned into extreme surprise and shock. But Fang SUI's hand instantly turned into a divine spear. Without a moment's hesitation, the divine spear broke through the air, and in an instant even the void was rippled, as if the space barrier was also pierced by this spear. With a swish, the spear tip pierced out, like a god or ghost, and the tip of the spear melted into the void, appearing and disappearing, making it completely unclear where it was going. This spear has faintly exceeded the constraints of a certain realm and level, and pierced the trajectory of the avenue. A sharp sound of a spear piercing the air rang out. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone was stunned and watched in disbelief as Fang SUI's spear pierced SUI Ling's forehead. His eyebrows were about to break, and his eyes were filled with horror. "You dare to kill me? You have such a strong strength." The magic of Fang SUI's spear was beyond anyone's expectations. Not only was the spear's momentum floating and uncertain, making it extremely difficult to guess and dodge, but it also blended with the vague and ethereal meaning of Taoism, and the attack was faster than lightning. In addition, SUI Ling was surprised and reacted a little slower for a moment, so after this spear, SUI Ling had been pierced through the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows by the murderous intent contained in Fang SUI's spear. Before he finished his sentence, with a bang, his body fell to the ground, already dead. The whole scene was completely still. This was too unexpected, and no one had expected such a situation to happen beforehand. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, "How dare you, relying on despicable means, to suddenly kill our captain? Let's see how you will explain to the upper echelons of the Alliance. I will make you pay with your life now." Mo Xiao, who was following closely behind Sui Ling, was the first to react. While shouting, he punched Fang Sui. After Fang Sui stabbed Sui Ling to death, the dark spear in his hand suddenly disappeared, and at this time he also punched back. When Fang Sui punched out, the surrounding void seemed to be suppressed and solidified by an indescribable force. With his fist as a core, a vortex almost collapsed and formed a force field. Mo Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He felt that his fist power was completely out of his control. It was quickly crushed and shattered by the void vortex created by Fang Sui's fist, and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Mo Xiao suddenly realized that Fang Sui was able to kill Sui Ling with a spear, not by luck, but because his strength had already merged with the heavenly Dao, reaching the supreme level of breaking through the barriers of the stage, and fighting across levels. At the same time, when his expression changed drastically, Fang Sui's fist had 3 phantoms of the Dark Mountain, which rotated and flowed, and then 3 bright moons flashed one by one. This magical scene intertwined into a force, and in an instant it merged into an overwhelming torrent. The majestic force of the void collapse caused by Fang Sui's fist suddenly increased again, unstoppable. Mo Xiao's whole body was completely out of control. His body seemed to be driven by the collapse force, and he took the initiative to send his forehead to Fang Sui's fist. No crack. Mo Xiao looked extremely frightened at the last moment, and his voice seemed to beg for mercy, but unfortunately Fang Sui was ruthless and smashed his head. Mo Xiao's corpse fell to the ground. Fang Sui would have been fine if he hadn't made a move, but he killed 2 4th level characters in an instant. This power was really amazing. Kuo Yuo and Mao Yan in the back almost raised their hands and rubbed their eyes to make sure they were not seeing wrong. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. The only ones who were not surprised by Fang Sui's sudden killing were Tina and Yu caking on the moon goddess's car. The 2 women looked around with shining eyes and raised their chins with some pride. If these guys wanted to understand Fang's sharpness, they would have to pay with their lives. According to the rules of Arzutian Alliance, those who flee without fighting and disrupt the morale of the army when facing the enemy in battle should be killed. Sui Ling and his team members retreated in danger, which violated the taboo of Arzutian Alliance. Who can say anything if I kill him? Fang Sui's voice was as stable as a mountain, and it was like a heavy drum, hitting everyone's heart fiercely. In Kuo Yuo and Mao Yan's team, everyone was shocked and silent. Only then did they see Fang Sui's mighty power, which was as immovable as a mountain and as angry as thunder. On the other side, only Luo Yab was left in Sui Ling's team. She looked pale and almost thought that everything in front of her was a dream. If Fang Sui killed Sui Ling's spear earlier, there was a little bit of luck in the sudden attack and Sui Ling was caught off guard. He then punched and smashed Mo Xiao's head with one punch, killing him instantly. This undoubtedly let everyone know how strong he was and how outstanding he was. In fact, Fang Sui had already stepped half a foot into the 4th level at this time. When he attacked with all his strength, his attack momentum had collapsed. It was not too surprising that Sui Ling and Mo Xiao, who were frightened by the bloody monster, could achieve such an impressive result. At this time, Luo Yara called the people in his team, who had been despising and provoking Fang Sui all the way. At this moment, these actions seemed like ignorant clowns. It turned out that they had never regarded them as opponents until this moment. When they really attacked, they immediately used ruthless killing methods, and their sharp edge was instantly revealed, and the light was dazzling. Moreover, after Fang Sui used his thundering means, his words were also beautiful. Sui Ling was finally frightened by the strange power of the bloody monster, and retreated in panic. Fang Sui took the opportunity to accuse him of deserting the battlefield, which was not an exaggeration, to disturb the morale of the army. The matter escalated to the level of escaping from the battlefield. For Sui Ling, it was really deserved to die. Fang Sui killed him without any fault. These thoughts flashed through Luo Ya's mind. She herself had lost the ability to resist at this time. At the same moment, when Fang Sui took action, Zhang Shizhen turned his hand and rolled out a ghost storm, steadily restraining Luo Ya. At this time, Zhang Shizhen looked at Fang Sui and said, "Boss, this woman can be killed. It's a burden to keep her. Don't kill me. I can stay and be responsible for exploring the way." In fact, Luo Ya is also an elite who has experienced life and death. She is not such a greedy person who begs for mercy and has no integrity. But the environment is different at this time. The captain, whom she originally regarded as a barrier, was easily killed by Fang Sui's hand, which is equivalent to something in her heart being destroyed. From another perspective, this also caused Fang Sui's image in her heart to suddenly change, reaching a completely unmatched and unfathomable level. It was in this state of mind that Luo Ya broke down and felt that it was not shameful to say to Fang Sui that she would surrender. Fang Sui did not even look at Luo Ya, his eyes shining, only focusing on the blood monster in front of him that always stood in place and firmly blocked the way forward. He said, "It's not long since we entered this maze, and there have been strange changes. Since she is willing to explore the way in the next process, let her live and let her make meritorious contributions." "Got it, boss." Zhang Shizhen agreed leisurely and untied Luo Ya. Luo Ya did not dare to move, so she stood obediently beside the moon goddess hunting car. Fang Sui waved his hand, and the hunting car suddenly roared forward. The speed was not fast, but it was unwavering, and rushed steadily towards the blood monster. Fang Sui on the chariot was as imposing as a tiger. He had a dark armor all over his body, and the dark spear in his hand appeared again. With a bang, the whole dark spear burned up, emitting golden flames, flying and dancing, extremely dazzling. Luo Ya followed, and honestly guarded the chariot of the moon goddess. She saw Fang Sui on the chariot with long hair, wearing black armor, holding a bright divine spear in his hand, and she had an illusion in her heart. If there was a demon blocking the road ahead, Fang Sui would kill him with a spear. The next moment, Fang Sui's voice was deep and powerful, containing a heart-shaking power. "This bloody monster is blocking the way ahead. Should the warriors of Arzutian Alliance crush it fearlessly, or retreat in panic, and flee without a fight?" In the team of Guoluo and Mao Yan in the back, someone blurted out unconsciously, "Of course we crush it. Crush, crush, crush." The shouting voices started out low and weak, and gradually became louder and louder. More and more people joined forces and the power was majestic. Suddenly, the elite troops under Guoluo and Mao Yan gathered into a tide, following the moon goddess hunting car, and rushed towards the bloody monster. At the same time, everyone attacked together, combining their strength and slapping forward fiercely. At this moment, the walls on both sides of the maze passage changed again and began to move again, just like the diversion of the train tracks, ready to move and dock. Please, please, please. Recommended subscription. Please vote. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 377. The rabbit bites when it's anxious. The sky in the maze was always grey, and there was a death aura descending from the sky, sweeping every inch of the entire maze. As you go deeper into the maze, this death aura will gradually increase invisibly. The deeper you go into the maze, the more obvious the death aura will be, and it will be heavy and oppressive. Most of the people who entered the maze in the early stage died one after another in the maze that harvested and devoured life crazily. But outside the huge maze of death, in the vast space, there are still people passing through the entrance of the maze and entering the maze one after another, embarking on a dangerous journey of death exploration. At this time, in one of the passages in the maze, the atmosphere was boiling. The cultivators of the Alliance of All Heavens who entered the maze this time, they merged into a flood, fearlessly following the moon god hunting car, and pressed forward to the bloody monster in front. In the car, Fang Sui's long hair flew like fire, and his fighting spirit surged. And beside him, UK King and Tina's offensive had already begun. The two women's attack methods have always been better at long-range attacks than close combat. At this time, the power of the attack from a distance is really amazing. UK King's hands are as white as jade, and she stretched out of thin air. In her hand, it was as if something was created out of nothing, and a longbow that was both simple and exquisite appeared. The two sides of the bow stretched out, drawing a mysterious arc that contained the truth of heaven and earth, giving people a sense of strength at first sight. The bow body was cold jade color, and a faint and undetectable emerald light was mixed in the white, and the spirit flowed. The whole bow was like a crescent moon, and the bowstring seemed to be cast with the divine light of the stars in the night moon in the sky, and the silver light was bright. At this time, UK King pulled the bow body open, giving people the feeling that the bow was gradually changing from a crescent moon to a full moon. The curved bow body, combined with the gradually stretched bowstring, formed a round and flawless ring, shaped like a full moon. The next moment, a moon pattern lit up on the bow, fell off, imprinted on the void, stretched out, and an arrow was generated on the bow. UK King did not need to deliberately aim, relying on mental lock. The arrow and the bow flew out of her hand as fast as a flying star, with incredible accuracy, breaking through the air and shooting towards the bloody monster. The arrow was like a stream of light. Tina, who was standing on the moon god car with UK King, also attacked at the same moment. Although both were long-range attacks, the two women's methods were different. Tina's attack method was to manifest a 3-meter tall virtual image of the moon god behind her. The moon god was wearing gorgeous and exquisite armor and holding a sky-breaking bow. According to the description of the genealogy of the gods, the moon god who was born with a bow was the moon god who held the power of killing when hunting, full of magnificent fighting spirit. At the same moment when the virtual image of the moon god appeared, the divine bow in her hand was already opened, and a huge arrow, that looked more like a spear than a bow and arrow, was generated on the bow. With a loud bang, thunder fell from the sky. The giant spear-like arrow was shot by the moon god of hunting, making a sound that shone through the 9 heavens and shook the universe. The entire arrow was also attached with the most core thunder power of the 12 Lord Gods family. The golden arc of electricity flashed and jumped, full of killing power. UK King's arrow was like a stream of light, and Tina's arrow, or more accurately, the spear, was like thunder. The combination of the two was like the fusion of the strange and the right, which was highly praised by strategic masters. It was powerful and invincible. The two arrows, one big and one small, one violent and the other silent, were equally brilliant, and both hit the target. UK King's arrow skills were tricky. She shot at a new eye on the head of the blood monster, while Tina's arrow, with its domineering power, went straight to the entire body of the blood monster. The two arrows hit the blood monster in no particular order. At the same moment, the entire team of the All Heavens Alliance, led by Fang Sui, also launched an attack together, also hitting the blood monster. This force was like a pouring river, unstoppable, roaring and rushing. Even though the blood monster was strong and strange, it was naturally impossible for it to resist the combined power of more than 23rd level and 4th level cultivators. A huge explosion sound came, and the terrifying and evil blood monster was directly slapped into blood by the powerful force. This shows how fierce and amazing the destructive power contained in the arrows of UK King and Tina combined with the power of everyone. The most amazing thing is that after UK King's arrow hit the target, it actually turned into a white and fat silver rabbit virtual image and launched a second attack. With a click, the head of the blood monster was swallowed by the seemingly docile, but actually ferocious white rabbit in one bite before it exploded. Oh my god, what kind of rabbit is this? This time I understand the true meaning of the saying that rabbits bite people when they are anxious. Fang Sui was a little surprised by the appearance of a rabbit and pursed his lips. Just as Fang Sui was muttering, the combined force of the crowd blasted the remains of the blood monster. This force was so huge that it even shattered the virtual image of the big white rabbit. The passage was quiet for a while, and everyone was watching the blood drops scattered all over the sky after the blood monster was shattered. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened again. The blood monster was blasted into blood drops by everyone's combined force, but it was not completely destroyed. In a blink of an eye, the blood drops fell all over the sky, merged together again, and intertwined and flowed. The blood monster was reborn, as if nothing had happened. Before everyone had time to cheer, they were stunned to see the weird scene of the blood monster reappearing. The reappearing monster was still standing in the blood that continued to surge on the ground. In a pair of blood-colored eyes, there was an extremely resentful look. It stared at Tina and UK King closely, and then glanced at everyone. A sinister and somewhat unclear divine thought wave rang in the minds of everyone in the passage. I want your eyes, your body, and your life. The two you in these two sentences obviously refer to UK King and Tina, who shot through its eyes and body respectively, and you refer to all the people who had attacked it before. This thing is intelligent and can actually transmit divine thought waves. Someone among the elites of the Alliance of All Heavens who followed the moon god's car whispered with a solemn look. At the same moment, not far behind the blood monster, the two walls of the maze passage were moving and were about to connect to other locations, while the two walls of other passages would rotate over and connect to the passage of Fang Sui and his group. When everyone attacked the blood monster together before, Fang Sui himself did not participate in it, but his eyes were like a hawk, staring closely at the reaction of the blood monster when it was attacked, not missing any details. Seeing the blood monster reborn at this time, as if it were immortal, Fang Sui did not have the surprise and horror of others on his face. On the contrary, he sighed and his expression was somewhat relaxed. For the first time, he turned his eyes away and aimed at the maze passage behind the blood monster, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. But now was obviously not the time to think deeply. Everyone was less than 10 feet away from the blood monster. The reborn blood monster raised its hand and was about to attack. Fang Sui's voice sounded again at this moment, calm and calm with the calming power. He said slowly, according to my observation, this monster relies on the blood on the ground as a source of power. As long as the blood is not exhausted, it will not die. This also makes it difficult for it to leave the blood range in the current situation, unable to attack us remotely, and at the same time unable to avoid our offensive. Everyone gathers their strength and attacks it again. This time, we must pay attention to the fact that when it is scattered, we take the opportunity to pass through the position it is guarding. Be careful not to be covered by the blood in the process. The blood is obviously a bit strange. Boom. Fang Sui was quite prestigious in everyone's heart at this time. When he spoke, everyone followed his words. With a loud bang, a huge torrent of mana gathered and reappeared. Even with many people working together, the blood monster was still no match for it, and broke apart again, with blood splashing all over the sky. Then everyone followed Fang Sui's instructions, and opened the magic wall. While protecting themselves, they all jumped and ran, stepping on the wall, and flew through the blood-filled area one after another. While everyone was taking advantage of the blood monster being broken up again, and passing through the blood-filled area, the moon goddess's chariot also drove sideways on the wall, avoiding the blood surging on the ground and speeding past. While the moon goddess's chariot was moving sideways, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen chose to attack at the same time. Fang Sui shook the dark spear in his hand, and a scorching red fire power pierced from the spear tip. This red fire turned into a big sun in an instant, and the target of the bombardment was the center of the blood spring, where blood was constantly overflowing on the ground. Kai kai kai. The blood was burned by the firepower of the sun, turning into wisps of blood-colored mist, steaming and spreading. There was a sharp howl, as if countless evil spirits were hiding in the blood, and were being burned by a big sun falling into the blood, and were screaming in agony. The voice was fierce and evil, and it frightened people's souls. After hearing it, people were panicked and almost crazy. Fang Sui sneered, and as fast as lightning, he continuously shook the dark spear in his hand, and stabbed out a golden and a blue strange sun one after another, and at the same time, blasted into the spring that was always flowing with blood. In an instant, the blood was burned by the scorching sun, the steaming blood mist became thicker, and the shrill howls became more dense and shocking. Ah! I want your life. An old and fierce voice suddenly rushed out from the depths of the blood spring, with resentment and evil, forming a wave like a curse, and attacked Fang Sui, looking for death. Fang Sui's face was slightly cold, and he shouted softly. In the armor on his body, a black gas rolled in the air, instantly dispersing the evil wave like a curse that was forced invisibly. At the same time, the dark spear in his hand suddenly turned into a phoenix with flames all over its body, flew out of his hand, and crashed into the blood spring on the ground. The next moment, there was an extremely dull roar, as if it came from the center of the earth deep in the maze. The blood and water on the entire ground disappeared instantly, and stopped rushing out. The blood and water that had already flowed in the passage evaporated, and turned into thick blood mist, which dissipated in the passage. Zhang Shizhen, who also took action on the other side, behaved more strangely. He did not attack the blood spring, but turned into Yama's true body, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed all the steaming blood mist into his mouth like drinking water. However, not long after, all the blood mist in the passage was taken into Zhang Shizhen's stomach, and the passage returned to clarity, and the blood mist disappeared completely. Zhang Shizhen's behavior was really strange. The blood mist obviously contained evil power, and had great destructive power. What was he doing by swallowing the blood mist into his stomach? Including Fang Sui. Everyone looked at him in confusion. After that, Fang Sui turned his head and looked deeper into the passage. The walls of the passage, that moved and changed, towering to the sky, had already completed the second movement, and docking after Fang Sui and others entered the maze, and they stopped moving again. Fang Sui looked at the passage, and his eyes showed deep thought again. PS. Please. Recommended subscription. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. Arrangement of Backup Plan. Monday vote request. The team of the All Heavens Alliance, except for the death of Sui Ling and others, passed through the area where the strange blood monster was located without any injury. No one was injured during the period. This is particularly valuable after seeing the strangeness and power of the blood monster. Even Guelyuo and Mao Yan, who are proud of their martial arts, did not expect that they could pass through the area where the blood monster was stationed so smoothly. The main reason for this is naturally that everyone is united and powerful, and they smash the blood monster like a dead tree and rotten wood. However, from another perspective, Fang Sui's role cannot be ignored. His observation and command ability, as well as his guidance of the direction of things throughout the process, are the key points to determine the outcome. According to Guelyuo and Mao Yan's ideas, after seeing the strangeness of the blood monster, they originally wanted to take a more conservative response, preparing to avoid its sharp edge first, observe for a period of time, and then decide how to deal with it. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui took advantage of the situation, gathered everyone's strength, and rushed directly through the area where the blood monster was located in one go. At this time, Fang Sui was not in a hurry to go deeper into the maze. Instead, he got off the moon goddess hunting car and came to the initial position where the blood and water that had been completely evaporated and dried up by him 3 consecutive suns and a fire phoenix gushed out, and looked down. The bluish brown ground, which was made of unknown materials, was very strange. When it cracked before, blood gushed out like a spring, as if it was endless. At this time, the blood disappeared, but the ground returned to its original state, without any trace of blood. Fang Sui looked at it with burning eyes for a moment, stretched out a finger, and touched the ground lightly, and the divine earth in his body shook violently, wanting to connect with the power of the earth, and explore the secrets hidden underground in this maze. However, after a while, he frowned and retracted his finger. The earth in this maze contained a vast secret power that blocked his exploration and he gained nothing. What did the team gain? Guelyuo and Mao Yan came over together and asked. There was unprecedented respect in their voices. This is how people who practice cultivation are. Only by showing the same level or even exceeding the strength of the other party can they be recognized. Wearing a light armor, the petite Mao Yan looked curious, as if she had just met Fang Sui for the first time, looking him up and down. Fang Sui stood up and shook his head slightly at the two of them, indicating that he had gained nothing. Then he looked at Zhang Shizhen, who had walked down the moon god chariot with him, and asked, Shizhen, why did you swallow the evaporated blood mist into your stomach before? Zhang Shizhen released his Yama body and returned to the appearance of a gentle young man with a blue face. When Fang Sui asked, he answered quietly, there is no special reason, but there is an inexplicable desire in my body to absorb the blood mist, just like wanting to swallow delicious food. What's a little strange is that after I swallowed the blood mist into my body, I didn't even know where the blood mist entered my body. Once the blood mist entered my body, it disappeared without a trace. Oh. Fang Sui thought about it, but he didn't understand. Zhang Shizhen has a strange origin. In fact, he has the sky as his father and the earth as his mother. He was born from a group of chaotic ghost energy that rose from the ancestral land when the underworld department worshipped their ancestors. To some extent, Zhang Shizhen is actually a spiritual being of heaven and earth. Although he was harmed by someone with despicable means and lost the purest source of power, he has risen again and practiced again. This source of blood power has gradually accumulated and revived in his body, and there are signs of slowly becoming more powerful. Therefore, it is not surprising that a spiritual being like Zhang Shizhen, who was born with the energy of heaven and earth, has some strange things in his body that he can't even figure out in the process of recovering the blood power in his body. Fang Sui thought for a moment and had no clue, so he stopped thinking about it. Team Fang, this maze is full of secrets. How about we hurry up and continue to go deeper? Queluo's voice was broad and deep, reminding Fang Sui that he should set off. Fang Sui did not directly respond to the question of whether to set off immediately, but changed the subject. Commander Kui and Deputy Commander Mao, I actually used some means to detect the situation in other passages. Take a look. After speaking, he stretched out his hands and spread them flat, presenting a picture of emptiness in front of Queluo and Mao Yan. That scene was from the perspective of the mechanical bat that Fang Sui had released earlier, which was advancing parallel to him in another passage. At this time, the scene in the passage where the mechanical bat was located was extremely miserable. In that passage, there appeared a magnificent river of blood, with huge waves surging like the sea. The boundless blood spread out and filled the entire passage with insight. From the perspective of the mechanical bat, the river of blood spread to both ends of the passage, as if there was no end. In the passage, where the blood was surging, many cultivators were affected by the special gravity of the maze, and could not fly. They stepped on the wall, and ran upward desperately, to prevent the growing blood in the passage from drowning them. Countless people were running on the wall with terrified faces. The scene looked very strange. However, even if these people ran towards the wall with all their strength, the blood below them grew rapidly. Waves of blood came up one after another, and each time there were cultivators' exclamations. Every time, someone was caught up by the blood wave, rolled down from the wall, and fell into the blood. When the next wave hits, the people who fall into the blood water will be swept into the deep water and never come up again. The result is self-evident. For a moment, the people in the passage fell into the blood water that was getting deeper and deeper and higher like dumplings. With the help of the perspective of the mechanical bat, Fang Sui and others saw the picture full of the wailing and dying cries of the cultivators before death. The scene was comparable to hell on earth, and it was really miserable to the point that it was indescribable. These scenes made Queluo and Mao Yan feel cold in their hearts. It turned out that the blood monster had grown to the point that it had the monstrous evil power to control the infinite blood water to come out, completely flood the passage, and annihilate all the living things in it. This was too scary. At this time, Fang Sui collected the miserable scene in the passage where the mechanical bat was. Queluo and Mao Yan subconsciously looked at the ground where the blood water gushed out, which Fang Sui had previously explored, with a trace of lingering fear in their eyes. Fang Sui said, "You two should know why I have to rush through the blood monster in one go. If we are slow for a moment, it will be nourished by the blood underground and grow. It will have the ability to summon blood back to the world and flood the passage. By then, we will not be able to defeat it." Queluo and the other two agreed and nodded heavily. Fang Sui said seriously, "This maze is extremely dangerous, with endless traps and strange places." Mu Yang continued, "In this case, we should hurry up. This blood is gushing out from the ground, and it is strange. I'm afraid it is rootless blood. There is no way to eradicate it. It does not continue to gush at this time, but it may change again after a while. It will be difficult to leave at that time." From what Mu Yan said, we can know that her intelligence is also good. It can be seen at a glance that the blood cannot be eradicated. It is connected to the earth's energy in this maze. If you don't leave, the blood will come out again in a while, which will definitely be more difficult to deal with. Fang Sui agreed with Mao Yan's opinion, but he thought more deeply. He said in deep thought, Deputy Commander Mao is right. But it is precisely because of the horror of this maze that I'm not in a hurry to go deeper. I'm prepared to delay here for a while. From the outside, the death maze is as huge as a galaxy. The road we need to go from now on will obviously be very long. Therefore, we might as well make some arrangements at this time as a backup. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Oh. In this situation, Fang Sui still has a way to make some arrangements to compete for the initiative in a situation which is obviously beyond the expectations of Maoyan and Guelyuo. In the current situation, the two of them actually have no power to break the situation. All they can do is to rely on experience and strength to continue to go deeper into the maze. This is also the only choice for most cultivators when exploring the mysterious place. However, when they had no other ideas, Fang Sui said that they could make some arrangements as a backup, which made the two of them look at it with a wait-and-see look while being surprised. The two of them were a little confused about the arrangements that Fang Sui made next, and they didn't understand what this had to do with the backup plan that Fang Sui mentioned. But after Fang Sui finished speaking, he used the void as paper, the magic power as ink, and his fingers as a pen to write in the air. However, in a moment, a banner with flowing magic light appeared in the void, hanging in the air not far from the place where the blood and water had gushed out before. It clearly described the destructiveness that would occur once the blood and water appeared, as well as temporary cracking methods, how to suppress the growth of blood and water, and how to pass through this area safely. If the person who saw this message was strong enough and followed the instructions, he could pass through the blood and water area calmly like Fang Sui and the others. After Fang Sui wrote this message, he used his magic power to sacrifice it, hung it in the air, and fluttered it, which could ensure that the handwriting on it would not disappear within a few months. After Fang Sui did all this, he led everyone to set off decisively and continue to advance deeper into the passage. After reading Fang Sui's arrangement, Maoyan showed a thoughtful look, but Guelyuo was completely confused. He glanced at Fang Sui's team, who was leading the team and driving the moon goddess car, and asked Maoyan in a low voice, "What is the purpose of Fang Sui's previous arrangement? I don't understand the intention at all. Do you see it?" Maoyan responded, "I dare not say that I understand it all, just a little bit. I need to observe it again. When I figure it out, I will tell you naturally. Don't worry." Guelyuo nodded, looked at the young man standing on the front frame with his hands behind his back, and muttered softly, "This Fang Sui is so powerful. I was wrong at the beginning." After a period of time, Fang Sui led the team to go deeper into the maze. Guelyuo and Maoyan are not so convinced and willing to obey Fang Sui's leadership after seeing him do a few things just after meeting him, but after meeting him, it is inevitable that they will identify with Fang Sui. At this time, the team of the Alliance of All Heavens, after the elimination of Sui Ling and others, initially reached a rudimentary unity and worked together. In this way, the strength of the entire team was twisted into one, and it was naturally more effective. Moreover, it was still in the initial stage of the maze, and some strange things encountered along the way did not reach the level of human power. With the cooperation of the whole team, Fang Sui's insight and quick thinking, coupled with his outstanding ability to break through, the whole team moved in an orderly manner. Although they encountered dangers one after another, there were no major casualties and they continued to advance deeper into the maze. What was a little special was that after each encounter with danger, Fang Sui would leave Mana Banner on the spot to guide the later ones on how to pass smoothly. After several days of this, when the team was advancing, Fang Sui suddenly raised his lips, flashed a glimmer of confidence, and said softly, "I have figured out some rules in this maze, which can guarantee that we can go deeper into it calmly within a period of time. Everyone, gather around the hunting car. Please please. It's Monday. Please recommend. Please vote for me. Thank you. Happy reading." Chapter 379, Inside the Maze, votes requested on Monday. The vast Wufang domain has an extremely brilliant cultivation civilization. There are millions of life source stars alone, and the prosperity of the atmosphere is unparalleled in the universe. From a macro perspective, countless strange things are actually happening in every moment in the Wufang domain. However, in recent times, the most concerned thing in the entire Wufang domain is naturally the death maze that suddenly appeared in the space of the East domain. There are mysteries everywhere in it. What kind of shocking secrets are hidden in it has aroused deep curiosity among many major forces. Although the maze is full of death and ominousness, after it is opened, 9 out of 10 cultivators who enter it are killed, and the casualties can be described as heavy. However, the number of life source stars and cultivators in the Wufang domain is countless. From this perspective, even if more people are lost in the death maze, it will not have much impact on the Wufang domain. The cycle of life and death is the eternal and unchanging supreme law in the universe. Moreover, to some extent, the more serious the initial damage, the more dangerous the mysterious place, the more valuable the treasures that appear in the later stage, or the secrets that are discovered. It is precisely because of this that, even though many people have died in the process of exploring the maze in recent days, it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of more cultivators from all over the 5 regions, who are ready to enter the maze to fight for wealth. Many people died in the maze, and more people are constantly pouring in. Wuling, this mysterious girl who once practiced with Fang Sui in the rock universe of the All Heavens Alliance, now appeared out of thin air like a ghost outside an entrance of the maze. Her figure is still a little thin, wearing a grey robe, followed by Salish, a sinister young man who appeared behind her many times during the period of practicing in the rock universe, like an attendant. Wuling's face, figure, and even her clothes have not changed much, but her aura has changed. Now, Wuling's whole body was surging with power, and he seemed to have entered the level of the 4th level middle grade. Even with Fang Sui's speed of cultivation, he was still far behind Wuling. The Palace of Death finally appeared. How many people will die this time? Wuling sighed lightly, with a strange light in his eyes that ordinary people could not understand, and then he stepped into the maze. In another corner of the maze, Yu Xiangshan was wearing a cold silver armor, with long hair tied up, and a kind of ruthless nature on his handsome face. He walked leisurely in a passage of the maze. It was a bit strange that the many strange and evil things in the maze, or the various dangers hidden and the murderous intentions, had never appeared in front of Yu Xiangshan. He walked forward in this maze, as if walking on a smooth road, quietly and calmly. I wonder how many of the 6 sons of the gods and the 5 servants of the goddess will wake up in this life. The oracle passed down by the Supreme Mother Goddess said that this life is an important node in the layout of thousands of lives, and is related to the general situation. I think the strong men under the jurisdiction of my mother forces will find the memories that were lost in the reincarnation in this life and wake up one after another. With the birth of the death maze, everything really begins. Yu Xiangshan whispered softly, and suddenly took a step forward, and walked directly into the wall of one side of the maze passage and disappeared strangely. Inside the maze, the team of the Black Wizard Association was taking a short rest in a certain passage. Yin Wuki was dressed in a black wizard robe, with a gloomy face, and he was silent. What is Master Yin thinking about? Master is a respectful title for 4th level wizards. At this time, Yin Wuki is one of the few young master wizards in the Black Wizard Association, with a respected status and unlimited potential. There was a Black Wizard attendant standing behind Yin Wuki. When he looked at Yin Wuki, his eyes were filled with awe and humility, which made Yin Wuki look even more powerful. This journey into the Death Labyrinth was an extremely dangerous one for others, but for the Black Wizard Association, it was a dangerous journey, but it also brought great gains. Many things in this labyrinth are of great benefit to the practice of witchcraft. For example, the blood that gushed out from the ground. Others didn't know what it was, but the people of the Black Wizard Association knew that it was the evil blood of death, which was formed by the blood of hundreds of millions of races and creatures, and it was extremely evil. To practice a powerful black magic that was almost lost, this extremely precious blood was needed as an aid to practice. In the process of going deeper, this blood was just one of the many gains. In fact, even the air in this labyrinth, filled with the breath of death, was of great help to the practice of black witchcraft. During this trip to explore the maze, they encountered strange and bizarre things one after another. For the people of the Black Wizard Association, it was like discovering one surprise after another. So far, the harvest has exceeded their previous expectations. It is precisely because of their understanding of these evil things in the maze that the team of the Black Wizard Association has suffered very few casualties. They are probably one of the few teams that have the least casualties and the fastest progress among all the teams that have entered the maze. Yanwuki estimated that after this trip to the maze, when he returns to the Black Wizard Association to practice a little, he can at least break through the cultivation of the first level and become a great wizard of the fourth level. In addition to the wizard attendants, there are two third-level wizards standing behind Yanwuki. They were the ones who asked Yanwuki what he was thinking before. Yanwuki gathered his thoughts and said coldly, "I'm thinking about an enemy who has also entered the maze and is destined to die at my hands. Someone actually dared to offend the great wizard Yin. What a fool who doesn't know how to live or die." One of them flattered. Another person frowned and said, "If this person meets the great wizard Yin in the maze, he will naturally be doomed." However, the terrain in this maze is special. People who come and choose different passages to go deeper. It is probably difficult for them to meet each other. Yanwuki put his hands behind his back and said calmly with a sense of commanding the world, "It doesn't matter. Even if we don't meet in the maze, I will issue a declaration of war to him after I get out this time and take his life in person, leaving him no way to escape. Well, killing this person is not a big deal for me now. Our team has rested and it's time to set off again." Earlier, in another passage of the death maze, a young man was walking forward. He was wearing a light blue wizard robe, and on the fingers of both hands, he wore 6 or 7 rings that increase mental power and sealed instant magic, which looked quite glittering. The strange thing is that, if these gorgeous magic amplification rings were worn by others, they would definitely make people feel like an Alvorish, but when worn on this young man's hand, they were just decorations to set off his appearance, not at all abrupt, but instead made him look more noble and graceful. The young man walked slowly and deeply into the passage. What was terrifying was that some of the dangers in the maze passage could be easily solved by this young man, almost without any effort. If someone saw the young man's action process, they would definitely be amazed. The means and strength shown by the young man obviously reached a level that ordinary people could not reach, almost surpassing the young generation of the 5 directions domain. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, every step he took was like catching up with the passing time, with an indescribable sense of speed, as fast as a ray of light flying through the air. He went deeper into the passage and walked with ease. Suddenly, the young man stopped, exclaimed softly, and looked at a certain place in the passage ahead with some strangeness in his eyes. There was a mana banner hanging in the air, fluttering, with many words written on it. The young man looked at the banner, and after a moment, he whispered to himself, "A warning banner left by the team of the All Heavens Alliance. This is really a strange thing. What is the purpose of doing this?" The young man shook his head and continued to go deeper into the passage. Not long after he went forward, he actually saw similar warning banner several times. The young man's eyes became more curious, and he muttered, "Who in this All Heavens Alliance is so special and interesting? What are they going to do? Well, I'll catch up and see." The young man muttered and took another step, and his speed was faster. He had extraordinary mana and unfathomable strength. His forward speed was already extremely fast. In addition, in every dangerous place along the way, he could encounter mana banners left by Fang Sui, pointing out where the danger came from and how to crack it. Therefore, the road was smooth and unobstructed. Thus, although he entered the maze later than many people, he used his speed to overtake those who had entered the maze before him and left them behind. The young man was as fast as lightning. After walking for a very long time, he suddenly pricked his ears and heard a voice from the front. "I have figured out some operating rules of this maze, which can guarantee that we can go deep into it calmly within a period of time. Everyone, gather near the moon goddess hunting car." The young man looked slightly happy. At this time, he had seen a team in the passage ahead. They were the members of the Alliance of All Heavens that he had been chasing all the way. The young man immediately stepped forward and said, "Hey, brother, who is speaking? You left all the warning banners before, right? Since you have mastered the operating rules of the maze and can go deep into it calmly, why don't you take me with you? I'm easy to get along with, and I'm also quite strong. I can help you." On the other side, the one who spoke and made everyone gather on the moon goddess hunting car was naturally Fang Sui. A figure flashed in front of him, and out of thin air, there appeared young people chasing along the road. The young man had an ordinary appearance and figure, but his eyes were very special. They were as deep as the void of the universe, and contained a kind of deep light that ordinary people could not guess. The young man seemed to be familiar with others. Without Fang Sui's consent, he ran to the moon goddess hunting car and stood in front of Fang Sui calmly. Fang Sui stopped Zhang Shizhen, who was about to kick the young man off the car, when he saw him pedaling without permission. A strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes. For some reason, Fang Sui did not ask about the identity and origin of the young man who got on the car, but nodded and said, "Welcome to join." Tina, UK King and Zhang Shizhen in the team were all surprised, and they all thought to themselves, when did Fang Tao become so easy to talk to? Including Guelyuo and Mao Yan. They looked at each other, not understanding why Fang Sui easily took in a person with an unknown identity and origin. Fang Sui didn't explain much to everyone, just urged, "It's about to start. Let's talk about other things later. Come over first." After this period of time, Fang Sui's prestige in the whole team has increased day by day. At this time, everyone did not hesitate too much and immediately came over. The moon goddess hunting cart was rapidly increasing under the urging of Tina's magic power, and the 4 silver white giant wolves pulling the car in front also grew in size, turning into 4 elephant-sized intimidating giant wolves. Until this moment, no one understood what Fang Sui was going to do by asking them to come to the car. At this time, with a very slight vibration, the ground trembled slightly. Everyone reacted at the same time that the death maze passage they were in had begun to move and dock again, and was about to move to other locations. The amazing thing is that the position they are currently in is close to the interface where the 2 walls of the passage move and separate, and they can touch it. If you look at it from a macro perspective, what is being shown in the death maze at this time is a scene that is beyond anyone's imagination and can be called incredible. Please. It's Monday. Please recommend and vote for me. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 380 Rules. When the 2 walls of the passage moved again, if someone could overlook the entire maze from a high enough position, they would be stunned by the scene it presented. Looking down from a very high place, you can find that the outline of the death maze is a square with 4 equal sides. There are tens of thousands of entrances to the maze on each side, standing side by side, which is spectacular. The scale of the entire maze is so huge that it is indescribable. If you look down from above, you can also see that the outer area of this huge square maze is full of complex and intertwined passages. These passages are the areas where Fang Sui and others are now located. Their density and complexity are dazzling and countless. At this time, many of the 2 walls of the passages in this maze are moving and will be connected and changed to other positions. At first glance, the movement of the maze walls seems to have no rules or order. Countless passage walls first split apart, then move back and forth, left and right, and then find their own unique positions and refit and fix them. The entire maze is like an invisible huge gear spinning. It was the rotation of the gears that created an invisible and vast force, driving the walls of countless maze passages to move and open. Inside the maze, the wall of one of the maze passages was silently disconnected, and at the moment when it was ready to move to another location, Fang Sui, the team of the Alliance of All Heavens, and the young mage who had just joined, all stood together on the enlarged moon goddess hunting car. Suddenly, the moon goddess car galloped, along with the 6 metal mechanical spiders that Fang Sui had previously released to protect the car body, like a ray of light, quickly attached to the wall on one side that was in a moving state. The moon goddess car and the 6 mechanical spiders, like 7 geckos, 1 big and 6 small, were firmly hung on a moving maze wall. After this scene was shown, if everyone still didn't know what Fang Sui was going to do, they would be fools. Guelyuo said excitedly, "So the team has a wonderful idea. They are going to stick to the wall and move to other passages with the wall." Fang Sui smiled and said, "Well, it's not as simple as just moving to other passages." Oh. Everyone looked interested and looked at Fang Sui. The young mage whose origin was unknown did the same. He looked at Fang Sui with interest, waiting for him to continue. At this time, a faint sound of matching sounded, and the movement of the passage was over. It took several breaths, which was not a long time, but the wall of the maze had moved back and forth, left and right, in this short time, forming an extremely complicated trajectory. At this moment, the wall stabilized, and everyone came to a new passage. This passage was quiet, with no one in front or behind. Everyone was somewhat excited at this time, but they were not in a hurry to go deeper. They all cast their eyes on Fang Sui, waiting for him to continue to talk about how he mastered the movement rules of the maze passage, and why he chose to move to other passages. We moved to this passage because I sensed that there was a great danger ahead of the passage we were originally in, and there was a death trap. So we moved to this passage along the wall, which was equivalent to avoiding the great danger we were about to face in the passage we were originally in. Everyone had sensed this. They had walked in the original passage for a long time. The deeper they went, the more they felt the gloomy aura. There was a sense of crisis that enveloped everyone's hearts. Obviously, if they continued to move forward in that passage, they would most likely encounter dangers that were difficult to deal with. A deep gleam flashed in Fang Sui's eyes, and he said slowly, another reason for choosing to move into this passage is because everyone may have overlooked a problem, thinking that as long as they keep moving forward in a passage, they can eventually reach the depths of the maze. Queluo said, isn't that the case? Fang Sui smiled and said, of course not. Don't forget, this place is called a maze, and it has the word mystery in it. I'm sure that, if you keep walking along one passage, it may be a dead end or a killing trap in the end, and it will be impossible to walk all the way to the depths of the maze. Only by adapting to certain movements and changes in the maze, and using the force to move forward, like we are doing now, can we eventually reach the depths of the maze. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. This analysis was very practical. Queluo stared and muttered, damn it, it's a good thing that I'm going with you Fang Sui this time, otherwise it would be a waste of effort to fight to death. This maze, if you don't have enough intelligence and can't find the changing rules, it's useless to enter, even if you have high martial arts. Fang Sui smiled and said, when I found that the walls of the maze can move, I thought of a new problem. This place has been silent for ages, and there should be no living creatures to manipulate the maze. Then what power does this maze rely on to maintain its operation and self-propelled, so that countless walls of the passages can move? In other words, no matter what form this maze exists in, it needs a core power. Everyone fell into thought as Fang Sui said. After Fang Sui finished speaking, the young mage who had just joined was the first to have a flash of realization in his eyes, followed by Mao Yan, who also showed a look of understanding. Obviously, the two of them have successively grasped what Fang Sui meant by the core power of the maze. Fang Sui looked at the others with a twinkling gaze, and when he saw the lazy people in his team, he pursed his lips helplessly. Generally speaking, when Fang Sui was around, Zhang Shizhen, Tina and Yu Keqing never used their brains, so when Fang Sui began to analyze the changes in the maze, the six eyes of these three lazy people all looked at him, like idiots who only listened with their ears, but didn't think with their brains, just waiting for Fang Sui to continue. In addition to the above few people, another core figure in the whole team at this time, Queluo, was a person who was very strong in martial arts, but his intelligence was only slightly above the average level. When he heard Fang Sui talking about the need for a core force to maintain the operation of the maze, he had no idea what this core force would be, and asked foolishly, what is the core force that maintains the operation of the maze? The young wizard on the side laughed dumbly, and explained on behalf of Fang Sui, you only need to know that this maze is eternally drifting in the deep space, but you don't know what its core force is? Queluo acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, it turns out that space is the core force. Puff. Everyone laughed in unison, and Tina almost laughed to death, and said with difficulty, my god, is there such a power attribute as space? As soon as Queluo said this, he realized that he had made a big joke. He was a little embarrassed by everyone's laughter, and stammered, I didn't react for a moment, and said it wrong. I want to say it again. Seeing everyone laughing wildly, Queluo's face flushed red, and he said timidly, since this maze has been drifting in space for a long time, it can absorb power. A light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Ah, it's the power of the stars. It's the power of the stars. This maze drifts in space, and the only thing it can absorb anytime and anywhere is the power of the stars. Haha." Fang Sui stopped laughing. "Well, one of the core operating forces of this maze is the power of the stars," he added. "I can figure out the movement rules of the maze, which is based on the operation trajectory of the stars in the sky as the initial starting point for judgment. Now that we know that one of the core powers of the maze is the power of the stars, we can extend our thinking depth and know that the operation trajectory of this maze must resonate with the key of the stars in the universe in order to perfectly sense the power of the stars and drive the maze to operate forever." The young wizard with an ordinary face is obviously very wise. He nodded when he heard it. "There is some mystery in what you said, but I can understand it. For example, every star in the universe is naturally round, and there are billions of stars without exception. This is the key and law of the vast universe at a certain mysterious level." Fang Sui nodded happily. "That's right. If this maze wants to perfectly sense the star power to operate and push these walls to move at the same time, then these moving walls must use a certain point as the axis and operate in a circle on a macro scale. This is the key that matches the stars in the universe," he added. "After analyzing that all the walls are operating in a circular shape and knowing that there is a fixed distance between each channel, plus my observations and memories over the past few days, the movement of this channel seems to have no rules to follow, but in fact the channel itself is dead. Since it has to move, there will always be a rule. Combining the above information, I have been exploring this law all these days, and now I finally have some results." Everyone's eyes were bright. Fang Sui's explanation involved a calculation method that required the key and rules of the heavenly way to carry out some mysterious deductions. Only a few people could fully understand and comprehend its meaning, but it did not prevent everyone from hearing a message contained in it. That is, Fang Sui has basically mastered the movement rules of the maze passage. In other words, their team, to a certain extent, has the ability to change passages at will in the future. What this means is self-evident. Mastering the movement rules of the passage can enable them to avoid danger and seek good fortune. When they feel that some dangers are difficult to deal with, they can choose to change a passage. There is no need to elaborate on the value of this. At least it can greatly reduce their casualties and make the process of going deeper into the maze relatively easy. In terms of dealing with and choosing situations, it is more than several times more flexible than before. This surprise is really extraordinary, and everyone is happy. The journey to the maze from now on cannot be said to be smooth, but the danger is greatly reduced, which is absolutely correct. At this time, the young wizard asked, "Fang Sui, you said before that the power of the stars is only one of the core forces in this maze. What is the other core force?" Fang Sui first told Tina to activate the moon goddess's chariot and began to move deeper into this newly entered passage. So he responded, "If I'm not mistaken, the other core power is death." He continued, "Have you noticed that, since the maze was opened, as more and more people entered it and died, the power of this maze is actually gradually rising. The maze devours the lives of the cultivators who enter it, absorbs the breath of death they spread after death, and strengthens itself. If this maze was dead when it was first opened, then now it has absorbed the breath of death of countless cultivators who have entered, and it is like resurrection, slowly growing, and its power continues to grow." Everyone's face was slightly stern, and Queluo said solemnly, "Then should we send people back to notify the major forces to seal the maze, and don't let anyone come in again? Otherwise, once this maze wipes out enough cultivators and absorbs a huge amount of death power, who knows what kind of difficult to deal with changes will occur." Fang Sui frowned and said, "It's useless. If at the beginning, the major forces united, they could still block other people from coming in. Now there are countless entrances opened on the surface of this death maze that is comparable to the size of a galaxy. It is impossible to seal it." Then he said, "Our current priority is to speed up and go deeper into the maze to see what is at its core." After a period of time, Fang Sui led the team to continue to advance in the maze passage. After deducing the movement pattern of the passage wall, their team's movement was naturally much safer, faster and more effective than others. Fang Sui continued to leave warning banners in every passage he passed through, and even did not hide the fact that he had analyzed the movement method of the outer passage of the death maze. He wrote it down and circulated it in the passages for many cultivators to see and benefit from. Fang Sui called this move a backup plan. So far, the effect has not been seen, but he has always been doing everything in an orderly manner, and he seems to have a plan in mind. Time keeps passing. After many days, the team led by Fang Sui has walked a very long distance in the maze. On this day, everyone's eyes suddenly opened up, and the terrain ahead has undergone a great change. In the center of a huge open space, stood a tower-shaped altar with an extremely strong death aura, towering like a mountain. This chapter is just over 100 words away from 4,000. Happy reading, please, please, please. Please recommend. Please vote, thank you, happy reading. Chapter 381, Ascending the Platform. The material and color of the altar, like the ground in the maze, are both blue-brown and almost black, neither gold nor wood, which makes it look very special. The shape of the entire altar is somewhat like a stepped pyramid, but it is not the ancient Egyptian style that Fang Sui knows. The two are only similar in shape, and both gradually close together, and the area becomes smaller as you go up. Each level on the altar is engraved with different sacrificial texts of gods, as numerous as stars, and its meaning is difficult to understand. The base of the altar is square and covers an area of almost 100 miles, which shows how huge and majestic it is. Fang Sui looked up along the base of the altar and roughly estimated that the entire altar has more than 50 or 60 floors, and the height of each floor is more than 50 feet. The top of the altar is shrouded in a dead air like a thick cloud, flowing like a river, and the momentum is majestic. The height and magnificence of this altar are indeed rare in the world. Team Fang, should we go up to explore this altar, or take a detour and go straight to the depths of the maze? Queluo and Maoyan looked over and asked. Fang Sui had thought about this question the first time he saw the altar, and he said with preparation, this altar may help us figure out what the death maze is, so we must go up and take a look. But if everyone goes up, it will waste time and not be flexible enough. So we will temporarily split into two groups. Queluo and Maoyan, you lead the people to pass under the altar and rush to the opposite side to check the maze passage on the other side of the altar, but don't go too deep. I will lead the people to the top of the altar, and we will meet on the other side of the altar later. Everyone was an elite, and there was no hesitation or discussion after hearing this, and they immediately acted separately. Queluo and Maoyan led nearly 20 people from the Zushan Alliance to run away, walking in a straight line, passing under the altar. Fang Sui looked at Luo Yap, the only one left in Sui Ling's team, who had always followed the team and served as a scout. The change in Luo Ya's mood since Sui Ling's death was actually quite interesting. Since she saw Fang Sui take action and kill Sui Ling and Mo Xiao, two 4th level masters, she felt fear of Fang Sui's strength. She felt that Fang Sui was extremely unfathomable. After that, she kept moving forward in the maze, and she saw Fang Sui's wisdom and methods, and he could always command the whole team to escape danger. As time went by, Luo Ya seemed to be influenced by Fang Sui's wisdom and methods, and was brainwashed. She had an unreasonable aura of Fang Sui from the bottom of her heart. Even when she looked at Fang Sui from behind, she was respectful and dared not look directly at him. Occasionally, she talked to Fang Sui along the way, and she wanted to kneel down to face Fang Sui so that she could feel at ease. This change was a strange thing. After Fang Sui found out, he was a little confused and secretly surprised. Fortunately, someone admired him to death, which was not a bad thing. He said to Luo Ya at this time, you also go with Queluo and the others. Luo Ya executed the order without hesitation. After Fang Sui finished speaking, she saluted Fang Sui respectfully, and then started to run away with Queluo's team. The 6 mechanical spiders also had limbs as sharp as knives. Swish, swish, swish. They brought up phantoms, and like Luo Ya, they all left with Queluo. Fang Sui looked at the young mage not far from him and said, you are a guest in our team. Are you going to go to the altar with us, or go with Queluo's team? You can choose freely. The young mage abided by his duties and spoke freely. I joined your team, so I should obey your command. Team Fang, you don't have to be polite. Fang Sui smiled and said, then let's go to the top of the altar together. The next moment, Tina put away the moon goddess frame, and everyone exerted their strength at the same time, as fast as light, and approached the towering altar in front of them. Team Fang, this young mage came strangely. Why don't you look on guard at all? Have you guessed his origin? UK King asked in a voice transmission while walking forward. Fang Sui hummed. Then who is he? UK King tilted her head and asked curiously. Fang Sui teased. He, haha, is an interesting person. Seeing UK King's dissatisfaction, he laughed and shook his head, adding, it won't be long before you naturally know who he is. The few of them were fast, and they had already arrived near the base of the altar while talking. At a close distance, one could feel the heavy pressure brought by this huge object. Its base is more than 50 feet high, and the horizontal distance is even more than 100 miles. The existence of such a majestic giant will give people a sense of calmness, like a mountain range, eternal and unshakable, and seemingly standing until the destruction of the universe. Fang Sui and his friends are all rare young talents in the world, so they will naturally not be intimidated by the momentum of the altar. Everyone is calm and calm. After Fang Sui came closer, he stretched out a finger and lightly touched the base of the altar, shaking the divine land in his body, wanting to feel the power in it. The young mage did the same, and also stretched out his finger and touched the base of the altar, with the same purpose as Fang Sui. Zhang Shizhen, Tina and UK King looked around with vigilance. Since Fang Sui was exploring the altar, the three of them took the initiative to take responsibility for protecting the surrounding security without being told. This is an elite team, and the tacit understanding and necessary qualities can only be cultivated through long-term cooperation. No matter what they do, they must not rush in, but each of them has their own duties, and they can have a clear division of labor without communication. Ensuring that the entire team has no flaws and negligence at every moment is always the best state of collaboration. Fang Sui's team has not yet reached the perfect state of cooperation between team members, but only has this prototype and potential. The most ideal state of a team should be that the whole team is as stable as mountains and rivers when not moving, without any flaws to be found, and is not afraid of surprises and changes from any angle and direction from heaven and earth. Once it moves, it is as powerful as thunder, looking down on invincible. The cooperation of the entire team needs to be as smooth as flowing water, without any flaws. Once that point is reached, it is the ideal perfect team, a truly divine and demonic team. It was an invincible, almost invincible state. Boom. The moment Fang Sui's fingers touched the base of the altar, a sea of death energy surged out, rushing into his body along Fang Sui's fingers, trying to devour and destroy all the vitality in his body. Fortunately, Fang Sui was not unprepared, and the power in his body was instantly divided into two. The blazing sunfire of the Sea of Consciousness turned into a river of fire, rushing through his body, burning and melting the death energy that rushed in, while the divine earth in the lower abdomen shook, refining and absorbing a small amount of death energy into nutrients. In a blink of an eye, the evil death energy that invaded Fang Sui's body was expelled. However, his face was not relaxed, but solemn. At the moment, when the death energy entered his body, he faintly sensed that there was a chanting sound of gods and demons in the depths of the altar, as if explaining the mysteries of the scriptures of death, which came out very weakly from the altar. This altar obviously contains a lot of secrets. What is its function? Fang Sui retracted his finger and looked to the side. The young mage also retracted his finger and turned to look over. Both of them had some doubts in their eyes, but no one spoke. Then they looked at the top of the altar together. Fang Sui said, let's go up and take a look. After that, he rose up like a dragon, stepped on the wall of the altar, and quickly walked up. The other people did the same. Everyone was swift and leaped to the top of the altar. Crack. After Fang Sui climbed onto the base of the altar, he was about to go higher. Suddenly, a symbol flickered on the altar, fell off in midair, and the brand pressed down. Fang Sui raised his hand and punched out. The divine soil in his body shook, and a thick earth and dark air rolled out instantly, which directly shattered the symbol. The other people were also attacked by the death and killing symbol that appeared on the altar at the same time. Fortunately, none of them were weak, and they easily resolved the attack with their own skills. The crowd did not stop to communicate, running all the way, almost non-stop and constantly approaching the top of the altar. In a flash, Fang Sui and others had already climbed more than 20 floors on the altar. During each floor, they would be attacked by symbols falling off the altar, carrying the aura of death, but the attack was not too strong, and they could easily break it. When they reached 1/3 of the height of the entire altar, their faces became a little cautious. However, after reaching this height, every time they climbed a floor, many symbols on the altar would fall off together, and various deadly foreign objects would begin to evolve to attack. Its power was enough to make ordinary 3rd level cultivators lose and retreat. Going up again, soon, changes occurred again. When they reached 2/3 of the height of the entire altar, when many symbols on the altar fell off and attacked, they would also carry a secret force, causing many symbols to merge together, and actually derived a puppet with a very strong aura of death. This kind of puppet is wearing ink-colored death armor, and holding a long spear, like a death guard. It has a tall figure. In fact, there are no facial features or limbs in the armor. There is only a breath of death flowing. It looks like an invisible ghost wearing armor and attacking everyone. It is quite terrifying. Moreover, once these Deathian puppets move, they are like weightless, floating around, and can also send out the howling of death from the armor. They have the power to interfere with people's minds, and are very difficult to deal with. After Fang Sui and others reached this height, the resistance they encountered suddenly increased. They encountered many such Deathian puppets on each floor. Bang! Fang Sui flipped his hand and slapped out a flame, which turned into a huge fire python with a majestic body. It entangled a Deathian puppet in the air, and the firepower circulated around it. Both sides cracked at the same time, and finally turned into flying ashes, and dissipated with the wind. On the other side, Tina and Yuka King joined together to resist the enemy. One of the two women could summon golden lightning with every move of her hands and feet, while the other transformed into the ferocious beast in the form of a big white rabbit that had appeared when she shot the blood monster that day. After the ferocious rabbit appeared, it immediately bit the remains of a Deathian puppet that had been struck by thunder, and in a few bites it was broken into pieces, and it disappeared. Many days ago, Fang Sui had asked Yuka King, and learned that this big white rabbit was called the Moon Rabbit, which was the totem beast of the Guanghan family. It was consistent with the legend of the Jade Rabbit in the Guanghan Moon Palace that Fang Sui had heard. However, this big rabbit was so fierce, which was obviously different from the legend. Fang Sui suspected that this rabbit was a big bad wolf in rabbit skin. On the other side, Zhang Shizen's fighting form at the moment was really fierce. An image of the head of a Ghost King appeared in the middle of his forehead. Once a Deathian puppet approached, the Ghost King on Zhang Shizen's forehead would open his mouth, stick the ghost head out of Zhang Shizen's forehead, bite the yin puppet in one bite, and swallow it. Zhang Shizen kept walking up. Whenever he encountered an attack, the Ghost King on his forehead would stick out his head fiercely and swallow the yin puppet that blocked his way. From a distance, Zhang Shizen seemed to have a black mountain demon in his head, constantly rushing out to eat his friends. On the other side, the battle of the young wizard was the most splendid and beautiful. Once a Deathian puppet blocked his way, he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly, and the magic light in the mana amplification ring on his hand burst out. In an instant, 4 or 5 instantaneous magics would burst out. The bright and colorful lights merged together to become a composite magic with a sharp increase in power. In an instant, the yin puppet that blocked the way could be blasted into powder. Fang Sui and his group were really tough. In the process of ascending the altar, the stronger the resistance they encountered, the stronger their burst of strength would be. They became stronger when they met a strong opponent, and their strength was bottomless. The team is so fierce. The fight is so intense. Look at the top of the altar. It's so exciting right now. Wow. Mu Yan, who was walking below the altar, was looking up at the top of the altar. The radiance there was dazzling, as brilliant as fireworks. Gualuo also looked up at the top of the altar and could vaguely see that Fang Sui and others had fought all the way to the top of the altar, and their figures disappeared in the thick fog of death, as if they had successfully climbed to the top of the altar. PS. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 382 Discovery. The wind howled, the sky and earth were gloomy, and the death energy gathered and dispersed, like clouds and fog. Fang Sui's team and the young mage, a total of 5 people, successively fought to the top of the altar. Everything around them suddenly became quiet. The death puppets that had previously blocked their way disappeared once they reached the top of the altar. The top of the altar was thousands of feet above the ground. The wind was howling, stirring up a dead and desolate atmosphere. Ah! A low cry rang out. The scene on the top of the altar made Tina and Yu King suddenly see it, and let out a surprise. The top of the altar is more than 1,000 feet in size, and it is also square, empty and flat. It adheres to the consistent color of the buildings in the death maze. The ground is dark green and brown, which looks very cold, and there is also a kind of terrifying evil feeling. The area of more than 1,000 feet on the top of the entire altar is only in the center. There are several stone platforms, shaped like stone beds. There are 9 stone platforms in total, each of which is more than 10 feet long and rectangular. On each stone platform, there were countless mysterious sacrificial texts, either concave or convex, densely covering the 10 zang long stone platform. What was shocking was that on the 9 huge stone platforms, the dead air was steaming, and the secret power was flowing. It was not empty, but a corpse was lying on each of them. There were a total of 9 corpses, almost all of which died in a hideous state. Some corpses had their mouths wide open and their faces were distorted, and some had their limbs broken in an unnatural state. It was obvious that they had struggled very fiercely before death, but were bound by some kind of power on the stone platform, and could not break free, which led to the broken limbs. The death of these corpses was so tragic that it was frightening. People who practiced like Fang Sui were brave and heroic, and of course they would not be frightened away by the tragic state of the 9 corpses. At this time, they walked forward and soon approached the 9 stone platforms. The stone platform was 10 zang long, and about 3 zang wide, but it was not too high, only to the height of an ordinary person's chest and abdomen. After a few people approached, they could clearly see the scene on the platform. When they looked straight ahead, the corpses lying on the 9 stone platforms had their flesh and blood extracted by a mysterious force, making them all skin and bones, with black skin, looking like they had been dead for a long time. Their faces were hideous, and they were not only in extreme pain, but also full of unwillingness before they died. Surprisingly, their corpses were close to decay, but the armor and clothes on their bodies were bright in color, not stained with dust, and as bright as new. Fang Sui and the other 5 people's long hair danced in the wind, walking around the 9 stone platforms arranged in a circle, and everyone was looking at the 9 corpses in front of them, and every detail on the stone platforms. Ah! Suddenly, Tina's beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth and nose with her hands. A sad look surged on her face, and her big eyes flickered, staring fixedly at the corpse on one of the stone platforms. The corpse was tall, more than a head taller than an ordinary person, and was covered with golden armor. Although the person was dead, he still had a sense of being as majestic as a lion. It can be imagined that when he was alive, he must have been a strong and tyrannical person with a heroic demeanor and a strong body. This corpse was the only one among the 9 corpses on the stone platform that had no pain on his face, but only anger. It seemed that, when he came to this stone platform, he knew his fate, and struggling was in vain. Therefore, until the moment of death, there was no sadness on his face, but he held tightly in his hand a square head-sized hammer, on which lightning was wandering and circling, thunder was gathering, and regular cymbals flickered. Obviously, this was a powerful weapon containing the power of thunder. The man on the stage seemed to have tried to use this thunder hammer before he died, wanting to smash the stone bed under him and gain freedom. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Fang Sui walked up to Tina. "Do you know this person?" Tina sobbed weakly. "Yes, he is from our 12 main gods family, a cousin of mine, one of the 3 or 5 most outstanding people of this generation in our family. He was very powerful, and reached the peak of the 4th level. I didn't expect him to die here." Fang Sui said, "The 9 corpses on the stone platform should be the first group of people who entered the death maze. At that time, the maze had not been officially opened. They encountered great danger as soon as they came in. Only Jiuo Dongshan successfully retreated, and the rest were trapped in the maze, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Now it can be confirmed that they are all dead. UK King also came over, hugged Tina comfortingly, and said, the first group to enter the death maze were all outstanding young people, headed by Guo Dunshan, and it is said that there are quite a few people. There are only 9 corpses here, where are the others? Fang Sui's gaze was cast into the distance, as if he could see the entire death maze outside the altar, and said slowly, there is more than one such altar in the death maze. The others should be on another altar, and they are all dead. What is the function of this altar? Tina gradually stopped crying, but her face was very pale. Fang Sui turned his gaze back to the 9 stone platforms in front of him, and said in deep thought, these 9 stone platforms obviously use the people on them as sacrifices, extracting the vitality and even the blood of the 9 people on the platform. He added, this looks like some kind of evil sacrificial ritual. They slowly died with their vitality and even their flesh and blood depleted. The fear at the moment before death and the unwillingness and helplessness of knowing that their flesh and blood were fading away, but unable to stop it are the reasons why they struggled desperately, and their hands and feet twisted unnaturally. They died in pain. The young wizard's voice was low. He also stood beside a stone platform, staring at a corpse on the platform. A strange color flashed in his eyes, as if he also knew the dead person on the platform. At this time, the voices of Anubis and Bast suddenly rang in Fang Sui's mind. Bast's voice was clear, quick and urgent. He said, this altar has such a strong aura of death. If we can activate our altar of the dead to be born, and refine this altar, the altar of the dead will probably be advanced immediately. Anubis' voice was as cold as usual. Lord, the core aura of this altar is full of the true meaning of death. I can sense that in the deepest part of the altar, the power of the gods is sleeping. Fang Sui's expression changed slightly, and he asked in his mind, you mean, there is a god sleeping in the altar? Or the corpse of the god? No, it's not that there is a god sleeping under the altar, or his corpse, but after the altar extracted the sacrifices on the 9 stone platforms, it formed a death energy. This energy was sent into the depths of the maze of death through the altar, where there may be real sleeping gods. Anubis' voice rang again. It was obvious that it sensed something, and there was an unprecedented caution in its tone. The next moment, Anubis' voice resounded, Lord, look, this is the scene I found inside the altar, after I penetrated the surface of the altar. At the same time, a picture sent by Anubis appeared in Fang Sui's consciousness. Instantly, Fang Sui was overwhelmed with shock. There was a large hollow space inside the altar, which was gloomy and dark. There were also 9 stone platforms, and 9 corpses were also displayed on the platforms. Those 9 corpses had been on the stone platforms for who knows how many years, but none of them had decayed. Their bones were as crystal as gems, emitting a bright and warm light, and even contained a weak power fluctuation. Bones are like jade, immortal. This is a level that can be achieved by at least 7th level cultivators. They use the power of heaven and earth to blend with every tiny part of their bodies, and the aura of the great Dao is integrated into their bones. They are no longer mortal bodies, so their bones will not decay after death. It turns out that this altar is divided into 2 parts, inside and outside, with a total of 18 stone platforms. The 9 stone platforms outside were used to offer sacrifices to ordinary strong men, while the 9 stone platforms inside the altar were obviously used to offer sacrifices to peerless strong men. This discovery was particularly shocking. Even the 7th level cultivators were used as sacrifices. Then who was the object of the sacrifice on the altar in the end? Was it really a god? Otherwise, how could it bear the sacrifice of the 7th level cultivators? What was even more shocking was that there were many skeletons scattered around the 9 stone platforms inside the altar, more than 100 in number, and the death energy inside was soaring. Fang Sui had previously touched the base at the bottom of the altar and heard the true sound of death coming from the altar. It was because the death energy inside the altar was too dense and had evolved into amazing fragments of the rules of death, giving rise to the divine sound of the rules of heaven and earth, which was chanted in a cycle inside the altar. The most surprising thing was that the more than 100 skeletons inside the altar were actually glittering with light, as crystal clear as jade. This made Fang Sui fall into deep shock and doubt. Could these bones be the skeletons of 7th level cultivators? There were so many 7th level cultivators who had become sacrifices in this altar. Question mark? Fang Sui narrowed his eyes, frowned deeply, and his heart was pounding. What kind of place is this death maze? Not long after, he suppressed his doubts and asked Buster in his mind, "How is your progress in the underworld?" "Everything is going well. The undead army has now reached the middle of the underworld and is now fighting with the underworld demons." Buster's response soon fell silent. It seems that the war in the underworld is quite fierce, and even Buster is busy dealing with it and has no time to split himself. In the end, Fang Sui did not try to break the altar and go deep into it to check the remains of those peerless masters, nor did he say that the altar was hollow. Buster's proposal to let the undead altar come out and refine the altar in front of him was also rejected by Fang Sui. He should be more careful in his consideration. The maze of death is full of mysteries. If he rashly refines the altar in front of him, it is not to mention whether it can be successful. It is more likely to cause unpredictable changes, which will not be worth the loss. Tina tried carefully to collect the corpse of her cousin on the stone platform. When moving the corpse, no other accidents occurred, but it only took a little force to touch the corpse, and it turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind, leaving nothing behind. Tina finally burst into tears, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She could only helplessly collect the remaining armor and the weapon called Thunderhammer on the stone platform. The things that could be taken away from the other 8 corpses were also collected by everyone. After going out, they could inform these people of their deaths, and the things they collected could be returned to their families. Then Fang Sui and others left the altar. When they came up, they landed on the altar from the side. The direction was wrong, and they were attacked one after another. When he walked down at this moment, he found the front of the altar and walked down a magnificent staircase with tens of thousands of steps. It was very peaceful along the way and he did not encounter any death puppets or anything like that. When he was walking down, Fang Sui suddenly turned his head like a whirlwind and looked in one direction. He was in a high position with a great view. Standing on the high point of the altar, he could clearly see a very long distance away. In the distance, in a maze passage, there was a figure wearing silver armor, walking through the maze. The figure seemed to be very familiar with the maze, walking very calmly, and his figure disappeared, and he could actually pass through the maze walls one by one. But in a moment, the figure disappeared and entered the deeper part of the maze. Although they were far apart, Fang Sui could see at a glance that the figure was Yu Xiangsheng. Why could he walk on flat ground in this dangerous maze, and his speed was much faster than everyone else? The position where he appeared was even deeper than the maze that Fang Sui and others had reached at this time. 10 minutes later, when Fang Sui met up with Guoluo and others, he was still thinking about the altar with the 7th order strongman inside and the sacrifice, and Yu Xiangsheng. Yu Xiangsheng. Does he know more about what is deep in the maze? Fang Sui turned his head to look in the direction where Yu Xiangsheng disappeared, with a slight smile on his lips. Then Fang Sui led the team to set off again, and began to move deeper into the maze. In front of them were still countless maze passages that seemed to have no end forever. This time, intentionally or unintentionally, Fang Sui chose the passage where Yu Xiangsheng had disappeared before. While Fang Sui led the team to fight in the maze of death, the 5 Directions domain outside also revealed some signs of upcoming major changes. PS. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 383 Enter the southern region of the 5 Directions. Although there have been frictions and constant confrontations with the shadow creatures over the years, the situation in the southern region is generally calm, and no large-scale full-scale war has broken out. However, in recent days, the situation in the southern region has changed suddenly, and undercurrents are surging. In the chaotic time and space bordering the southern region, the army of the shadow creatures has been coming out in an endless stream, dispersing to the key positions of the entire front line against the 5 Directions. Their momentum is huge, and it seems that they are preparing for a war with the 5 Directions. For a time, the entire southern region of the 5 Directions was in a state of panic. The situation was tense, and the armies of both sides were ready. After a period of time, the shadow creatures continued to increase their troops and mobilized many of their vassal races together. The gathered soldiers numbered tens of millions, and they were really like a tide, as if they were going to overturn all obstacles. The five directions quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and then dispatched troops and generals, and the elite troops were spread out, ready to fight. In just a few months, the area bordering the Wufang South region and the chaos time and space has accumulated unprecedented heavy troops. A war seems to be about to break out soon. The atmosphere is solemn. Wufang East region, Death Maze. At this time, most of the teams under the command of the major forces that entered the maze at the same time as Fang Sui have completed the initial exploration mission. When a giant relic like the Death Maze comes into being, no one is prepared to enter the deepest part of it and uncover all the secrets in one exploration. Therefore, many teams under the command of large forces that entered in the early stage are prepared for long-term and repeated in-depth exploration. At this time, they withdraw from the Death Maze in turn and will re-enter after a slight adjustment. Only Fang Sui's team has never stopped moving forward. They are currently in the maze, far ahead of most people. After stepping down from the altar that day, Fang Sui chose to follow the direction where Yu Xiangshan disappeared. At the same time, he still left a message banner in the passage he chose to enter, indicating the direction chosen by the All Heavens Alliance team to enter. After that, Fang Sui led the team and rushed along the way. Fang Tower. When we came down from the altar, the figure we saw from afar was Yu Xiangshan, right? Yu Xiangshan and Fang Sui had a bad relationship, which other people didn't know, but Yu Keiking knew it, because she had met Fang Sui earlier. Fang Sui said leisurely, "It was that guy. We watched from afar before, and he was able to pass through the walls of the passage in the maze while walking. It seems that Yu Xiangshan seems to be more familiar with this maze than ordinary people. This is a bit strange," Yu Keiking said with a puzzled face. The surrounding young wizards and Tina and others also showed their attention. Fang Sui said, "Yu Xiangshan can walk through the walls in the maze, and he seems to know the terrain of the maze very well. I also find it strange, so I chose this passage. If we can catch up with Yu Xiangshan, we will naturally have a chance to figure out everything." Well, how confident are Team Fang that we can catch up with Yu Xiangshan? This time, the question was asked by a young wizard with an ordinary face, but a pair of deep and shining eyes. Fang Sui said leisurely, "I have a guy named Anubis under my command, who is the best at tracking. Yu Xiangshan walked through this passage not long ago, and he will leave a kind of aura invisibly. After being mastered by Anubis, we will never worry about chasing him." He said again, "It's just that Yu Xiangshan can walk through the walls in the maze, and he walks in a straight line, but we have to walk along the passage of the maze, which takes a lot of time. It's hard to say whether we can catch up." After that, everyone stopped talking. Under the leadership of Fang Sui, they sped up and chased along the way. Time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. The outside world has changed. The situation in the southern region has become increasingly tense, and a war is imminent. Fang Sui and others have also encountered dangers in the maze. As they continue to go deeper into the maze, all kinds of murderous intentions surge in, and it is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The evil things in the maze usually have no signs of life. They are all evolved from some death auras. Things between half-life and half-death are the most bloodthirsty and fierce, and their aggressiveness and lethality are extremely amazing. Fortunately, Fang Sui and his team are all elite, without any weak ones. Under Fang Sui's leadership, they can always find a glimmer of life in the most dangerous situations and repeatedly turn danger into safety. In recent days, the most amazing thing is the young mage. His origin is a mystery, but his skills are really outstanding. At present, including Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, and even Guoluo and Mao Yan, who are at the top of the 4th level, are actually not as strong as this young mage. Some dangers encountered along the way can be solved by this young mage, and invisibly, he saved the lives of many people in the team. It is a pity that, although Yu Xiangshan was locked by Anubis and never lost, the distance between the two sides could not be shortened, and even became farther and farther. According to the current situation, there is no possibility for everyone to catch up with Yu Xiangshan. However, things suddenly took a turn for the better a few days later. On this day, Fang Sui and others, after passing a turning point in a passage, their vision suddenly became clear, and they found an altar again. According to Anubis's perception, Yu Xiangshan's breath disappeared on the altar. Fang Sui and others quietly climbed onto the altar, and according to Anubis's prompts, they chased Yu Xiangshan's breath and finally disappeared to the specific location, and finally figured out the reason for Yu Xiangshan's disappearance. On this altar, there is a space teleportation array with obscure fluctuations. At this time, Fang Sui and others gathered around this teleportation array, and looked at each other. It seems that Yu Xiangshan really has a far better understanding of the death maze than ordinary people, and he can actually find a teleportation array on the top of this altar. Where does this teleportation array connect to? Mu Yan's eyes flickered, and his face was thoughtful. Fang Sui pondered and said, it should be the most likely to lead to the deeper part of the maze. I will send something over to explore the way, and we will know at a glance. After that, he raised his hand, and threw out a metal ball. A metal fitting sound was heard, and the metal ball turned into a mechanical bat in an instant. The bat flapped its wings and silently plunged into the teleportation array in front of the light that was faintly flickering. Fang Sui then opened a void image, showing the perspective of the mechanical bat entering the teleportation array. After the bat passed through the teleportation array, it quietly rose up, showing the scene opposite the teleportation array from a bird's eye view to everyone. In the perspective shown after the bat took off, 3 huge buildings standing side by side appeared, which still looked like 3 altars. The style of the 3 altars is similar to the altars that Fang Sui and others have seen before. They are also in a stepped form, somewhat like the pyramids of ancient Egypt. The key lies in the material of these 3 altars. They are all black, as empty and dark as space, full of solemnity and heaviness. The strange thing is that in the darkness, there are still shining stars flowing from time to time, which looks beautiful like a dream, as if the starry sky is sealed in it. It is well known in the 5 directions domain that there are several known magical metals in the universe, each of which is a stunning treasure. Even if you search the universe, you may not be able to find a small piece. However, at this time, the 3 altars that everyone saw through the perspective of the mechanical bat were made of an extremely precious metal, Void Star Gold. This is a precious metal that is second only to the 5 great divine golds in the universe. Among the known metals in the universe, it is enough to be ranked among the top 10 rare metals, which can be encountered but not sought. Oh my god, these 3 altars are 4 or 5,000 feet tall. How could they be built entirely of Void Star Gold? Void Star Gold is extremely solid, and it takes years to cut a small piece. How did they cut such large pieces of Star Gold to build these 3 altars? Besides, where did they collect so much Void Star Gold? It's hard to say whether there is so much Void Star Gold in the entire universe. Everyone was stunned and felt unbelievable. There are 3 giant altars built entirely of Void Star Gold, which is really an incredible miracle. Seeing these 3 giant altars, people will inexplicably have an idea this is definitely not the work of any human, but something left by the gods in the world. The relics of the gods. These 3 giant altars must be the relics of the gods. Guan Yuo's eyes widened, muttering to himself. Mao Yan looked at Fang Sui. The location of these 3 altars does not seem to be in the depths of the maze. The maze is shrouded in death fog and the light is dim, but there is no death fog where these 3 altars are located. Mao Yan's observation was very detailed. The location of the 3 Void Star Gold altars did not seem to be within the scope of the death maze. It seems that the teleportation array in front of him can directly teleport outside the maze to an unknown place. However, after Mao Yan finished speaking, Fang Sui raised a different opinion. How big was the death maze you saw in space before entering the maze? The young mage's eyes flickered, and he reacted instantly. From the outside, the death maze is elliptical and comparable in size to a galaxy. What Fang meant was, Fang Sui nodded and said, after we entered the death maze, how high was the ground you saw from the sky? At this point, everyone suddenly realized, and said in unison, it is several thousand feet high. What Fang meant was that the death maze we entered is only a small part of the entire maze, or one of the layers. In this way, the teleportation array in front of us should be used to teleport to other layers of the death maze. Fang Sui said with certainty, we should be in the first layer of the maze, and there is at least one layer of space below it, which is much wider than this layer, which is consistent with the size of the maze seen from the outside. Everyone thought it made sense, and nodded at the same time. Mao Yan smiled and said, why do I feel that I have become a lot dumber after being with Captain Fang? Everyone laughed together. Although they were in a dangerous place like the Death Maze, under the leadership of Fang Sui, their team had escaped danger many times in recent days, so everyone was very confident, relaxed, and occasionally in a mood to laugh. Fang Sui thought for a while, and his face became a little serious. I have a feeling that this Death Maze seems to hide some shocking secrets that we don't know. I plan to go through this teleportation array to the 3-star gold altars on the other side of the teleportation array. Yu Xiangshan is undoubtedly among them. Fang Sui said this, obviously not intending to let everyone go through the teleportation array to the space on the other side of the teleportation array. Sure enough, he continued, for some reason, the space on the other side of the teleportation array gave me a feeling of trembling with fear the moment I saw it. If we all go in, it's too risky. It's like a gambler's character, betting all the chips in one fell swoop, which is obviously unwise. So I plan to have some people go in, and some people stay here as a support. Everyone nodded in agreement. Afterwards, they decided that Fang Sui's team and the young mage would go through the teleportation array to see the other side first, leaving Guelyuo and Mao Yan to lead the team outside to respond. Fang Sui discussed some emergency response methods with Guelyuo and Mao Yan, and then without delay, he stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared one by one with the young mage and the other 3 people in his team, and went to the mysterious space on the other side of the teleportation array. PS. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 384, The Inner World. After Fang Sui and the others left, Guelyuo and Mao Yan led their less than 20 men and immediately evacuated the altar. They did not go far, but temporarily took shelter in a maze passage a little further away. Hey, Mao Yan, why didn't Fang let us guard the altar teleportation array, but hide somewhere nearby? If we wait next to the teleportation array, wouldn't it be more convenient to deal with various emergencies? Guelyuo and his men carefully hid in the passage, while the others spread out to set up defenses around. Guelyuo leaned against a wall, looking very leisurely, sticking out half of his head, looking up at the altar with the teleportation array, and whispered to Mao Yan, who was not far away. Mao Yan was fiddling with a circular metal machine that looked like a silver bracelet left by Fang Sui. This bracelet-like machine can display the array pattern picture. Once it is touched, the scene of Fang Sui and others entering the teleportation array will appear in it. This is to let Mao Yan and Guelyuo know at any time what Fang Sui and others are doing after entering the other end of the teleportation array. Once there is an accident, Mao Yan and Guelyuo can see what happened to Fang Sui and others at the first time, and they can deal with it. Hearing Guelyuo's question, Mao Yan rolled his eyes and said, you will know if you think about it yourself. Why do you have to ask? If we still stay on the top of the altar and guard the teleportation array, we can certainly react the fastest when encountering something. But have you ever thought that Yu Xiangshan may have accomplices? Guelyuo said, have accomplices? He obviously still didn't understand the trick, and looked at Mao Yan with an idiotic face. Mao Yan laughed and said, if Yu Xiangshan really has accomplices, they will most likely come from somewhere and use the teleportation array to enter the space where the 3-star gold altars are located to meet Yu Xiangshan. What will happen if we continue to stand next to the altar teleportation array? Guelyuo said, oh, and finally understood. Then we will run into Yu Xiangshan's accomplices. Not only will we be exposed, but it may also expose the fact that Team Fang and others have sneaked in, which will put them in an unfavorable situation. So we hide here and quietly monitor the altar teleportation array, so that we can be in the dark, while the enemy is in the light. No matter whether someone comes out of the teleportation array or someone goes in, we can hide in the dark, and deal with it calmly. Mao Yan looked at Guelyuo unhappily and nodded, meaning that what he said was completely right this time. Guelyuo became a little happy, pursed his lips, and said with a smile, speaking of which, it is fortunate that we have the team with us when we entered the maze this time, otherwise we would be in trouble. We would either be forced to exit the maze, or suffer heavy casualties, or even be wiped out. Mao Yan agreed, it would be fine if we hadn't met Fang Sui, but when we did, he was really amazing. His strong fighting ability is secondary. The key is that he has a lot of wisdom and the ability to break through the difficulties by adapting to circumstances, which is even more admirable. There are very few people like him among those we have met in these years. Guan Yuo agreed and nodded repeatedly. Mao Yan said again, I will do some other things according to what Fang Sui said before he left. You monitor here and see if there are really people who are Yu Xiangshan's accomplices. If there are really people entering and leaving the teleportation array, be careful not to alert the enemy. The two of them are used to working together. After hanging out for a long time, Guan Yuo spoke casually and said impatiently, okay, don't talk too much here. Can't I be a lookout? By the way, how about I do what Fang Duan told me to do, and you stay here to monitor the altar? Mao Yan said, come on, you are good at fighting, but you are mostly stupid in other things. What Fang Duan said is very important. I'm not at ease with you going. After saying that, he took a few subordinates and turned away. Only Guan Yuo and 7 or 8 of his subordinates were left on the spot. In fact, Guan Yuo is a rough but meticulous person. In addition to his strong fighting power, he is not a brainless idiot. At this time, he was also concentrating on these monitoring tasks. He did not neglect the small things and stared at the altar above without blinking. For a long time, nothing unusual happened on the altar. However, Guan Yuo did not relax. He was still lying in wait, staring at the altar a little further away. Soon after, the change really happened. Suddenly, there was a person next to the teleportation array above the altar. He was a young man with a cold and hard face and a serious expression. He was wearing a golden and luxurious robe with a strong figure and broad shoulders. Standing there, he had a demeanor that was like a demon god. His eyes were as deep as 2 black suns, making people dare not look at him. There was an indescribable and breathtaking magic. The young man appeared in an extremely abrupt way, as if he appeared on the altar like a magic trick, as if he had been standing there. Whether it was the way this person appeared, or his overwhelming demeanor, Guan Yuo, who squinted his eyes and stared at the altar in the dark, was suddenly startled. Who is this person who has such a terrifying demeanor? From this, it can be inferred that this person's cultivation must be astonishingly powerful. Under Guan Yuo's gaze, the young man in the golden robe who appeared on the altar, with his hands behind his back, walked towards the teleportation array like a dragon and a tiger. Obviously, this young man was also preparing to enter the teleportation array. However, just before he was about to step into the teleportation array, this young man, who was like a god or a demon, with a majestic and cold demeanor, slowly stopped, suddenly turned his head to where Guan Yuo was, and looked at him expressionlessly. Guan Yuo was shocked. Not only was the distance between the two parties very far, but when he was spying on this young man, he was always in a state of restraining all his energy. In this case, could the young man still sense his gaze? What level of cultivation is this? So terrible. Time went back a little. After Fang Sui and others entered the teleportation array, they immediately felt the light in front of them change. The fluctuations of time and space existed in an abstract stream of form beyond human understanding, flowing by their side like water. In a blink of an eye, the scene in front of the few people stabilized again, and they had already passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the other end of the teleportation array. Fang Sui and the other 5 people appeared on a stone platform with array patterns engraved on it. The surroundings were quiet and silent. According to Fang Sui's previous judgment, this should be a deeper space in the death maze. Several people turned their heads to look around. This deeper layer of the death maze was completely different from the scene, filled with death in the previous layer of the maze. Instead, it seemed like an independent and complete world. The sky was high and the color was deep. At this time, the night was deep, and there were sparse stars twinkling on the sky. A round of moon that looked a little gloomy cast a weak light, making this piece of heaven and earth hazy and cold. A little further away from the array pattern platform under the feet of Fang Sui and others, there were 3 magnificent altars built side by side with black body and void star gold. The array pattern platform where the few people were located was located on the ground, only a few feet high, and there was nothing special about it. In addition to the 3 altars, there are many towering and daunting ancient temple-style buildings. If you look down from the perspective of the mechanical bats flying above this space, Fang Sui and others seem to have come to an ancient temple complex. Near the array pattern platform where they are, there are many thick stone pillars engraved with gorgeous spells, towering into the clouds, like pillars supporting the sky. On these stone pillars, countless spells flicker, echoing with the array pattern platform's secret power flows, and the scene is gorgeous. Before Fang Sui and others came here, they had already seen the surrounding situation clearly through the mechanical bats that were put in advance, and knew that there was no one far away, but they still seemed very careful. As soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, they each found a thick pillar, hid their bodies, and began to communicate with each other through telepathy. Team Fang, what should we do next? This place is really strange. It should be inside the death maze, but how can there be an independent sky and stars? It's really incomprehensible. This place looks like a temple complex. It's probably a few years old, and it's filled with the breath of ancient times. Among them, the 3-star gold altars are located in the center, which is obviously the most important. Should we split into 3 teams and explore the 3 altars at the same time, or join together to explore one of them? Tina asked in telepathy. Fang Sui restrained the sharpness in his eyes and was looking around vigilantly. He responded, the enemy and our situation is unclear at this time. We can't split up our forces anymore. It's safer to act together. You must know that once things are impossible, our primary goal is to preserve ourselves. Therefore, we will be stronger if we unite. Let's act together and take care of each other, including the young mage. Several people all admired Fang Sui's ability to judge the situation. Since he made a decision, none of them raised different opinions. They gestured to each other and started to act immediately. The 5 people used their stealth skills together, and they all turned into a wisp of light smoke, moving silently as if floating in the wind. Between the teleportation platform and the 3-star gold altars, there is a flat and open square with a green stone floor. The square is more than 1,000 feet in area and has a square shape. At the other end, it is adjacent to one of the star gold altars. There is an entrance facing the square on the altar side. It is a temple-style gate with stone pillars on both sides. It is dark inside and looks a bit gloomy, but it can lead directly to the inside of the altar. After entering the world of the 2nd floor of this maze, Anubis's induction came again. After Yu Xiangshan came here, he entered the inside of the altar opposite the square. This space was always silent. Fang Sui and others did not find any traces of anyone when they came down from the array pattern platform. And Fang Sui used the mechanical bats that were put in beforehand and flew high in the sky to explore the situation of thousands of feet around clearly. There was not even a living thing nearby. Even so, they still maintained a cautious mentality. Naturally, they could not swagger through the 1,000-foot wide, uncovered square in front of them. The 5 people looked at each other, and then each of them took action to show their skills. Fang Sui was the first to move. He urged the divine soil in his body and silently escaped under the earth. In the short time of a breath, when he reappeared, he had crossed 1,000 feet and came to the opposite side of the square, not far from the entrance of the star gold altar. Zhang Shizhen practiced the Supreme Ghost Way and was best at the invisible and invisible escape method. He took a step forward, as if he had treated the void as a water curtain, blending into it like a ghost and disappearing without a trace. A moment later, he also appeared beside Fang Sui and passed through the square without any alarm. The remaining Tina and Yu King were about to show their skills, but the young mage lowered his voice and said, "You two, come with me, it will save trouble." After that, he stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the void, and the fluctuations of magic suddenly spread. The void under his finger suddenly gave rise to ripples, and the fluctuations faintly constructed the shape of a door. Tina exclaimed, "This is the fixed point transmission in the space mirror magic. Has your magic cultivation touched the level of space rules?" The young man smiled and went into the void portal in front of him that was fluctuating like water. Tina and Yu King followed. The 3 of them disappeared one after another, and when they reappeared, they successfully crossed 1,000 feet and came to Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen. Several people showed their skills and gathered together again like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. They were also skilled and courageous. They still did not show any trepidation when entering such a mysterious place. They smiled at each other in the dark and then covered each other. In the staggered formation, they walked towards the dark entrance of the altar opposite. At the same time as they sneaked into the altar, Queluo outside was fighting a life and death battle with someone. PS. Please recommend and subscribe, and please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Buster is crying. Queluo is a man who is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside, especially with his very strong fighting ability. He has fought for the All Heavens Alliance for many years, and has made great contributions. He is very famous within the Alliance. Although he is at the peak of the 4th level, he has the ability to cross levels to fight against the 5th level. He is a rare warrior. This can be seen from the fact that the All Heavens Alliance selected elites to enter the death maze this time, and Queluo was the first one to be selected. He is indeed a good choice at the moment, and his fighting strength can be imagined. The one who suddenly fought with Queluo at this time was the young man who suddenly appeared above the altar like a demon god. Before the young man was about to enter the altar, he noticed the existence of Queluo and looked over to where he was hiding. Just when Queluo was slightly frightened and amazed at the young man's sensitive sensing ability, his eyes blurred, and the young man crossed a very long distance in an instant, and appeared in front of Queluo. This shocked Queluo even more. It should be noted that his location was quite far from the altar with the transfer array. Queluo asked himself that he could not cross such a long distance in a short time. Of course, he had experienced hundreds of battles, and experienced life and death many times. Although he was shocked at the moment, he was far from being terrified. In fact, after the newcomer approached, even though he knew that the other party was not easy to mess with, Queluo was inspired to fight, and ignited a raging war. Who are you? Why are you here? Tell me the truth. Maybe I will spare your life. The young man's voice was cold and majestic. He stood in front of Queluo with his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, "Spare my life." Queluo sneered and did not answer. The battle broke out directly in the next moment. As soon as he made a move, it was immediately clear that Queluo's strength was indeed amazing. He stretched out his hand and clenched it, and his fingers stretched out. Suddenly, a rumbling and loud explosion sounded in one hand, and the magic power in his body flowed, as if there were rivers and seas surging in his palm, naturally exuding an amazing sense of powerful power. With one hand, the sea is vast, and the power is like a river. This alone is enough to show how strong the surging power in Queluo's body is. With a deep shout, 2 bronze round metal sticks, one long and one short, appeared out of thin air in Queluo's hand. With a whoosh, Queluo twisted his hands in a violent posture, like a crab waving its claws with its teeth bared. In the whistling, the 2 sticks in his hands turned into 2 evil dragons that turned over the river, roared to the sky, shook the void, and lashed at the young man opposite, looking for death. Even though Queluo showed such an amazing momentum and skill, the young man did not show any emotion. He said calmly, and then made a lightning move. Under incredible circumstances, he reached out and grabbed Queluo's long stick that turned into a dragon. The young man swung his other hand and easily blasted away another dragon that Queluo transformed with a short stick. In an instant, Queluo's attack had not been fully launched, and it had been broken, and could no longer continue. From a distance, the young man was holding a dragon's neck with one hand, looking extremely powerful, like a legendary god who could subdue dragons and tigers. Queluo's face changed slightly. With this move, he could clearly sense the strength of the young man in front of him. He was not as powerful as he had imagined. He was only a 4th grade upper grade, the same level and grade as Queluo. However, it was precisely because of this that Queluo was even more shocked. It should be noted that Queluo was already able to fight across levels and was very powerful. At this time, he was fighting against an opponent of the same level, but he was suppressed by the opponent as soon as he made a move and was at an absolute disadvantage. It is easy to imagine how powerful this young man was. He was a legendary genius who was truly invincible at the same level. With time, once this young man was promoted to the 5th level, he would probably be one of the most powerful and outstanding geniuses in the world, and even have the potential to be the champion of the entire youth generation. Such an amazing person. At this time, the demon-like young man opposite Guo smiled coldly, and began to exert force in his hands. Crack. The long stick that Guo was holding in the young man's hand, and could transform into a dragon, suddenly shattered, and was turned into scrap metal by the young man's single hand. Guo's long and short copper sticks are actually rare treasures, made of copper refined from deep sea gold, and are indestructible. Before today, Guo never thought that someone could crush it with bare hands. At this moment, Guo finally confirmed that he was definitely not the opponent of the young man in front of him. This person was really terrifying, like a demon god. Under the same level, he was simply invincible. From the young man appearing in front of him, to the two sides fighting, to Guo knowing that he was no match for him, all these things happened in an instant. At this time, several of Guo's subordinates who were scattered in the surrounding passages to defend, discovered that something was wrong one after another and quickly surrounded them. Guo used all his strength to push forward his body, and shouted, "All of you go. If anyone can return to the Alliance, let the Alliance thoroughly investigate this person and avenge me." Before Guo finished speaking, he swung the only remaining dragon short stick in his hand, and in an instant, thousands of stick shadows appeared, and the dragon roared, and hit the opponent. For a moment, Guo was as powerful as a mad tiger. His subordinates were also elites. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, no one hesitated to show affection. They looked at each other, and made a decision. They were divided into two groups. Half of them were fearless and still rushed up to besiege the young man with Guo. The other half quickly took off according to Guo's instructions, and fled to the depths of the passage, where they were hiding, and disappeared in an instant. At the moment, when Guo was fighting for his life, Fang Sui and others on the other side were approaching the Star Gold altar. In a blink of an eye, several people came to the side of the altar, and not far away was a gate that could enter the interior of the altar. The gate was an open palace gate, deep and hollow inside, without any obstruction, but the sight could not see too far away, and it was impossible to see the scene inside the Star Gold altar from the outside. Inside the altar, there seemed to be a secret flow that blocked anyone's prying. What method can we use to get in? At this time, several people urged the power in their bodies, transformed into darkness, blended into the night, and hid not far from the altar gate. Even if someone passed by nearby, it would be difficult to detect their existence. The one who asked the question was the young mage. Fang Sui frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "We entered this space and felt secretive, but in fact everything was based on the premise that Yu Xiangshan did not notice it along the way. Otherwise, if he had already noticed it, then our entry into this space at this time might have been a death trap he deliberately set up." Tina smiled softly in the dark, and transmitted her voice with magic power. "It's impossible. We tracked Yu Xiangshan relying on Anubis's ability, and always kept a very far distance from him. Think about it another way. Even if a few of us were replaced by Yu Xiangshan, it would be impossible for us to find that we were being followed under the same circumstances." Fang Sui hummed softly, "I know the truth, but we have to think about it as if our whereabouts have been discovered. We should put ourselves at a disadvantage first, so that if something goes wrong, we can react quickly and have the ability to break the deadlock, so as not to be caught off guard by unexpected events." He added, "I don't know if you feel this. When I approached this Star Gold altar, I felt a little frightened. It's not fear, but an indescribable emotion. This altar seems to have an aura that makes billions of creatures in awe." Fang Sui's words immediately resonated with the others. "I have this feeling too. If you didn't say it, I would have thought that I was the only one who felt this way, and didn't dare to say it." The young mage said frankly, "Yes, I have too." Zhang Shizhen continued, "Me too. Everyone has this feeling, which is obviously very abnormal." Fang Sui frowned even deeper. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly exclaimed. The others asked together, "What's wrong?" At this moment, a scene flashed in the depths of Fang Sui's eyes. This scene was transmitted by a mechanical bat in the death maze that Fang Sui left outside. In the perspective of the bat, looking down from above, Queluo was in a maze passage, being grabbed by the neck with one hand by a young man with a demon-like back, and had lost his ability to resist. There were several corpses scattered around the two men. They were Queluo's subordinates. Then a terrifying and strange scene happened. The young man stretched out his other hand and held out his hand to Queluo. In an instant, Queluo's body lost blood and flesh, just like a flower withering. In the blink of an eye, Queluo became a terrifying skin and bone figure with a miserable appearance. The blood, flesh, and energy in his body turned into a blood-colored light, which was quickly absorbed by the young man and gathered in his hand to form a blood-colored light ball. During the process, Queluo was obviously enduring great pain. He gritted his teeth and injured it, not letting himself make a painful sound. His eyes were full of anger, but he could not struggle. The blue veins on Queluo's face were stretched one by one, and it was obvious that he was extremely humiliated. In the end, the anger in his eyes gradually weakened, the energy in his body was completely drained, his eyes were dim, and he almost died. The young man saw that the anger in Queluo's eyes disappeared, and he had completely lost the ability to resist. He showed a mocking smile on his face, but he did not stop there. He stretched out his hand to grab Queluo's head and extracted wisps of black air from his head. He actually took out Queluo's soul. Then, Queluo's soul and the blood-colored light formed by the energy extracted from his body and the blood and flesh were put into the mouth of the young man and eaten. In an instant, Queluo's life was forbidden, and he died with his eyes open. His body was absorbed by the energy and became rotten and dry. This scene was almost exactly the same as the death of the 9 corpses that Fang Sui and others saw on the altar not long ago. Fang Sui witnessed the whole tragedy from the perspective of the bat, but he was powerless to stop it, and his eyes flashed with an extremely angry look. The next moment, the demon-like young man disappeared in a flash. From the perspective of the mechanical bat, he was catching up with several fleeing troops under Queluo's command at a speed close to that of a ghost. In the end, all of these people died tragically without exception. The last scene was that young man raised his head, revealing a majestic and cold face, looking arrogantly and glancing at the mechanical bat in the sky. In an instant, the mechanical bat collapsed and destroyed. The scene that Fang Sui could see disappeared. Fang Tao, what did you see? Queluo is dead. Dead. Who did it? An unknown young man, who looks very powerful. Queluo died. Several people were not heartbroken, but after all, they had been moving forward all the way, and were considered partners in the same camp. When they heard the news of his death, everyone frowned. After a moment of silence, the young mage said, "We can only talk about Queluo's murder later. Let's go back to the present, and talk about how to enter this altar." Fang Sui nodded, suppressed the anger in his heart, because he saw Queluo's death with his own eyes, and said thoughtfully, "It suddenly occurred to me that there is no trace of people in this altar space. Even if Yu Xiangshan came here to meet up with others, their total number would never be too large. And since Yu Xiangshan chose this altar to enter, the meeting place they agreed to meet is likely to be in this altar. In this case, the other 2 altars are likely to be vacant at present. So why should we choose the difficult over the easy? In fact, the most rational way at the moment should be to take advantage of the opportunity and explore the other 2 altars." Fang Sui's analysis makes sense. It is equivalent to temporarily giving up the possibility of a direct encounter with the other party and instead first finding out the truth about the other 2 altars and then formulating the next plan based on the results of the exploration. This choice is undoubtedly more reasonable and plays to one's strengths and avoids one's weaknesses. Fang Sui changed his plan temporarily because he found out that the altar space was not simple after approaching, so he became more cautious. After listening to Fang Sui's analysis, several people nodded at the same time and immediately changed their target and sneaked to another altar nearby. Not long after, several people successfully arrived outside the target altar. This altar also has a magnificent pillar-style gate, which is deep and dark inside, without any movement. Fang Sui first used his means to release a fist-sized mechanical spider to explore the way, and confirmed that there were no traps inside and outside the entrance. Then he waved his hand gently, and several people entered the interior of this mysterious altar. On the other side, at the same moment when Fang Sui and others entered the altar, the light flashed again on the teleportation array that could enter this altar space. A young man with a tall and arrogant figure like a demon god walked out of the teleportation array. The young man who had just killed Guelyuo looked around with a thunderous look. He took a step forward, and in an instant he arrived at the entrance of the altar across the square, murmuring in a low voice, "I have waited for so long in the reincarnation of the previous life, and it is finally about to begin." After that, the young man proudly walked into the altar and disappeared. At the same moment, Fang Sui and others who entered another altar, their faces changed as soon as they walked in. Fang Sui's shoulder flashed slightly, and Bast and Horus appeared respectively, and their four eyes emitted a strange light that had never been seen before. Upon closer inspection, Buster was actually crying. This chapter has more than 4,000 words, which is considered a long chapter. I wish everyone a happy Christmas Eve. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me, thank you. Chapter 386 The Gods Kneel. After Fang Sui and the others entered the altar, the scene they saw changed instantly, like the movement of the stars. When they looked from the outside, the interior of the altar was only dark, blocked by the secret power, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, once they really walked into it, it was like walking into another world. The light in front of the eyes of several people suddenly became bright, and the surroundings were magnificent. In a trance, it was like walking into the heavenly palace of the gods. The temple space in this altar is so old, and the architectural form is similar to the style of the initial period of chaos recorded in some ancient books in our family. If it is really passed down from the chaos period to the present, it is really incredible. Tana's family of the 12 main gods has an ancient heritage and a long family history. After she entered the temple, she could tell the approximate time of its construction from some of the surrounding architectural forms. The space inside the altar in front of everyone, the four walls are like cast in gold, majestic and gorgeous, square in shape, more than 3,000 feet in width and length, and the top wall is towering and dome-shaped, forming a pattern of round sky and square earth. The most amazing thing is that on the dome of the top wall, which is thousands of feet away from the ground, a strange starry sky has evolved. The entire top wall is in the darkness, but it is shining with unprecedented golden starlight, spreading the golden light that shines on the entire interior of the temple. At this time, Tana deduced from the architectural form of the temple that this place has existed for a very long time, and Fang Sui and others were a little surprised. The key is that the space inside the altar has not been dilapidated at all, after existing for a long time, and the interior is magnificent, as if it was newly built yesterday, without any traces of time or a drop of dust. The entire altar space is quiet, solemn, and dignified, and no one exists. The interior of this altar is really weird. The mechanical spider that you put in to explore before can only detect that there is no danger in this altar. When you enter it, you always see a ball of darkness. Why, when we come in, we see the walls are golden, like the palace of gods. UK King looked around with flowing eyes, and transmitted the voice with divine thoughts. The young wizard looked a little solemn. I do know part of the reason. This place should be protected by a magical power. Only living intelligent species can enter it, and see the true face of this temple, which is the scene we see now. The mechanical spider that the team sent in to explore earlier is lifeless, so after entering, you can't see the true face of this temple. While the other people were shocked by the splendor inside the temple and were discussing with each other, Fang Sui never spoke. On his shoulders, Bast and Horus, who appeared in no particular order, were squatting. For the first time, Bast's cat eyes lost their usual weirdness and were filled with sadness. It was crying silently, and tears rolled down, wetting the robe on Fang Sui's shoulders. Fang Sui did not immediately ask Bast why he was crying. His eyes were also looking at the space inside the altar. The wide ground inside the altar was not empty, but there were hundreds of statues of gods standing in a row. Each of these sculptures was extremely tall, at least more than 100 feet. All the statues were made of gold, with golden light flowing throughout their bodies. They were majestic and beautiful, and the images were vivid and awe-inspiring. However, there was a strange thing. The forms of these statues were highly unified. They were all sculpted into humble kneeling postures. All the statues of gods were kowtowed to the main statue at the front of the temple. The statue being worshipped was the only standing statue in the entire temple. The faces of these statues of God sculpted into kneeling postures were vividly portrayed with humility, fear, and even flattery. Who is so bold and presumptuous that he sculpted the gods of the heavens in such a terrible way? Let them kneel. That is the legendary god of magic. He was sculpted into a flattering posture. The young mage looked at one of the statues in the temple that was sculpted into a kneeling posture with an angry look on his face. Obviously, the god of magic was a god he revered. The space inside this altar is indeed strange, with thousands of sculptures of gods kneeling and worshipping. Who is so rebellious and disrespectful to the gods and demons? Fang Sui frowned and looked at everything in the hall, and finally looked at the only standing statue that was worshipped by all the gods. The statue was more than 400 feet tall, and the golden light was like water, conveying a sense of grace and majesty. This statue has a strange power inside, and its face is covered by the golden light, making it difficult to see its true appearance. Only a pair of dark golden eyes are exposed, emitting two dazzling golden beams, projecting into the void in front of the statue into a strange image, presenting a video picture over and over again. The first thing that appeared in the image was a group of boundless chaos that existed before the universe was opened. Then a giant was born from the chaos, opening up the vast universe and the world of the heavens. This scene has been mentioned in countless mythological origins. The one born from the chaos is the original god of all things. In Eastern mythology, the first god born from chaos is called Pandu. In Western mythology, this god of the universe is called the king of all gods. Some call him the lord of chaos. In some Buddhist legends, he is called Brahma. Coincidentally, countless myths and legends have mentioned such a god who opened up the universe and evolved the heavens. At this time, under the gaze of Fang Sui and others, the statue standing at the front of the altar also projected such an image in its eyes, showing the image of a god who opened up chaos and gave birth to the world. After that, the beam image emitted from the statue's eyes continued to change. When the ancestor god created the world, he tore open the barrier of this universe and stepped into the depths of time and space. His majestic figure disappeared in the depths of time and space and never appeared again. At this time, the picture shown in the image changed strangely. After the original ancestor god left, in this universe, at the place where the ancestor god was born, another dark chaos quietly appeared. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is yin, there is yang. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is good, there is evil. This is the eternal law in the universe. Therefore, after the first main god between heaven and earth was born in the chaos, another dark chaos was born, which is understandable. After an unknown amount of time passed, a god was born in the dark chaos. She was born in the image of a woman, with a graceful demeanor, as if she was the beginning of all life in the world. Only her eyes emitted an extremely evil light from time to time, as if she was the source of all evil in the world. After this mother goddess born in the dark chaos was born, she first created the first batch of life in the universe, that is, the first batch of gods in the universe. The gods opened up the world, each created a species of life, and tirelessly pursued the glorious road to immortality. However, terrible things happened afterwards. After a long time, the mother goddess revealed her evil nature. She actually began to devour the gods she created, that is, her children. The disaster lasted for endless years, and darkness enveloped the universe. Billions of lives fell. In the end, the gods joined forces to resist, and successfully overthrew the cruel and evil mother goddess, but the mother goddess could not be killed. The gods could only build a prison after another, imprisoning the body and soul fragments of the mother goddess in different prisons, and sent them to different time and space, and even to the depths of different years, hoping that the body of the mother goddess would never be reunited and resurrected. The picture projected in the eyes of the statue in front of the altar space ended here, and finally the fog covering its face suddenly disappeared, revealing the face of the statue. It was the image of a woman, who was the Dark Chaos Mother Goddess. Inexplicably, when the Dark Chaos Mother Goddess revealed her true appearance, Fang Sui and others were horrified, and suddenly there rose up in their minds panic, fear, anger, confusion and other negative emotions. In the blink of an eye, these negative emotions disappeared, and everyone had the idea of kneeling and submitting to the Mother Goddess again. After a long time or a moment, all kinds of emotions disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. Several people looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The young mage's voice was low and hoarse, as if talking to himself. The previous image is a legendary secret. The Dark Chaos Mother Goddess is the mother of all gods. These 3 altars are the altars for gods, to sacrifice built by the mothers, to find the bodies of the mothers scattered in endless time and space and revive them. Fang Sui had heard Jiao talk about the secret legend of the mothers. At that time, Jiao also speculated that Wuling and Yu Xiangshan might be the reincarnations of the 6 sons of the gods and the 5 servants of the goddess in the mother's forces. These high-level figures of the mother's forces can keep their souls immortal, no matter what the circumstances are. Even if they have experienced reincarnation, they can still wake up from it and find the memories of their past lives. No one can kill them completely. They are the most loyal believers of the mothers. They have been working tirelessly for billions of years just to revive the mothers and bring them back to the world. Fang Sui's mind was full of thoughts. He looked at the young mage and said, "So you also know the secrets of the mothers?" The young mage looked strange and said, "I was just speaking from my heart, but I didn't expect that after I said it, you, Captain Fang, also knew about the mothers." Fang Sui smiled and said, "I heard it from someone." With their backgrounds, Tina and Yu King didn't know the secrets of the mothers. At this time, the 2 women and Zhang Shizhen looked over curiously. After Fang Sui's brief explanation, the 2 women's expressions showed a hint of shock. They looked at the only statue standing in front of them again and said, "Is that the statue of the mothers? So, this maze of death is the place where the mothers have power." Fang Sui nodded and said, "It seems that it should be so." After speaking, he let out a sigh of relief and walked forward. The other 4 followed. All around were statues of gods that were over 100 feet tall, with people kneeling on the ground and bowing to the mothers. Fang Sui and others were walking among them, but they were not even as tall as a toe of these statues, which showed how majestic these statues were. As they walked forward, Fang Sui asked Taurus and Bast on his shoulders, "Why did you 2 suddenly come out? Buster, why are you crying?" Buster said sadly, "I feel the breath of a familiar god here, whose life was sacrificed and fell here." Fang Sui was slightly surprised and said, "You mean, at a certain period in the long years, there was a god from the Egyptian pantheon in this temple, who was sacrificed to the mothers by the people of the mother's force?" Tears silently overflowed from Buster's big eyes. He nodded his head slightly and sobbed, "Yes. The sacrificed gods will die completely, without any trace of existence, and will never exist forever." Fang Sui was silent, and then asked Horus on the other shoulder, "Are you coming out for the same reason as Bast?" Horus shook his majestic eagle head slightly, and what he was about to say the next moment surprised and shocked Fang Sui. Merry Christmas Eve and Christmas to everyone. Thanks for your support. Chapter 387, the real beginning of the variation. I showed up because I sense the existence of my deity here. After Fang Sui asked, Horus' voice of telepathy rang out. The fluctuations of his divine thoughts lacked the previous sonority and sharpness, and seemed a little depressed. Fang Sui's heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves, and he said in surprise, "My deity? You said your deity is here?" Horus's deity is one of the most powerful fighting gods among the Egyptian gods, the sky god of war, Horus Eagle God, also known as the god of war Ugat. What does it mean that his deity is here? A god is in this altar space. There was a flickering light in Horus Eagle eyes, like 2 golden swords, and he said with certainty, "Yes, my perception is not wrong. My real body is here. But he is dead. To be exact, his body is here." There was a hint of sadness in the tone of Horus the Eagle, and he continued, "My existence is because I once separated a wisp of energy and attached it to the scepter of Horus. This gave birth to me. To some extent, I'm a remnant soul left by me in this world." Fang Sui had known this for a long time. The Horus Eagle, who was revived from the scepter of Horus, could possess wisdom all because of Horus himself. He once injected a wisp of spiritual energy into the scepter, making the Horus beside Fang Sui a kind of artifact spirit. Horus said again, "The aura of the body of the deity that I sensed is in the middle of these 3 star gold altars." The star gold altar in the middle was the one that Fang Sui and the others were originally going to enter. Yu Xiangshan should be in the altar over there at this time. At this time, Fang Sui and the others stepped forward, passing through the kneeling statues of gods and demons one after another, and gradually approached the center of the hall, where the statue of the mother goddess was located. Suddenly, several people stopped at the same time. Their faces showed a look of alertness. They reacted very quickly, and instantly each of them restrained their whole body's aura, hiding behind a kneeling statue, and hiding their bodies. The next moment, the void in front of the statue of the mother goddess fluctuated slightly like ripples, and a space gate that was like a water curtain was formed. A tall and upright figure walked out of the space gate. It was Yu Xiangshan, who Fang Sui and the others had been tracking. At this time, Yu Xiangshan had no expression on his face, but his eyes were shining, and his spirits were high. Judging from the expression on his face, he seemed to be in a state of excitement. After he entered the altar space, he glanced at the hundreds of kneeling statues of gods, and smiled slightly, as if there was a hint of contempt. Then Yu Xiangshan turned around, and knelt respectfully in front of the statue of the Mother of Gods. He murmured a strange spell. Mother of the gods sleeping in the depths of time and space, we have believed in your holy name for thousands of generations, and prayed for your return in the long reincarnation. Now the node of reincarnation has come to the most critical moment, and we will offer sacrifices again. His voice was very low, and Fang Sui and others could only hear it vaguely. They only heard intermittent sentences such as offering sacrifices, and then some of Yu Xiangshan's praises to the Mother of Gods. The sacrificial texts, that were similar to flattery, were all praising the greatness of the Mother of Gods. At this time, the young mage hiding in the dark, Tina, Zhang Shizhen, and Yu King all looked at Fang Sui. Their meaning was very clear. They wanted to ask Fang Sui whether they should attack suddenly and take down Yu Xiangshan. With the strength of Fang Sui's team, plus the 5 young mages, not to mention Yu Xiangshan, even a 5th level character would probably be captured alive by them. To be honest, the temptation of a sudden attack was really great, but Fang Sui still shook his head slightly, and stopped everyone from moving. He raised his hand and quietly pointed to the space door that had never disappeared after Yu Xiangshan appeared, meaning that someone might appear in that door at any time, and it was not safe to attack Yu Xiangshan now. As if to verify the correctness of what Fang Sui said, a person really walked out from behind the void door the next moment. Fang Sui's eyes narrowed into a slit in an instant, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in them. The person who walked out of the space door was the demon-like burly young man who killed Guo Yuo. The man walked out with his hands behind his back, looked at Yu Xiangshan, and said in a deep voice, "No movement?" Yu Xiangshan stood up from the posture of kneeling to the mothers, glanced at the young demon god, and did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he said coldly, after regaining the lost memories from reincarnation in this life, "We have not competed yet, and now we can't say who is stronger and who is weaker. Therefore, our ranking among the 6 sons of the gods in this life has not been determined. No one can predict in advance who will be higher and who will be lower. So if you want to ask me something, you'd better say please first." The young demon god laughed dumbly and said sarcastically, "It seems that you have awakened in this life and have good confidence. You even want to challenge me and rise in rank among the 6 sons of the gods. If there is a chance, I must learn your supreme reincarnation technique and see how you progress." Yu Xiangshan snorted. "Even before, you were not the leader of my 6 sons of the gods, and the highest ranking was only 3rd. Then he said, "I came here alone and didn't lead anyone out. It seems that your guess is wrong. No one followed me into the altar space. You killed a few people from the All Heavens Alliance outside, but it doesn't necessarily prove that others have followed in." The young demon god sneered. "It's best if no one follows in." The young demon god and Yu Xiangshan seemed to be competing for the specific ranking among the 6 sons of the gods within the mother's force. The relationship between them was not friendly, and there was even a sense of tit for tat. At the moment, the 2 sides looked at each other, and they were about to start a fight. At this moment, another voice sounded from the other side of the space gate where the 2 came out. "The sacrifice is about to begin. After you open the connecting door of the 3 altars, come here quickly. Once the sacrifice process begins, except for us, all life in this space will be absorbed by the power of the Mother Goddess across time and space. No one can change this result. If someone really comes in, he is looking for death. Don't pay too much attention to it. The voice sounded ordinary, neither majestic nor cold, but when the voice came into their ears, Yu Xiangsheng and the young demon god both looked slightly stern. They withdrew their gazes from each other, turned around and walked back into the space gate. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared one after another. Faintly, Yu Xiangsheng's voice was heard from the other side of the space gate. Doesn't the oracle show that 2 of the 5 servants of the goddess have awakened their reincarnation memories? The sacrifice process is about to begin. Why didn't one of them come together? Could it be that his memory has not been successfully awakened? Shouldn't we wait? No need to wait. The time of sacrifice is set for each reincarnation and cannot be changed. Fang Sui and his companions on this side pricked up their ears to listen to the voice coming from the space gate and looked at each other. After a while, Zhang Shizhen asked in a voice transmission, Fang Tao, their sacrifice seems very important. What should we do? Fang Sui said without thinking, do you still need to ask? We will naturally sabotage them. While he was speaking in a telepathic way, he poked his head and glanced at the void gate left in front of the statue of the mother gods after Yu Xiangsheng and the demon god youth left. Then he retracted his gaze, tilted his head to think about it, and then spread out his palm, and a metal ball appeared in his hand like a magic trick. This metal ball is somewhat different from the metal ball that Fang Sui had taken out before, which could transform into a mechanical spider or bat. It looks extremely delicate, black with dark blue lines, and oval in shape, somewhat like an egg. In fact, this metal ball is a wonderful thing that Cybertron can only produce 1 per year at the current stage of its evolution. Fang Sui only has 2 in his hand, called the Cybertron egg. When this metal ball appeared in Fang Sui's hand, its surface began to appear with images of mechanical spiders, bats, snakes, and even mechanical dogs, as well as mechanical eagles and other different mechanical creations. Finally, when the pattern on the Cybertron egg appeared to one of the images, Fang Sui touched the Cybertron egg. The next moment, the Cybertron egg in Fang Sui's hand showed a very wonderful change. It seemed to have life. First, it was like a flower, blooming rapidly in a very short time, and instantly stretched out thousands of tentacles, like petals. Countless metal tentacles expanded and looked weird. Suddenly, it stopped blooming and began to shrink, as if it was swallowing itself, and it was superimposed and recycled towards the middle point. After blooming, it became smaller layer by layer, which seemed to have an indescribable visual impact. Soon, the Cybertron egg was like origami, and it folded itself from a fist-sized metal object to less than the size of a rice grain. It continued to shrink. In the end, the Cybertron egg shrank into a nearly invisible thing in Fang Sui's hand. Its image was exactly the same as the pattern on the surface of the Cybertron egg that Fang Sui had just chosen, like a fly. This mechanical fly went the other way. Unlike other Cybertron metal balls, which all grew larger, it shrank to the extreme. It can be imagined that its precision has reached a certain limit. This mechanical fly represents the highest level of metal mechanical evolution of Cybertron at this stage. It still did not meet Fang Sui's requirement of having wisdom, and could not be called a mechanical life, but from another perspective, it was almost invisible, and could penetrate everywhere, making it difficult for anyone to discover its existence. The next moment, the metal fly in Fang Sui's hand flew out. Its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly passed through the space door left by Yu Xiangsheng and the young demon god. When they entered the position of Yu Xiangsheng and others on the other side. From the perspective of this almost invisible fly, Fang Sui and others saw Yu Xiangsheng and other people from the Mother's Force. The altar where Fang Sui was located on the side of the 3 altars, while the altar where Yu Xiangsheng and others were located was the one in the center of the 3 altars. The scene in the altar was almost the same as the scene in the altar where Fang Sui was located. Both were magnificent, with hundreds of sculptures of gods on the ground, bowing to the statues of the mothers. At this time, standing under the statues of the mothers with Yu Xiangsheng and the young demon god, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. What was a little strange was that the man and woman did not reveal their true appearance even in front of their companions Yu Xiangsheng and the demon youth. The woman was wearing an ancient silver robe, and her figure looked petite and thin. A layer of cold silver glow was scattered on her face, covering her true appearance. The woman stood there silently, without saying a word, but the faintly fluctuating aura around her was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of the 4th level. The other man was much taller than an ordinary person, wearing a strange black and white armor, which was filled with black and white air, lingering around the man, looking a little weird. His true appearance was also not revealed. He wore a black and white metal mask on his face. One side had a kind face, and the other side was fierce and evil. The mask seemed to imply that good and evil coexisted. At this moment, the man with the mask of good and evil said, although not all the people who have awakened from reincarnation under the command of my mothers have come to the birth of the Palace of the Dead this time, the 4 of us are just enough to preside over the sacrifice. Let's start the ceremony of sacrificing to the Mother of God. The other 3 nodded solemnly with a solemn look. After a while, the 4 of them each took a position and began to chant incantations. As their incantations sounded, soon the ground of the altar space where they were located began to shake. Obviously, some changes are happening. The overall situation in the 5 directions domain will also undergo earth-shaking changes from now on. The prologue is opened. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for the monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 388, The Real Beginning of the Variation, Part 2. In the deeper space of the Death Labyrinth, there are 3 magnificent altars built of void star gold, standing side by side in a temple-like building complex. Fang Sui and others have figured out the origin of the star gold altars. They are used by the Mother Power to offer sacrifices to the oldest evil deity in the vast universe, the Mother of the Gods. Among the powerful figures of the Mother Power who can awaken their memories in reincarnation, 4 are now gathering in the center of the 3 altars. They chant mysterious spells, summoning some mysterious power, and officially start the process of offering sacrifices to the mothers. As the 3 men and 1 woman chanted in a low voice, the entire altar began to vibrate, and soon, the vibration spread to the other 2 altars. The 3-star gold altars vibrated at the same time, becoming more and more intense. If you look down from the outside at this time, you can see countless starlight flashing on the surface of the 3-star gold altars. These starlights interweave and gather, like a compass, as if searching for something in billions of time and space. Soon after, the power of the 3-star gold altars merged together, tearing open to space black holes in the void above the altars. The 2 black holes slowly expanded and began to grow steadily. In one of the altars, Fang Sui and others were quietly hiding. Fang Sui frowned slightly at this time, and a warning sign was raised in his heart. He inexplicably felt uneasy, as if a great disaster was about to come. He had learned about the changes in the black holes above the 3 altars through the mechanical bats flying in the sky. Fang Tower, there are only 4 of them. Except for the strange guy wearing black and white armor, whose fluctuation has reached the 5th level, the other 3 are all 4th level. With the strength of our team to fight across levels, we may not be their opponents if we rush out directly. Tina used the glasses-like tool made by Sir Bertrand and the perspective of the mechanical fly to also pay attention to the situation over there. She spoke with a rather conceited tone. Fang Sui shook his head, his expression a little solemn. I also want to rush out, but if the people of the Mother's forces are really that simple, they would never have been passed down to this day, and would have been wiped out countless times. He continued, when fighting with the people of the Mother's forces, we cannot have the strength to fight across levels, and we may not even be their opponents at the same level. We only have 1 5th level primary grade, and the rest are all 3rd level peaks. So if we rush out, the possibility of a miserable defeat is greater. Let's wait a little longer. Fang Sui said that they have a 5th level primary grade, referring to the young mage, who is a 5th level primary grade and has the highest level of power among the young generation. After Fang Sui finished speaking, Tina and UK King looked at each other and stuck out their tongues coquettishly. Such words that boost others' ambitions were not said by Fang Sui. If it was someone else, they would definitely oppose it in unison, but the 2 women always believed in Fang Sui, so they didn't say anything, but they still felt a little unconvinced in their hearts, and pouted at Fang Sui together. At this time, the young mage looked at Fang Sui and said, Captain Fang, what do you mean by waiting a little longer? Fang Sui said calmly, after I entered the death maze, I once said that there would be a backup plan. Now I'm waiting for this backup plan to take effect. I hope it will work. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up slightly. Fang Sui continued, there is another reason why I don't let everyone rush out Ashley. I guess the people from the Mother's Force also have a backup plan. There are 4 people on the surface, but how could there be only 4 of them for such a big thing as sacrificing to the Mother of God? The other people were stunned when they heard this. After they entered the space where the 3 altars were located, their thoughts were always following the situation, but they had never thought of jumping out of their thoughts and looking at the current situation from another angle. However, when Fang Sui's words came out at this time, several people immediately reacted and felt that it made sense. Yes, for such a big thing as the sacrifice of the mothers, how could there be only 4 people from the Mother's Force? Fang Sui said slowly, I suspect that there are at least several masters of the Mother's Force hidden in the dark, who are used to deal with unexpected situations and ensure that their sacrifice process can proceed smoothly. So we must not go out at this time. I would rather miss this opportunity to stop them from sacrificing to the Mother Goddess than to risk our lives. While speaking, in the altar on the other side, the chanting of Yuxiangshan and the other 4 people gradually became louder, and the vibrations of the 3 altars slowly stopped. In the void outside the altar, the 2 black holes are still expanding. Obviously, their sacrifice process is approaching a critical moment. In the altar on Fang Sui's side, in front of the mother statue, the space gate left by Yuxiangshan and the demon god Youth, when they entered and exited earlier, also changed at this time. The space gate first grew and expanded, and then became transparent, revealing the other end of the space gate connected to the altar where the people of the Mother's Force were. At the same time, on the other side of the altar where the people of the Mother's Force were, there was also a space gate that was expanding and becoming transparent, just like the space gate on Fang Sui's side. In this way, it didn't take long before the 3 altars were connected to each other's space through 2 enlarged and transparent space gates, forming a whole. This scene was quite wonderful. The space of the 3 altars connected together seemed even larger and more magnificent, nearly 10,000 feet in radius, and majestic. Fang Sui and others naturally discovered this change at the first time. At this time, if they looked out from their hiding place, they could see what the people of the Mother's Force were doing in the other altar connected to it from a side angle through the expanded and transparent space gate without the perspective of the mechanical fly. On Fang Sui's side, the 5 people hid their bodies more carefully and restrained all fluctuations that might expose themselves, such as the sound of blood flowing in the body, the sound of heartbeat, and even the temperature of the body. UK King asked in the telepathic voice transmission, "Hey, Captain Fang, at this point, what backup arrangements have you made? You should tell us about it." Fang Sui compared the strength gap with the mother forces in his mind and hummed, "My backup arrangement was just a casual move at the beginning, just in case, so I will explain first whether the backup can work, and even if it does, I'm not sure how much effect it can have, so don't expect too much." He added, "After I discovered that this death maze would deliberately harvest lives, absorb death power from it, and increase the aura of the maze itself, even if I reminded the major forces at that time, it was too late to join forces to prevent people from outside from pouring into the maze, and it didn't work. But I still told Zhao Xianzhao and the 2 Protoss warriors on standby in Cybertron about my discovery after entering the death maze through the Cybertron magic crystal connected to my soul, and asked them to report this matter to the Alliance. As for how much attention the Alliance will pay, it is not something we can estimate. This is one of the previous backup arrangements." Tina also became interested and guessed, "The other backup plan should obviously be the mana message banners you left along the way. They clearly record the dangerous areas and solutions to each maze we passed through. People who enter the passage after us can successfully avoid the various dangers in the maze passage after reading the messages." After a pause, he said uncertainly, "What is the purpose of Team Fang doing this?" Fang Sui smiled and said, "Isn't this simple?" He explained in detail. "As we went deeper, we relied on the movement of the maze walls and passed through many passages. During this period, the mana banners I left behind should be hundreds in total. The number of people who saw the banners and avoided the murderous intentions of the maze and benefited from them should be quite a few." UK King said, "Well, it should be quite a few, if you add them up. I guess the people who saw the banners after us are probably talking about this strange thing now." Fang Sui continued, the purpose of my doing this is to win over people's hearts and increase credibility, so that everyone who sees the banner will know that the team of the Alliance of All Heavens is marching in the front, and every banner left behind by the team of the Alliance of All Heavens will help them pass through the dangerous areas in the maze. In this way, when necessary, we, the people of the Alliance of All Heavens, will stand up and make a call. I think many people who have benefited from the message banners are left behind will respond to the call. Several people fell silent, and they all understood the purpose of Fang Sui's arrangement. The young wizard pondered and said, the team's intention is to gather everyone's strength to deal with the sacrifice that the mother's forces are preparing to offer to the mothers. Fang Sui nodded and said, soon after we entered the maze, we didn't know that this maze was the place where the mother's forces were located, but we could already see that the maze was full of dangers, and it was definitely not something that one family could deal with. I was thinking of making some arrangements so that if we encounter irresistible danger after entering the depths of the maze, we can gather everyone's strength and work together to deal with it. His voice was steady and firm. Everyone who enters the maze is on their own. If you gather everyone temporarily, who will listen to you? So I made arrangements in advance so that many people can see the banners I left along the way. Anyone who benefits from it will have fewer obstacles when they are summoned when needed, and it will be easy to gain their trust. Everyone understood it completely at this point. Zhang Shizhen, who seldom spoke, said, so, Fang Ta, before you entered this altar space, you talked to Mao Yan and Guo and told them to gather everyone outside. Fang Sui said, I guess so. At this time, Guo was killed, and Mao Yan should be at the entrances of various passages, contacting everyone. If everything goes well for her. Fang Sui's voice was not finished, and he suddenly stopped. It was from the perspective of the mechanical fly that the position of the people of the mother's forces over there had changed. But under the feet of Yu Xiangshan and the other 4 people of the mother's forces, a piece of ground with an area of about 30 feet was slowly rising and turned into a raised altar. The 4 people of the mother's forces stood at the corners of the altar that was rising higher and higher with solemn faces and stared at the center of the altar. On the side of the ground there was an object carrying a golden glow, slowly rising from the ground. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes were like those of an eagle, and a certain feeling suddenly burst out in his heart, an irrepressible strong throbbing, which surged from the deepest part of his heart. The thing that Yu Xiangshan and others summoned from under the altar finally revealed its true appearance as it rose unwaveringly. The young mage beside Fang Sui subconsciously uttered a voice transmission whisper that was almost like a dream. My god, what is that thing that appeared? Such a strong fluctuation is simply unheard of. As the thing under the altar came into the world, it seemed that the world and the heavens was trembling, and, sat. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me, thank you. Chapter 389, The Real Beginning of the Variation, Part 3. As soon as the object rising from the altar appeared, Fang Sui's whole body was shaken. When he returned to the rock universe of Guo and Star from the south region, Tina had just joined the team. The 4 members of the team boarded the fairy sound tower of Tangxi, the wonderful sound fairy, and accidentally encountered a mother of life in the outer space. At that time, the shadow creatures and many powerful people from the 5 regions had a great battle in outer space to compete for the mother of life. Afterwards, Fang Sui found that the Witch Curse God Realm Gate formation diagram he had sacrificed disappeared inexplicably. Fang Sui asked Baster and learned that the formation diagram quietly entered the Mother of Life when he was participating in the fierce battle. Later, the formation diagram broke through the air with the Mother of Life, and finally the Mother of Life was shattered by Jiao's sword, and the remaining things in it all collapsed and disappeared in the depths of time and space. The Witch Curse God Realm Gate formation diagram that Fang Sui had sacrificed disappeared and has never appeared since then. However, the object that rose from the altar was the gate array diagram of the Witch Curse God Realm that had disappeared for a long time. Fang Sui had shrunk the gate array diagram of the Witch Curse God Realm into a square shape in order to carry it with him. He called it a formation. The formation was full of golden light, just like a golden crystal. Inside it seemed to be a sealed starry sky. In the darkness countless spell symbols flashed, as if there were stars twinkling in the dark void. What appeared on the altar at this time was the formation of the gate of the witch-cursed world. Compared with the past, this formation has changed a lot in terms of both its aura and appearance. At this time, the formation has become very huge, about 5 or 6 feet in size, and still looks like a 6-sided cube. It was crystal clear, golden on the outside and black on the inside, with alternating colors, flickering and fading. In the darkness inside, many spell symbols became more dense and brilliant, flickering and flowing, beautiful as if in a dream, showing a splendid and beautiful appearance that was difficult to describe with any words. More importantly, in the deep darkness inside the formation, amidst the flickering golden spells, there was actually a corpse with an eagle head and a human body, wearing golden armor, suspended in the air. Although it was a corpse, everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes when they saw him and dared not look directly at him. Moreover, at the moment when this corpse came into view, there was also a strong aura that would fill the soul of everyone who paid attention to the corpse. At the moment when this corpse appeared, it did not spread a particularly strong wave, but everyone could feel that this corpse seemed to be the only one in the vast universe, an existence that was above all rules, and would never decay and disappear. The appearance of this corpse made the heavens tremble, and all things weep. The heavens and the earth were saddened by the appearance of this corpse. A corpse with such magical power and an eagle head and a human body. Then, there is no doubt that this corpse is Ugat, the original corpse of Horus, the remains of a god. He has been dead for an unknown period of time, but his whole body is lifelike, without any scars or damage. The look on the eagle head is calm, lying there peacefully, not like dead, as if just sleeping. It's just that he should have been the sharpest pair of eyes in the universe, but he is permanently closed, and can never open again. Why did the gate of the witch-cursed world appear here, and like a coffin, Ugat was loaded in it? Fang Sui didn't know the specific reason. If he relied on the known situation to piece together and restore the original appearance of the matter, according to Fang Sui's analysis, it is very likely that the Mother of Life, that was suspected to have returned from other universes, that he encountered in the sky was carrying Ugat's corpse. The reason why the Washu God Realm Gate array diagram entered the Mother of Life at that time should be that it had a sense of the corpse of Horus, and the two attracted each other. After that, the Mother of Life collapsed, and the array diagram and Ugat's corpse drifted into the depths of time and space. As for why the array diagram and Ugat both appeared in the altar of the death maze at this time, it was not something Fang Sui could accurately judge. In fact, the truth of the matter was similar to Fang Sui's inference. After the Mother of Life collapsed, the array diagram carried Horus's corpse and fell into the depths of time and space, unable to return to Fang Sui's side. Later, the array diagram was found in the depths of time and space by the people of the Mother's forces, who urged the 3 altars in the death maze, and was always suppressed under the 3 altars in the death maze. Until this time, the people of the Mother's forces summoned Horus's corpse, and they were ready to use his corpse to sacrifice to the Mother of the Gods. At this moment, the gate array of the witchcraft god world carrying the corpse of Horus was suppressed on the altar, shaking slightly from time to time, and countless symbols around it flickered, as if they wanted to break the suppression of the altar and fly away. Among the 4 people of Yuxiangshan at the 4 corners of the altar, the man wearing the mask of good and evil said in a deep voice, "This corpse of the god, suppressed by the power of the entire palace of death, still has the power to shake and struggle, which is enough to show the power level of this eagle-headed god in his lifetime. Its tyrannical level is probably above many main gods. This time, the mother goddess who is sleeping in the depths of time and space will definitely be very satisfied with this sacrifice. Let's prepare to welcome the arrival of the mother goddess consciousness." The other people already had a fanatical look on their faces, and nodded at the same time. At this time, in the sky outside the 3 altars, the 2 void black holes were still expanding, and had grown to a huge diameter of more than 10,000 feet, as if 2 black eyes were opened in the sky, which was shocking to watch. On this side, Fang Sui's mind was churning with thoughts and his heart was in constant turmoil. The moment the Washu God Realm Gate array appeared, he had a subtle connection with it. The array was shaking more and more violently on the altar. Others only thought that the array was spiritual and was ready to carry the body of the god inside it to break through the air, but they didn't know that at this time, the array was actually preparing to break free from the shackles and return to Fang Sui. Fang Tao, if we don't do it now, it seems that it will be too late. Zhang Shizen's eyes were stern, and he was also paying attention to the changes on the altar through the perspective of the mechanical fly. He and Tina and others all had a question at this time, why the remains of the god that appeared on the altar were so similar to the Horus eagle on Fang's shoulder. However, this was obviously not the right time to ask about the doubts in their hearts, so they didn't ask more. Suddenly, the pressure in the space of the three altars surged, as if there was an extremely vast and terrifying unimaginable force approaching at high speed from the depths of endless time and space. This overwhelming pressure was so strong that it was unimaginable. It was like it could fill the entire universe, forming a boundless ocean of spiritual power. The appearance of this pressure made the people of the mother power on the altar tremble all over. It was a reaction of extreme excitement. The people of the mother power knelt down in fear and trepidation, lying on the altar with their 5 bodies on the ground. Fang Sui's side also changed color. They all felt that under this sudden huge pressure that seemed to be enough to crush the heaven and earth, they also had the uncontrollable desire to kneel down. Needless to say, this terrifying pressure that came across time and space was so strong that it must be a part of the consciousness of the mother goddess, whose body and soul were divided into countless parts and imprisoned by the gods in the depths of endless time and space. It came across time and space to receive her sacrifice, the remains of Yugot. Fang Sui sighed in his heart. The backup arrangements he made in advance had not appeared until this moment. It seemed that Mao Yan's process of gathering people outside was not smooth. Otherwise, Mao Yan should have seen the urgent situation on his side through the mechanical tools he left behind when he left. If everything went well, Mao Yan would have led people to rush into the altar space here. If everyone could gather their strength at that time, things could still be done. But now a ray of consciousness of the mothers has crossed time and space and suddenly descended. It is too late. At this point, no one can stop this sacrificial ceremony. Fang Sui's chest rose and fell violently, and his heart was full of reluctance and helplessness, but he knew that, if he rushed out blindly, it would never change the current situation, and he would only put himself and his teammates in a dangerous situation of death. We are ready to retreat. Fang Sui's divine thought transmission sounded very low. He made the most rational choice. The mothers were about to descend, which was definitely not something that a cultivator of his current level could contend with and stop. Even if they left too late, once the consciousness of the mothers completely enveloped the 3 altars, they would definitely be discovered and would probably perish here. Therefore, once Fang Sui made the decision, even though he was unwilling, he still did not hesitate too much, and immediately a scroll appeared in his hand. The same was true for the other people. After Fang Sui announced the retreat, everyone had a scroll in their hands. This scroll was a life-saving scroll that the major forces distributed to the people entering the death maze before departure. It can tear the space barrier and instantly move outside the death maze. The huge consciousness of the goddess mother to suppress the universe has come down. This ceremony is about to succeed. It is going so smoothly. It can be seen that the prosperity of our mother power is not far away. On the altar, the 4 people who knelt down were excited and trembling. At this time, 4 figures appeared around the altar. These 4 new people were exactly what Fang Sui had guessed before, the masters of the mother power hidden in the dark. The aura of these 4 people is as deep as the sea, far beyond the level that Fang Sui and others could guess, and they are extremely powerful. Until this time, the 4 people showed up. It was obvious that the people of the mother's force had made up their minds and knew that, since the mother's consciousness had descended, this sacrificial ceremony was equivalent to success and could no longer be stopped. Therefore, the 4 people who were hiding in the dark and protecting the sacrificial ceremony did not need to continue hiding, so they showed up calmly. The 4 people all had middle-aged faces. After coming out, they also knelt on the ground respectfully and offered the most pious worship to the mothers, who were gradually bringing down a larger consciousness. The appearance of these 4 people made Tina and Yu Keqing feel awe-inspiring at the same time. They thought to themselves that what Fang Tao said was indeed true. If they had rushed out rashly before, once these 4 hidden people took action, the result would be really terrible. At this time, Fang Sui and the others all felt a little regretful that they were powerless, but they were all decisive people. When they saw that things were impossible, they immediately touched the life-saving scroll in their hands. In an instant, the scroll lit up with a dazzling brilliance, covering the few people in it. The void was like water, and their figures began to become faint, and were about to disappear. However, the unexpected change still occurred out of control the next moment. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me, thank you. Chapter 390, The Real Beginning of the Variation, 4th. Just when Fang Sui and the other 4 touched the scroll, and were about to break through the air and leave, a huge pressure suddenly blocked the void, dragging Fang Sui and the others who were about to disappear back from the void. It was the spiritual consciousness of the goddess of descent, which saw through everything, and had long discovered that Fang Sui and the others were lurking nearby. At this time, they wanted to leave, but the surrounding void was instantly sealed by the consciousness of the goddess of descent, and Fang Sui and the others were stopped from leaving. Fang Sui, you actually want to destroy our sacrifice process here. You are so arrogant, and you are looking for death. On the other side, Yu Xiangshan and the others were still kneeling on the altar. When they heard the noise that Fang Sui and the others were forced to leave by the consciousness of the goddess of descent, they looked up together. It was Yu Xiangshan who spoke, with a condescending tone and a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. At this moment, Fang Sui and the others were indeed in unprecedented danger. They triggered the life-saving scroll that could have allowed them to break through the air and leave in any environment, but they were stopped by a divine thought from the goddess that came across time and space. Not only did they fail to leave successfully, but their whereabouts were also exposed. At this time, Fang Sui and the other 5 people were exposed to the enemies. Since they couldn't leave, Fang Sui chuckled lightly and stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, without any fear. He looked at the people from the Mother's Force on the altar a little further away, and said calmly, I want to leave, but you won't let me go. This is forcing me to stay and deal with you to the end. Don't regret it. 3 of the 4 people on the altar laughed when they heard this, but they didn't speak a word. Obviously, they didn't even have the interest to talk to Fang Sui. Only Yu Xiangshan and Fang Sui had always been at odds, and at this moment he was somewhat interested in talking to Fang Sui, who he thought was not far from death. After Fang Sui finished speaking, Yu Xiangshan seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He laughed and said, "Ha! Are you an idiot? At this time, you can't even tell your situation? Or are you crazy and talking nonsense here?" Fang Sui squinted his eyes slightly and stood still. Zhang Shizhen and the other 4 were all ready to fight. Since they couldn't leave, the people in Fang Su's team were all fierce, and none of them were weak. Although they knew that the situation was unfavorable, no one was afraid. Several people lined up beside Fang Sui, ready to respond to each other and fight to break through. Fang Sui himself seemed quite relaxed. He said leisurely, my original plan was to disrupt your sacrifice. Later, I thought I should be more cautious and not take risks, so I prepared to leave. But now you force me to stay, and we are in a situation where we will both die. Oh, a fight to the death. How dare you say that? A 3rd-rank cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly here. Do you know what situation you are facing now, and what are the identities of all of us? Yu Xiangshan still maintained the posture of kneeling in worship of the mothers, but his upper body stood up. He waved his hand gently, his face serious, and his tone full of incomparable self-confidence and arrogance. My mother's forces have been fighting against the many civilized races and forces of the universe as a family for countless years in the past, and the legacy is immortal. People like us have awakened from reincarnation in some previous years, and have recovered our respective memories countless times. We have all roamed the world, and looked down on everyone. Yu Xiangshan stretched out a finger, and pointed at Fang Sui in the air. His face was full of contempt. He said sternly, you are a 3rd level ant. What can you do by talking nonsense here, except to make people laugh? Calling you an idiot seems to be flattering you. Yu Xiangshan was about to say something else, but the man with the mask of good and evil said in a flat voice, okay, why do you say so much to him? The consciousness of the goddess. Before the man finished speaking, the accident happened at this moment. But Fang Sui suddenly raised his arm, and a divine light flashed on his shoulder. As early as the moment he was blocked by the divine power of the mothers, Fang Sui had an idea. Considering the unfavorable situation today, things can no longer be resolved. It is more difficult than climbing to the sky to turn the situation around. But Fang Sui was still actively responding and thinking about a way out. His first reaction at that time was to transmit the message that Horus the condor had hidden, shrinking to the size of a sparrow, quietly dormant in the long hair at the back of his neck, and not seen by outsiders. At this moment, Fang Sui's thoughts were transmitted, and the Horus eagle flew out suddenly, turning into a stream of light, and shot towards the location of the Washu God Realm Gate array at an undetectable speed. At the same moment, a wonderful change followed. Fang Sui's thoughts were transmitted, and the key of the Washu God Realm Gate array on the altar was connected. The next moment, the array opened and closed, and took the rushing Horus eagle in. This scene was extremely unexpected, and several people from the mother forces were caught off guard. In addition, the Horus eagle was extremely fast, and it was really chasing light and lightning. In a flash, it crossed a distance of thousands of feet, and the array carrying the remains of the god Ugat would open and close actively, making it impossible for the Horus eagle to approach. In this way, the Horus eagle rushed into the array without any danger, and finally disappeared in a flash at the forehead of the remains of the god Horus, as if it had directly rushed into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the remains of the god Horus. Then, a series of changes broke out. First, the divine consciousness of the goddess that broke through time and space had been strengthened to a limit at this time. The pressure was surging and turned into a divine storm, rolling towards the formation, trying to drag the formation into the depths of time and space, and then devour and absorb the remains of Horus. However, the remains of Horus in the formation also underwent abnormal changes after the Horus condor rushed into his forehead. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The gate array diagram of the Witch and Curse realm also suddenly collapsed, turning into countless spell symbols, lingering around the body of Horus. At this moment, although the remains of Horus were still lying there, billions of spell symbols were lingering around him, and the light flickered, as if he was lying in the center of the stars in the sky. The scene was magical and mysterious. Boom. A powerful wave broke out on the remains of the god Horus, and a golden tide of light spread out. This golden light wave swept through the void and collided violently with the fluctuation of consciousness that the goddess had sent across time and space, instantly forcing back and dispersing the fluctuation of consciousness that the goddess had sent. This is not to say that the power left in the remains of Horus is stronger than the extremely evil dark chaos goddess in the legend, but that one of the two came across time and space, and the power was naturally greatly weakened due to the endless distance between them. On the other hand, the remains of Horus were here, so when the Horus eagle on Fang Sui's shoulder merged into his corpse, the remains of Horus were like resurrection from the dead. And the power around him was revived. Once it exploded, it was naturally stronger than the goddess who sent a small part of consciousness fluctuations across the air. This series of changes happened in a flash. No one could have imagined in advance that there would be a Horus eagle derived from the residual soul of Horus on Fang Sui's side. At this time, the condor and Horus merged, which meant that part of the soul power that Horus had separated countless years ago returned to the body of Horus. The two were originally one, and they merged perfectly in an instant. The people of the Mother's Force responded quickly. How dare you? You dare to fight against the Mother of the Gods? Amidst the shouts, the four middle-aged men in the Mother's Force who had been hiding in the dark and later appeared, stood up at the same time. This remains of the god has been integrated with the residual soul, and will soon be revived. Hurry. Before the four men finished speaking, they had already shaken their bodies at the same time, interweaving a powerful and unparalleled offensive, pressing towards the remains of Horus. However, when this power touched the remains of Horus, who was lying there quietly, surrounded by spells and dazzling golden light, it disappeared silently in an instant. The remains of Horus seemed to shake slightly. The next moment, the four people who jumped up and urged their power to suppress Horus were swept by an invisible divine power, and their bodies began to crack. In a blink of an eye, the four masters of the Mother's Forces disappeared into ashes. The strange thing is that there was no fluctuation of power at all during the whole process. The 4 people were silently shattered into nothingness by the divine power of Horus, and it was as if they were burned by an invisible divine fire, disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace of existence. The powerful killing power displayed in this silence is particularly shocking, and only because of this, it makes the people around speechless and their faces change. On the mother's forces side, only Yu Xiangsheng and the other 4 people who were kneeling on the altar were left. They also lost their composure to control everything. They expected that things would change beyond their control, and the shock on their faces flashed away. For a while, there was a brief silence in the entire altar space. At this time, there was a faint noise outside the altar, as if someone had poured into the altar space. There are 3 altars in this space. My god, are the materials of the altars void star gold? Am I dreaming? How can there be so much void star gold? The 3 altars are completely built of void star gold. What's going on with the 2 huge black holes in the sky above the altar? It seems that they are evolving a space-time channel. There is indeed a secret in this space. Obviously, many people broke into the altar space from outside. There were constant noisy sounds coming from outside intermittently. From the sound, it seemed that someone entered the altar space through the teleportation array, saw the 3 altars and the space black holes above the altars, and was discussing in amazement. In fact, at this time, the 2 black holes above the 3 altars had grown to a terrifying degree, and constructed 2 dark space-time channels respectively. Indistinctly, the 2 space-time channels were filled with special fluctuations. In one of the channels, the surging was the huge spiritual thoughts of the mother of the gods that came across time and space. The passage was filled with endless darkness. In the depths of the passage, one could vaguely see a black prison that appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was one of the countless prisons built by the gods to suppress the mother goddess. This prison was outside of the infinite time and space and had been exiled for eternity. Every time the people of the mother goddess offered sacrifices, it was like a coordinate, pulling the prison that suppressed the mother goddess out of the depths of time and space and into this universe. At the same time, in the black hole of time and space, where the mother goddess was located, a dark countercurrent was slowly swirling, and a key that seemed to devour everything spread out from it, rapidly increasing and forming a terrifying vortex. Above the 3 altars of the 2 black holes of time and space that evolved, the other one was currently very quiet, without any waves, and people didn't know what it was used for. Inside the altar, Tina beside Fang Sui was moved and said, Fang Tower, there is a sudden commotion outside. Did Mao Yan follow your instructions and gather other cultivators in the death labyrinth to rush in? Fang Sui blinked. In this short period of time, a series of changes occurred that were too fast to keep up with. First, the Horus Condor and the original body merged, then the remains of Horus forced back the consciousness fluctuations of the mothers, and then the power of the gods burst out again, killing 4 masters of the mothers. At this time, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. All these things collided with each other, and broke out almost without any order, and the situation seemed a bit chaotic. Fang Sui listened to Tina's question, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, there is no other possibility for a large number of people to come in at this time except for the people contacted by Mao Yan. While he was speaking, he looked sharply at the location of Yu Xiangsheng and others, and said, although the backup plan I arranged came a little late, it still came after all. Our bargaining chips have increased a lot. What kind of power is this? This black hole is devouring my flesh and blood from a distance. Amid the noise from the outside world, there was more panic and horror. Many people's voices ended with screams and finally weakened. At this moment, the situation outside the 3 altars suddenly changed, which could be called horrible. There were indeed many cultivators entering this altar space through the teleportation array. These people were the cultivators from different forces contacted by Mao Yan. But they had seen the mana banners left by Fang Sui in the maze passage before, and thus benefited from it. After these people benefited from the banner information, as Fang Sui expected, once Mao Yan appeared on behalf of the Alliance of All Heavens, it was easy to gain the trust of these people. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why these cultivators rushed into the altar space after being slightly instigated by Mao Yan. However, these people came too late after all. At this time, the consciousness of the mothers had come across time and space and had already descended. When these people broke into the altar space, the huge black hole used by the mothers to cross time and space immediately emitted a strong suction force, treating all these people as sacrifices and absorbing the vitality of these cultivators from a distance. In an instant, many cultivators began to dry up their flesh and blood and were absorbed and swallowed by the mothers who were still billions of miles away from time and space through the black hole of time and space. In a blink of an eye, many cultivators turned into mummies in fear and died with hideous faces. In contrast, the power of the mother's divine consciousness became stronger and boundless. There was even a hazy shadow of a woman, which appeared from the depths of the black hole and then took a step forward, crossing the obstacle of distance and coming to the altar space. The phantom of this woman was obviously something like a spiritual body condensed from the spiritual power of all mothers. She had not been able to successfully capture the remains of Horus in her previous attempt, so this time she gathered more powerful strength again, transformed into a spiritual body, and came to the altar in person, determined to get it, and stretched out her hand to grab the remains of Horus below. However, at this moment, the body of the dead god Horus suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of extremely bright golden light, which were bright enough to pierce the sky and the earth, burst out from Horus's opened eyes, just like two suns rising up, shining in the clear sky, and the light was endless. This chapter is nearly 4,500 words, which is considered a long chapter. I feel it is pretty good. Happy reading everyone, please recommend and subscribe, and ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 391, The Real Beginning of the Variation, V. At the moment, when the mother of God's spiritual body reached out to grab him, Horus opened his eyes, not only with stunning light, but also full of majesty. All he could see was a terrifying golden color. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound. As soon as these eyes opened, a heavy and unparalleled force followed, crushing the void, as if to tear the space barrier apart and break open this world. Boom. The mother of God's spiritual body collided with the golden light bursting out of Horus' eyes. At this moment, the entire space inside the altar was filled with surging golden light and black air. Puff, puff, puff. Fang Sui and others felt an irresistible pressure coming at the same time, and they all started coughing up blood. The same was true for the people of the mother's forces on the other side. They were closer to the center of the collision of the power of the two gods, and the impact was more serious. Everyone's face turned pale, and they flew back violently. When it comes to the collision of gods, each strike involves the most fundamental force between heaven and earth, returning to the original. That is, there is not too much fancy, and there is not too much aftermath. The two forces are more likely to annihilate each other. Otherwise, if the aftermath of the collision of gods really loses control and spreads out, Fang Sui and others will not just spit blood, but die in an instant. At this time, the result of the collision between the mother of God's spiritual body and Horus appeared. With the shocking power of Horus opening his eyes, he was actually at a disadvantage in this collision. The monstrous golden light bursting out of his eyes was suppressed by the mother of God's spiritual body that came across time and space. The golden light was annihilated and dissipated a moment earlier than the black air. The eyes of several people from the mother of God's forces brightened slightly at the same time, and their expressions were calm and composed as expected. Yu Xiangshan glanced at Fang Sui from a distance. The meaning of this glance was self-evident. He was obviously mocking Fang Sui for wasting his efforts, even though he had used some means to send the eagle of Horus into the corpse of Horus himself, so that Horus's sea of consciousness had revived to a certain extent. It was still impossible for him to turn the tables. Yu Xiangshan's voice rang out immediately. The level of the mother of gods is not something you can imagine or guess. Even if it is just a wisp of the mother of God's spiritual incarnation, it is much stronger than ordinary gods. Fang Sui, you want to fight us today, which is really ridiculous. At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. After a collision between Horus and the mother of God's spiritual body, Horus, who was slightly at a disadvantage, suddenly burst out with a more turbulent golden light. This light merged with the countless witchcraft symbols lingering around Horus' body, and actually transformed into the Phantom of 8 Suns. The scene was extremely mysterious. Surrounded by the 8 suns, Horus closed his eyes, golden light circulated, and launched a new offensive frenzy. Boom boom boom. The second round of collisions started again. The Mother of the Gods was the oldest and most powerful Dark Chaos original god in the universe, almost reaching the immortal level of indestructibility. However, what was fighting with Horus at this time was, after all, just a wisp of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, this spiritual consciousness body was actually only evolved from a very weak part of the consciousness of the mothers who were sealed by the gods, and it was not condensed and manifested by the mothers in their prime. Its combat ability was naturally thousands of times worse than that of the real Mother of God. Therefore, when Horus showed the supreme vision of 8 suns surrounding his body and his divine power sword, the spiritual consciousness body transformed by the Mother of God began to be at a disadvantage, and showed a losing trend. In the altar space, after repeated collisions, the spiritual consciousness of the mothers, that had originally descended, as huge as the vast ocean, suddenly weakened significantly like the ebb tide. No. How could this sacrifice be like this? Several people from the mother's forces were staring with their eyes wide open, and for the first time, they showed some emotions that were out of control, and shouted together. Of course, this shout could not stop the mother's consciousness from fading away. Horus opened his eyes, transformed into 8 suns, and illuminated all things with divine power. At this moment, he showed an invincible and arrogant power, and completely crushed the mother's spiritual incarnation. The next moment, the mother's spiritual body, which was transformed into a woman's image, took a step forward, directly left the altar space, and returned to the space-time black hole above the 3 altars. Of course, she was unwilling to retreat, but prepared to regroup. First return to the depths of the space-time channel, accelerate the devouring of the vitality of many cultivators who broke into the altar space from the outside, gather strength, and then fight Horus. However, just as the mother's spiritual body retreated into the black hole, a golden light followed from the altar space. It was a huge golden eagle, with its wings spread out, covering the sky and the earth, and shrouding the mountains and valleys. This golden eagle was like a sharp golden light that was about to pierce the sky. It followed closely behind the mother goddess's spiritual body, and flashed into the black hole of time and space. The golden eagle was coming aggressively. Every time its wings flapped, a round of suns would fall off its wings and roll into the black hole of time and space, chasing the mother goddess's spiritual body with infinite power. What level of creature is this? So magical. The flapping of its wings actually prompted a round of scorching suns to be born. This power is probably enough to swallow a real dragon and hunt down a divine phoenix. Is this golden eagle a kind of Kunpeng? The golden eagle, that followed the divine body into the black hole, was naturally the body of the god Horus. As the golden eagle rushed into the black hole, and fought with the spirit body of the goddess, the terrifying vortex and suction force in the black hole, that was originally devouring the vitality of many cultivators began to slowly weaken and eventually disappeared. In this way, the lives of many cultivators who were originally being drained of vitality by the black hole were saved. The cultivators who broke into the altar space from outside were thus saved from death, and cheered in unison. Many of them began to make various speculations about the origin of this magical golden eagle. More people were affected by the pressure of a god, and knelt on the ground involuntarily. Boom. The battle at the level of gods in the depths of the passage was in full swing, with thunder and lightning, and brilliant golden light. The giant eagle transformed by Horus sacrificed round after round of suns, rushed into the depths of the black hole, and actually hit the divine prison that imprisoned the mothers. For a time, the entire black hole passage was completely illuminated by the light of the sun. Gradually, the space inside the black hole could not withstand the powerful forces of both sides, and began to partially collapse. Soon, the entire passage cracked and collapsed. The entrance of the entire black hole passage shrank rapidly, and was about to disappear. This is a battle of gods, burning time and space, causing space to collapse. The two are going to penetrate the depths of time and space and shake the heavens. Today I actually saw the battle of gods. This kind of thing has only been seen in some legendary books, but now it is happening in front of me. It's unimaginable. Amid the discussions of many cultivators who rushed into the altar space, in the void above the 3 altars, the black hole passage, where the mother of God's spiritual body and Horus fought fiercely continued to collapse, and its entrance continued to shrink, as if it was about to close. At the same time, another black hole passage that had never been disturbed began to vibrate. Abnormal dark ripples appeared in the passage. Obviously, this black hole, that had been silent for a long time, was finally about to change. Inside the altar, the atmosphere was quiet and a little weird. When the divine body of the mothers and the temporarily revived remains of Horus both killed their way into the depths of the black hole, Fang Sui and the others who stayed in the altar and the remaining 4 Yuxiangsheng of the mothers' forces formed a confrontation. You really deserve to die. You caused a change in our plan, to sacrifice to the mothers this time. From now on, as long as you don't die, you will be hunted down by our mothers' forces, and everyone who knows you will be implicated and die. Moreover, you will be cut off from reincarnation, and will not be able to be reborn. The strongest man in the mother's forces, who was wearing a mask of good and evil, spoke in a low voice, staring at Fang Sui, and spoke word by word. After the man finished speaking, Fang Sui laughed and tilted his head to say, I said before, that I wanted to leave. Since you didn't allow me, you forced me to deal with you to the end, so that you wouldn't regret it. You didn't believe it at the time, and now you regret it, so you shouted that you wanted to kill people. In my hometown, you are not worth playing with, and I look down on you the most. If you want to fight, then fight. No one is scared. You are talking nonsense here. Are you trying to threaten me with such a childish thing? The man with the mask of good and evil snorted lightly, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Every plan of my mother's power was deduced and laid out by the people who know everything in the world thousands of years ago. All changes have been calculated long ago. There is no reason for it to be destroyed so easily. Otherwise, we would not be able to pass on from the ancient times to the present. If you can live a little longer, you will naturally see the changes later. It's a pity that you may not live to that time. You guys, you will all die today. Yuxiangsheng walked out proudly, slowly approached, and walked towards Fang Sui. The two sides are about to fight, and the confrontation is about to turn into a fierce battle. Once the war begins, let's keep in formation, and don't fight alone. Fang Sui whispered to the people around him. Although there were only 4 people from the mother's force on the opposite side, 1 less than Fang Sui and his team, the 4 people on the other side, one of whom was at the 5th level, were at the same level and grade as the 2 young mages on Fang Sui's side, which could be considered to cancel each other out. The remaining 3 people, Yuxiangsheng, were all at the 4th level, while the remaining people on Fang Sui's side were all at the peak of the 3rd level. In comparison, although Fang Sui and his team had 1 more person, the opponent's strength was stronger. Therefore, Fang Sui said that he would keep in formation and prevent fighting alone in order to avoid being attacked one by the opponent's concentrated strength, and then eat up all the people on their side. The next moment, the battle broke out. The two sides really started a confrontation, and this was also the first time Fang Sui had a formal fight with the mother's force. At the same moment, in the sky outside the 3 altars, the black hole, where the mothers and Horus fought, had already completely collapsed, and the hole was still shrinking. Soon, it would be completely closed. Meanwhile, the undercurrent in the other black hole was surging. At this point, something unexpected had already happened, and things were revealed. Please recommend and subscribe, and please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you for all your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Big Changes, Seeking Votes on Monday. Recently, the situation in the Wufang South region has become increasingly tense. The army of shadow creatures has been constantly coming out of the chaotic time and space and scattered in the key positions of the front line of the battle with the Wufang South region. This time, the shadow creatures' reinforcements seem to have no end, and they have been continuous for months and months, with a huge crowd of people. This continuous accumulation and increase of troops is a huge pressure, forcing the Wufang region to change and frequently dispatch troops. In the Wufang South region, the accumulated troops of both sides have reached hundreds of millions. As time goes by, the situation becomes more severe every day. An unprecedented war seems to be about to break out soon. It is precisely because of the tense situation in the South region that it has attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of people. In contrast, the huge monster that appeared in the space of the East region, the Death Maze, its appeal has been reduced a lot, and more people have shifted their attention to the war that may start in the South region at any time. However, at the same time, those who have entered the maze are still experiencing life and death in it. Inside the altar, Fang Sui and his companions were fighting desperately with the people of the Mother Force. Boom. After the confrontation between the two sides, the battle officially broke out. A loud noise shook the entire altar. There were a total of 9 people on both sides, all of whom were the best of the moment. They launched an offensive at the same time, and had a head-on collision without any fancy moves. Although the power of this collision was emitted by each of the 9 people, they were interwoven together, and gathered into 2 streams of mana, which collided in the void. In an instant, the light of the magic was brilliant and dazzling. After the 2 streams of mana collided, they burst apart with a bang, and the wandering magic turbulence was like a spirit snake gathering and raging in the void. To be honest, this head-on collision was obviously a bit disadvantageous for Fang Sui, who was slightly weaker in mana thickness, but Fang Sui still chose a collision method without dodging as the first contact between the 2 sides. This move seemed unwise, but in fact it was Fang Sui's deliberate act. He wanted to use this attack to clarify the gap between the 2 sides. The head-on collision of the 2 teams in the first attack was equivalent to Fang Sui taking the opportunity to check the enemy. This step is indispensable. Only after this attack can Fang Sui make a targeted judgment based on it, whether to fight or flee. At this time, after the first collision, the result was as expected. The opponent did not have a character below the 4th level, and the combined strength was indeed greater than Fang Sui's side. The result of the head-on collision was that the people on Fang Sui's side, except for the 5th level initial grade mage youth, the rest, including Fang Sui, were forced to retreat a step. Fang Sui stood in the center and injured the opponent's strongest force. After retreating, his face was pale, his chest was upset, and he almost vomited blood. Today, you are dead. A few feet away from the opposite side, Yu Xiangsheng and the demon god youth were both full of pride and shouted sternly. When the 2 men were talking, the eyes of the people wearing masks of good and evil and black and white armor beside them were fixed on the young mage on Fang Sui's side. Their tone was calm, but with a hint of surprise. Jiuo Dangshan. As soon as this name was spoken, the atmosphere in the whole venue paused for a short time. Jiuo Dangshan. This is a name that represents the top young people in the 5 Directions domain. In the 5 Directions domain, many people firmly believe that Jiuo Dangshan is the top master of the young generation. Of course, in fact, there are many geniuses in the 5 Directions domain, and there are endless talented people. In fact, no one can take the title of the first at the moment. And the premise of this first place is that Jiao is not included. Strictly speaking, Jiao has actually been subconsciously excluded from the young generation by many people. Her strength has indeed reached a level that is still not inferior to that of the old generation. In addition, the few young masters of Jiuo Dangshan's level are the best young people known to everyone. Jiuo Dangshan, this name is really famous among the young generation, and everyone knows him. Therefore, when the name of Jiuo Dangshan was mentioned, the arrogance of several people under the Mother's Force was also slightly moved. On the other hand, everyone on Fang Sui's side was extremely calm, as if it was not unexpected. As early as the battle in the outer space, when he encountered the Mother of Life, Fang Sui had met Jiuo Dangshan, Kang Sanfa, and even Zhang Shizhen's nemesis, the 6th King Zhang, who was known as the first among the young generation under the Tegu tribe force, and the first master of the young generation of the Temple of the Gods, Gaoluo, and others. When they met again this time, Jiuo Dangshan activated the power of magic and changed his appearance. But this kind of magic that changes appearance can be hidden from the eyes and even the senses of ordinary people, but it is impossible to hide from Anubis's dog nose. When Jiuo Dangshan appeared many days ago, the reason why Fang Sui accepted him to join the team without any obstacles was because he had received Anubis's secret voice transmission and knew Jiuo Dangshan's identity. In this way, there is no problem with his identity. After that, everyone moved forward. Guo Dongshan did not hide too much and continued to show extraordinary magic combat ability. In fact, other people in the team had already had a vague guess about his identity. Therefore, when Guo Dongshan's name was suddenly called out at this time, the people on Fang Sui's side were not surprised. Guo Dongshan, you are really willing to degenerate and mix with such a low-ranking third-level figure. More importantly, do you know that every generation of our mother forces will absorb some people from the most beautiful people to join us? You were originally listed as a key target for investigation by us in this generation, but you chose to go against us. Do you know how precious an opportunity you gave up? The man with the mask of good and evil on his face had a very young voice. He should also be a young person of young age. His tone was flat, and he spoke slowly. He did not show any more caution or solemnity, because Guo Dongshan was standing opposite him, and his tone was still extremely conceited. After his identity was exposed, Guo Dongshan just smiled, and no longer hid. Magical fluctuations surged around him, and his face changed. His round face became angular and slightly thinner. Overall, he still looked ordinary, but his eyes were shining from beginning to end, extremely deep, and full of dazzling spirit. Guo Dongshan, who had changed back to his original appearance, ignored the people from the mother forces. He first said to Fang Sui, "Captain Fang, please forgive me. I did not deliberately conceal my identity. I have witnessed Captain Fang's methods along the way, and I sincerely recognize Captain Fang's bravery and strategy. From now on, I will be honest with you." Fang Sui's eyes sparkled, and he smiled casually. "Okay." Guo Dongshan then turned to look at the 4 people from the mother forces and said leisurely, "You said that you, the mother forces, are paying attention to me and want to recruit me to join. That's not necessary. I have no interest in joining you. As for saying that I'm self-degrading by walking with Captain Fang and others, I don't agree with this." Once he regained his original appearance, his demeanor naturally showed a heroic spirit. He added, "Whether it is Captain Fang himself or his team members, they are all rare and outstanding figures. I can give you all the mother forces a piece of advice. Since you have become opponents with Captain Fang, I advise you to do your best to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may be in a very bad situation." "Hey, Guo Dongshan, are you praising me or murdering me? I can't tell." Fang Sui frowned and said. Zhang Shizhen raised his hand at the right time, pretending to report something, and interrupted. "Fang Ta, I understand. He should be praising you." Tina and Yu Keqing laughed together. It was obviously a dangerous situation in front of them, but these people were talking and laughing freely, and they didn't take the dangerous situation in front of them seriously at all. There was no tension at all. The atmosphere is always relative. The few of them talked happily and relaxed, which was a kind of contempt for the mother forces. The people of the mother forces on the opposite side would naturally be a little unhappy. However, the people under the command of the mothers were not ordinary people. They did not show their emotions. They stared at Fang Sui and others expressionlessly. The atmosphere between the 2 sides suddenly became tense, and an invisible fighting spirit was set off again, rising in an instant. After the first collision, if the 2 sides started fighting again, it would be a life and death battle, and they would not stop until they died. At this time, Fang Sui's face was calm, but in fact he was ready to make the second death sacrifice in his life. The so-called death sacrifice was just like when he was in the City of Ruins a few years ago, ready to sacrifice his own vitality in exchange for a short-term surge in strength to deal with this situation. If the death sacrifice was carried out, and the strength surged, and Baston Dularius and others came out together, Fang Sui was still somewhat confident about breaking out of the siege. Of course, the premise is that there is no other arrangement on the part of the mothers. However, just before Fang Sui was about to notify Bast and start the death sacrifice, an unexpected situation occurred uncontrollably. In the sky outside the 3 altars, at this moment, the black hole, where the Mother of God's spirit body and Horus were fighting, had collapsed to the point of almost disappearing. In the void, only one space gap remained, which was about to close completely. The problem was in another black hole. Crack. There was a sudden sound of cracking in the black hole, as if there was a dam that was about to be broken by the endless ocean. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering quickly became dense, and every time it sounded, it shocked people's souls. With a bang, the space barrier at the entrance of the black hole collapsed. It was not the seawater that broke through this space barrier, but the crowd. From the black hole, the army of the Shadow Creature Camp emerged, densely packed, countless shadow armies. In just the moment when the space barrier of the black hole collapsed, the shadow army that rushed out was no less than 1,000. The same scene was almost the same as when the undead army under Anubis was born. The torrent of countless Shadow Camp members suddenly rushed out, unstoppable. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the cultivators of the 5 domains who were teleported from the outside into the altar space. They were dumbfounded, and their hands and feet were numb when they suddenly saw the shadow army appear. In fact, there were quite a few cultivators. There were hundreds of thousands of people who were teleported in one after another. However, compared with the shadow army that rushed out of the black hole, these cultivators were like a drop in the bucket and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In an instant, these cultivators were crushed to death by the shadow army that rushed out. They had almost no time to organize an effective confrontation. They disappeared silently without even a drop of water splashing. Only a few of these cultivators escaped because they were very close to the altar and rushed into the altar together, but everyone was horrified. The few cultivators who escaped death were Mao Yan and his followers, who were responsible for summoning everyone to enter the altar space according to Fang Sui's instructions. At this time, Mao Yan led his men to rush into the altar and naturally saw Fang Sui and others. He was immediately slightly happy and walked over quickly. The changes outside were very loud, and Fang Sui and others already knew about it. Everyone had a trace of surprise on their faces, and they secretly thought that it was not good. The current situation, with countless shadow armies outside, is equivalent to completely cutting off the possibility of breaking out. This is a situation that is almost certain to die. It is really extremely dangerous, and there is no way out. Fang Sui's face sank in an instant, and he had more things to think of. Zhao Yi, please. Recommend, thank you. Chapter 393, Under Siege. Votes requested on Monday. Of course, this is not the right time to think deeply. The moment Fang Sui discovered the shadow army pouring out of the black hole channel, he knew that he was in big trouble today, and it might be a disaster. Fang Sui, my mother forces have a series of backup plans this time. After they are used one by one, they will change the current situation of the entire 5 regions. What do you think? Yu Xiangshan's voice was a little light, but more proud. While he was speaking, he quickly joined the other 3 people of the mother forces to start again. The killing started in full swing. Fang Sui quickly joined Mao Yan and his 7 men. Everyone had no chance to chat and communicate, and the opponent's offensive was right in front of them. Boom. Fang Sui's team and Jiuo Dongshan attacked together, and their magic power gathered and turned into a long river of magic, rushing out of thin air, and instantly collided with the opponent's attack, making a huge noise. This attack did not determine the clear winner, and Fang Sui and others retreated, using the many statues in the altar to block them, and quickly retreated to the entrance of the altar. Although there was little hope, the shadow army had just come out. If they rushed out of the altar, there might be a chance to kill their way to the teleportation array and leave the altar space. It was a tense situation. Tina uttered a series of spells quickly and hastily while running. The next moment, the moon god hunting car was born in the moonlight that broke through the void, like a sacred object sent by the gods to the mortal world. The 4 silver-white giant wolves in front of the car had gorgeous hair like silk, flying without wind, raising their necks and howling with majestic power. Fang Sui and others jumped onto the moon god car frame. Defending by the car, they had a mobile position to avoid being defeated one by one. Under Tina's control, the moon god car frame started up instantly, quickly interspersed between the statues of the gods, moving like a spirit snake, and like a flashing moonlight, flashing like lightning. Separate and block them, and kill them all here. Fang Sui, where are you going? You will die today. Jiuo Dongshan, ha. It would be a pleasure to kill you. The people from the mother's forces, who were chasing after them, shouted, and there was a lot of joking in their words. At the moment, they really had the advantage and were sure to win. The 4 people from the mother's forces suddenly separated during the pursuit and chased from both sides and the back. Ah! A scream rang out. A young man under Mao Yan's command who was defending on one side of the moon goddess frame was chased and approached by the man wearing the mask of good and evil. In a flash, he was hit on the chest with a palm. He screamed immediately, and his whole body exploded into blood beads all over the sky. His bones and flesh broke, and he died miserably, with no bones left. Fang Sui was at the back of the frame, punched and fought with Yu Xiangxing, and took the opportunity to turn his head and glanced, just in time to meet the eyes of the man wearing the mask of good and evil. Those were a pair of calm, extremely cold, and ruthless eyes. Fang Sui would never forget these eyes. What was strange was that the mask of good and evil also changed as the murderous intent in its owner's heart surged. The mask was no longer half good and half evil, but a complete fierce image, filled with murderous aura. 2 bloodstains flowed down the mask, as if it was crying, and there was a hint of weirdness in the fierceness. Crack. Another person on Fang Sui's side died tragically. The murderer was the most mysterious woman among the 4 people of the Mother Force, with a layer of silver light on her face, and never revealing her true face. The woman and the man wearing the mask of good and evil chased on both sides of the frame, one on the left and the other on the right. Both of them were ruthless. After killing one of Mao Yan's men, the woman did not stop, and attacked Yu Keiking again. Yu Keiking stood next to Tina, protecting Tina who was driving the frame with all her strength, and fought with the woman who was 1 level higher than her, and her face turned pale instantly. If Yu Keiking chose to take a step back, she could easily resolve the opponent's attack, but Tina would inevitably be exposed to the opponent's attack, which would affect the speed of the moon goddess frame. This was also the opponent's purpose, to attack Tina, force the moon goddess frame to stop, and prevent everyone from retreating. Yu Keiking was born delicate and charming, but her temperament was extremely stubborn, and she would not retreat even if she died. At this time, she had been fighting against the mysterious woman with a strength of the 4th level for several times. After several times, she had been seriously injured, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Crack. Another sound of broken tendons and bones accompanied by a scream sounded. There were a total of 7 subordinates who rushed into the altar space with Mao Yan. 3 of them died in a short period of time, which shows how dangerous the situation was. The moon goddess frame was speeding non-stop, and the people of the Mother Force were chasing closely. On the left and right sides, there were the man wearing the mask of good and evil and the mysterious woman. The 2 were as fast as lightning, chasing the frame in the air, and the attack was as urgent as heavy rain. Behind the frame was Yu Xiangxing and the young demon god, who were jointly chasing. For a while, in this altar space, the battle was fierce around the moon goddess frame that turned into a stream of light. The dense collision sound was continuous like a galloping horse. Fang Sui was extremely angry, and suddenly shouted, and the light flashed around him, and Ulaius flashed out. He showed a ferocious appearance of a snake head and a human body. After he appeared, he took over Yu Keiking, whose mouth was bleeding, and her pretty face was pale, and collided with the mysterious woman. According to Fang Sui's plan, he originally planned to use Ulaius, Bast and Anubis as trump cards, and wait until a more critical moment, and suddenly summon them out, so that they would have the effect of a surprise soldier. If this trump card is used well, it can help Fang Sui get a glimmer of life. But the current situation is critical, and it is too late to wait for a more critical moment. Fang Sui had no choice but to summon Ulaius in advance, otherwise Yu Keiking would die first. If he were in the underworld, Ulaius would have already possessed the power of the 5th order, but after leaving the underworld, and being suppressed by the rules of the interface, Ulaius would only have the strength of the 4th order. Even so, as the projection of the god's avatar, Ulaius was not weaker than his opponent, and his offensive was strange and hard to defend against. At this moment, as soon as Ula appeared, he immediately formed a claw with one hand, and clenched a fist with the other hand. Both hands came out at the same time, but the changes were mysterious. While the speed was extremely fast, he slowly blasted out, and the offensive was strange. At the same time, Ula's snake tongue seemed to be swallowing and spitting. Hiss, hiss. Ula's snake tongue saw the opportunity and suddenly flashed out like light. While the mysterious woman was resisting Ula's two-handed attack, she didn't expect Ula to suddenly spit out his tongue, and her arm was instantly hit by the snake's tongue. With a snap, the woman was like being hit hard by a giant python, and the bones of her arm were almost broken. What was even more bizarre was that when the woman was hit on the arm by the snake's tongue, a curse force corroded her arm. In an instant, her arm turned black, and her flesh began to rot and fall off, turning into ash. The woman's offensive slowed down, but she was also very extraordinary, with endless means. She shouted softly, and the divine power in her body flowed, successfully stabilizing the curse power of Ula. The skin and flesh that fell off her arm began to regenerate, and soon recovered again. Her arm was smooth and crystal clear, as if she had been reborn. However, when the woman looked at Ula, who had a snake head and a human body, her eyes became extremely cautious. The appearance of Ula undoubtedly stabilized the situation on Fang Sui's side a little. The moon goddess Frame took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the altar space. However, the next moment Fang Sui and others cried out in pain. But outside the altar space, the crowd was surging like the sea, and all they could see were the powerful races under the command of the Shadow Party. The number was so large that it could be called countless. These shadow tribesmen have completely occupied the space between the Star Gold altar and the teleportation array. They are so dense that there is almost no space left. They are now concentrating their attacks, surrounding the cultivators who are still unaware of the situation, and are entering the altar space from the outside through the teleportation array one after another, and starting to kill them. Once the cultivators outside enter the altar space, they will be immediately attacked and killed by the shadow tribesmen guarding the array pattern platform. In this way, the people outside have no idea that the altar space has become extremely dangerous. People are constantly teleporting in, and once they enter, they will be attacked immediately. When the cultivators who come in find that it is not good and want to turn around and leave, it is indeed too late. All the people who come in are caught off guard and are killed almost as soon as they meet. Many shadow tribesmen surrounding the teleportation array platform. Every time they kill a person who walks out of the teleportation array, the other onlookers will cheer, as if they are treating it as a game, and easily kill the cultivators of the 5 directions who walk out of the teleportation array. Everyone on Fang Sui's side frowned. All of them shared the same hatred for the enemy. From a macro perspective, when it comes to the problem of the Shadow Tribe, all the people in the 5 regions are actually in the same camp. At this moment, Fang Sui and others felt the same, as if they had seen their compatriots being killed by foreigners, and they were naturally angry. Fang Sui rushed out of the altar, and there was still 1,000 feet away from the location of the teleportation array. This 1,000 feet distance, if it were normal, Fang Sui and others could reach it in an instant, but now there were pursuers behind, and the shadow army blocking the way in front. This 1,000 feet distance became like a sky cut, almost insurmountable. The moment the moon goddess carriage rushed out of the altar space, Fang Sui instantly identified the current situation. He looked at the teleportation array from a distance, opened his mouth and shouted, and a dark spear suddenly appeared in his hand. With a sound of woo, the dark spear was mixed with a sound like a muffled thunder, rumbling through the air, and was thrown out by Fang Sui. This spear was like a bolt from the blue sky, swiftly passing through a distance of 1,000 feet, and finally pierced through several shadow troops near the teleportation array, bringing blood flowers like raindrops. Quickly retreat. Tell the people outside not to come in again. The shadow army has occupied this place, taking advantage of the moment when the spear suddenly attacked and killed several shadow troops. Fang Sui shouted loudly, shocking people's ears. There were originally 7 or 8 cultivators in the teleportation array. As soon as they walked out, they saw the layers of shadow troops in front of them. Everyone was horrified. Fang Sui's shout sounded at the right time, and the spear thrown by Fang Sui killed several shadow troops around the altar, which also destroyed part of their original offensive against the people who walked out of the teleportation array. Although several cultivators who walked out of the teleportation array were still inevitably killed, in the end 2 of them saw the opportunity very quickly turned back to the teleportation array, and their figures disappeared in an instant, and they were successfully teleported out. Hey, you have the time to care about other people's lives, but I don't know how you plan to escape. Yu Xiangshan's voice sounded leisurely. Fang Sui's spear throwing and shouting also made countless shadow subordinates look at him with millions of hostile eyes. Fang Sui and others are now in a situation where they are truly trapped in a tight siege and can easily lose their lives. Zhao Yi, please. Recommend please. Thank you. Chapter 394, Breaking the Siege. The altar space in the death maze is an independent little world where the sky is always covered by the dark night without daylight. The stars are sparse on the sky and the cold night wind blows slowly. Beside the three altars, the war is raging. The situation has become clear at this time. The shadow creatures and the mother forces have always been closely connected. This time they are working together, obviously using the huge death maze as a transit base to carry out a strategic raid, and the target is the Wufang East region, where the death maze is located. Fang Sui thought of this the moment he saw the shadow army emerge from the black hole, but he is in danger at the moment, and he has no time to think deeply about the further strategic intentions of the shadow creatures. The life and death battle around the Moon Goddess Chariot is in full swing. At this time, the Moon Goddess Chariot, under the siege of the Shadow Tribe, is struggling to advance towards the direction of the array pattern platform. It has been more than 10 minutes since the chariot of the Moon Goddess rushed out of the altar. Fang Sui used a spear to kill several members of the Shadow Camp. However, the chariot only advanced less than 20 feet, which shows how difficult it was to move forward and how great the resistance was. There were countless attacks from all directions. The 7 subordinates under Maoyan were now dead or wounded, and there was not a single one left. Fang Sui and others who were fighting on the chariot almost tried their best, and they consumed a lot of their internal strength to barely maintain the defense. Fortunately, no important person on the chariot has died or been seriously injured so far. But including Fang Sui, everyone was covered in blood, both from the enemy and from themselves. In this kind of battle with a large number of enemies and endless killing, all fancy moves were useless. At this time, everyone took action, and in many cases, they were actually exchanging injuries for injuries, competing for who was less injured, reacted faster, and attacked more fiercely, and could kill the opponent. The battle was fierce, and everyone was inevitably injured. On Fang Sui's body, the extremely solid netherworld armor also had a broken mark on the shoulder. It was when he was killing a member of the Shadow Tribe who attacked him. Yu Xiangshan took the opportunity to hit him with a close punch. That punch almost broke the netherworld armor, but fortunately, the curse power of the armor after the Ula sacrifice took effect. When Yu Xiangshan hit Fang Sui, he was backfired by the curse power in the armor, and a layer of black hair was stained on his hands, which made him unable to continue chasing. Otherwise, Fang Sui would not have only had a slight damage to the armor. Fang Sui, you are at the end of your rope today, and you will definitely die. Yu Xiangshan suppressed the backlash of the curse, reorganized the offensive, and pressed forward again. You can try it. Fang Sui responded with both fists. One punch produced the magical scene of the dark moon shining on the netherworld mountain, and the other punch flew out of his hand to blast out 3 rounds of red, gold, and blue suns with raging firepower, and collided with Yu Xiangshan who rushed up. After the collision, Fang Sui's face turned pale. Although he had forced his opponent back, his body was also shaken, and the injuries accumulated during this period of fighting were further aggravated. Not far from Fang Sui's side, Zhang Shizhen also collided with the young demon god. His ghost face was violent, and his blue-green ghost hair was dancing in the wind. Bah! Zhang Shizhen spat out a mouthful of blue-green blood. His face became more sinister, raised his finger, and pointed at the young demon god, and shouted, "Come again." The young demon god sneered, "You are looking for death." He dodged and forced over. The two of them collided continuously, and the sound continued. Although Zhang Shizhen was brave, he had to defend the car after all, so he was inherently at a disadvantage and lacked initiative. In addition, the opponent was also a genius of the time, and his strength level was even higher than that of Zhang Shizhen at present. Therefore, in the collision between the two, Zhang Shizhen was not actually in an advantageous position, but was in a suppressed disadvantageous state. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. If this continued, I'm afraid that people in Fang Sui's team would suffer casualties soon. The most dangerous moment has arrived. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly sent a message to Tina, saying, Turn around. Let's give up the attack on the array platform and break out in other directions. Tina and Fang Sui had been working together for a long time, and she immediately understood that Fang Sui had always asked her to attack the array platform in order to attract the attention of the pursuers and create the illusion that they were going to break out of the array platform at all costs. In this way, Fang Sui's message to Tina to turn around was the only active momentum that he could control and slightly affect the situation when he was in a passive situation. Tina instantly understood Fang Sui's intention and immediately turned the car around. The moon goddess frame tried its best and almost flew into the air, about 10 feet off the ground, flying above many shadow tribesmen and rushing to break out in other directions. In an instant, the opponent was caught off guard and was briefly thrown away by the moon goddess frame. However, there were so many shadow tribes around that, although the moon goddess frame had the advantage of suddenness and turned instantly, it was naturally impossible to break out of the siege. After a while, the surrounding shadow tribesmen surrounded them again, and Fang Sui and others were about to be surrounded again. Heh. Fang Sui, don't run around anymore. Why don't you surrender? I can decide not to kill you. You and your subordinates can barely be considered elites. It would be a wonderful thing to accept you to serve under my mother forces. Ha, Yu Xiangsheng, what you said is the first time I agree with you, and I agree to do this. As Yu Xiangsheng's voice fell, the demon young man continued to speak. They sang in unison, of course. They didn't really want to accept Fang Sui and others, but they relied on words to disintegrate the psychological defenses of Fang Sui's people, and at the same time they also meant to humiliate him. In fact, at this time, Yu Xiangsheng and others were also shocked by the resilience shown by Fang Sui's side, who was trapped in the siege and could still hold on until now. However, they were only slightly shocked. Fang Sui and others had greatly consumed their strength and were close to the point of exhaustion. Several people from the mother forces saw this very clearly. They all knew very firmly that it was only a matter of time before Fang Sui and the others would be defeated. At this time, after the moon goddess carriage quickly turned around, the 4 people from the mother's force quickly chased after them. However, just before the 4 people were about to approach, Fang Sui's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he blurted out a scolding, and they suddenly burst out with all their strength without reservation. First, Bast and Anubis, after Rulalius, appeared at the same time beside Mao Yan, whose subordinates died tragically, and stationed with him on one side of the carriage. At the same time, Zhang Shizhen, who was responsible for guarding the side and rear of the carriage, also displayed his signature skills. A statue of the white bones of Yama appeared on his forehead. After it fell off, it turned into a Yama ghost clone with an indigo body. The chirping ghost sound spread, and all those who heard it felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, Zhang Shizhen's combat power doubled. He stood with a Yama clone, and thick ghost fog rose around them. The evil ghosts howled, as if the Yama ghost cave had suddenly been moved to the human world, and the power was extremely intimidating. On the other side, Jiuo Dangshan, who was also seriously injured during the entire retreat, also used his best means. The magic fluctuations spread outside his body were as strong as the tides of the sea and unfathomable. Jiuo Dangshan looked solemn, chanting a very complicated magic spell. Suddenly, above the sky filled with night, stars flashed out of thin air like rain and turned into falling meteorites, each as huge as a mountain, rumbling to the ground. The scene was terrifying, as if the world was destroyed. This is a legendary forbidden magic with great power called Destruction Meteor. Boom, 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 boom. Pieces of huge meteorites like mountains and rivers fell from the sky. If you don't see this scene in person, it is difficult to accurately describe its power. Instantly, the earth was shaken, the palace was cracked, and everything was shaking. The giant meteorites fell like rain, as if to destroy everything. The screams around were one after another, and countless shadow tribesmen were crushed to death. The scene was suddenly in chaos. At the moment when Jiuo Dangshan and Zhang Shizhen launched at the same time, Fang Sui also did his best. He not only summoned Bast and Anubis, but also the power in his body was vibrating violently. The ethereal divine land in his body suddenly rose up and actually entered his sea of consciousness from his lower abdomen. The next moment, the divine land collided with the golden blazing sun in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness. With a bang, Fang Sui's sea of consciousness seemed to collapse, and the earth split, and chaos was reopened. A phoenix was born from destruction in the violent power of the divine land hitting the blazing sun. This is a phoenix burning with the black flame of death. Among the magic weapons that Fang Sui could currently activate, the most terrifying death phoenix was born from the fire. It combined the power of the underworld soil and the scorching sun fire in Fang Sui's body. As soon as it was born, it flew out from Fang Sui's forehead, grew up quickly, and turned into a huge divine creature that was more than 10 feet long. Although this underworld phoenix was evolved by magic power and did not have wisdom, its appearance was lifelike, and it was born very majestic and beautiful. Its wings were fluttering, its tail feathers were flowing, its whole body was black, and the light was flowing. The fire of death was steaming around its body, causing the void around it to be burned and distorted. The underworld phoenix was born, its wings were gently flapping, and it shook its body, as if it was shortening time and space, and then it came in front of the moon goddess's frame. Whoosh! A black flame of death rolled out like an overwhelming force. In an instant, some shadow tribesmen who were blocking the road in front of the frame turned into ashes silently. Fang Sui used his killing moves at the same moment, using the Dark Phoenix to clear the way, and meteors and meteorites dropped from the sky to disrupt the situation, while Zhang Shizhen, Bast, Anubis and others closely guarded the frame. At this moment, the whole team cooperated perfectly, as smoothly as clouds, and had both offensive and defensive capabilities. And the moon goddess frame itself, under the full drive of Tina, suddenly turned into a vague moonlight, flashing and appearing in a flash, and finally successfully broke through the siege of the Shadow Army before the people of the Mother's forces organized another offensive. In a blink of an eye, the moon goddess frame had already rushed forward to 100 feet away. The frame flashed again, and it was another 100 feet away, and it was about to rush out of the building complex where the 3-star gold altars were located. At this point, the moon goddess frame was in a situation where the sky was high and the birds flew, and the sea was wide and the fish leaped, and no one could catch up in a short time. Seeing the moon goddess frame going farther and farther, the 4 people of the Mother's forces stopped dejectedly. The 4 people looked at each other with murderous intent on their faces. The man wearing a mask of good and evil, who was the leader of the group, shouted coldly, "It doesn't matter. Even if they escape the siege temporarily, they will never be able to leave this altar space. There is no way to get out, except through the teleportation array." Yu Xiangshan continued, "Yes, this space is less than 10,000 miles in size, and most of it is flat. These people will eventually be trapped in a jar, and they will die a miserable death sooner or later." The others nodded slightly, and the young demon waved his hand and said, "Why don't I lead the Shadow Tribe to hunt down these stray dogs? It's interesting to think about it, but it's a pity that the sacrificial ceremony was destroyed by these idiots, which is bound to delay our big event. If we want to sacrifice again, we will have to spend a lot of time to prepare." The mysterious woman who had never spoken a word suddenly said in a cold voice, "I'm not worried about these. What I want to know is that among the 6 sons of gods and 5 servants of the goddesses under our Mother's forces, some have awakened their memories that were dormant in the reincarnation in this life, but why didn't they come to participate in such an important event as sacrificing to the Mothers?" When this question was asked, the other people frowned at the same time. Obviously they all had doubts in their hearts. As they talked, they looked at the rapidly moving moon goddess chariot frame, with a cat and mouse look in their eyes. Obviously, they were very sure that Fang Sui and others would never escape from the altar space, so even if the moon goddess chariot frame temporarily broke through the siege, they were still not worried, and they had no doubt that they would eventually be able to kill Fang Sui and others. However, under the gaze of these people, the situation changed dramatically again. In the sky above the 3-star gold altars, in addition to the black hole from which the Shadow Army had fought, another black hole that had collapsed and closed after the fierce battle between Horus and the Mother Goddess's spiritual body suddenly changed, and a ray of golden light suddenly rushed out of it. This ray of golden light broke through the space barrier and came out, and it turned out to be the remains of the god Horus, who had fought out of the space-time black hole again. After the remains of Horus rushed out, without any pause, they flashed at an incredible speed, and landed in front of the moon goddess frame. The next moment, the remains of Horus sacrificed a golden light that wrapped around the moon goddess frame, and with his hands apart, he tore open the space barrier again, and took the moon goddess frame, and plunged into the reverse void, directly escaping from the space, where the 3 altars were located, and disappeared. On the other side, the mother forces and countless shadow tribes were shocked and dumbfounded. After a moment, the 4 people from the mother's force looked at each other in silence and said unwillingly, "Damn it, under such circumstances, they were actually allowed to escape. This chapter is only 20 or 30 words away from 4,000. Chapter 395, Golden Sutra Vibration. It's actually nothing that they escaped from the altar space. The space rules of this death palace are abnormal, so it is called a maze. Even if they break through the space, it is impossible for them to leave the death palace directly at once. If we go out later, we may have the opportunity to continue chasing them," Yu Xiangsheng said with a gloomy face, and the others hummed, each thinking about something. The man wearing the mask of good and evil changed the subject and said, "I'm a little surprised at how powerful the eagle-headed god is. Normally, even if the goddess mother differentiates a wisp of spiritual thought, it is definitely not inferior to ordinary gods. This eagle-headed god has been dead for a long time, and only the residual soul has entered the body, temporarily revived a very small part of its strength. It can actually rush into the depths of the black hole, with overwhelming power, and fight with the goddess mother's spiritual incarnation without being defeated. At this time, it rushed out of the black hole, and took Fang Sui and others away." There was an unprecedented solemnity in his voice. "Did you notice that the man named Fang Sui, in the previous battle, summoned several powerful summons in succession? They all have animal heads and human bodies, and have many similarities with the eagle-headed god. There was also a trace of consideration in the words of the mysterious woman. She pondered and said, "This Fang Sui is indeed worthy of attention. The reason why the eagle-headed god was able to revive temporarily was because he integrated a golden eagle into the remains of the god, which made the remains of the god revived, thus ruining our great event of offering sacrifice to the goddess." At the moment, when the woman's voice fell, a voice full of femininity sounded in the ears of several people. "Xenu, you don't have to worry too much about the failure of this sacrifice. The failure of the sacrifice has long been deduced in the oracle sent down by the goddess eons ago." When this voice sounded, the mysterious woman called Xenu and the other 3 turned their heads to look. In the depths of the black hole passage, where the shadow army came out in an endless stream, 2 figures were walking side by side at this time. The 2 figures were tall and majestic. Because they were still far away, they looked a little hazy, but they could give people a strong sense of being able to support the sky and earth, and catch up with the realm of gods. The 2 figures in the depths of the black hole, every step they took, was an unmeasurable distance. In a flash, they walked out of the depths of the black hole, and came to the altar space. One of the 2 was the leader of the demons in the shadow camp. He was wearing a devilish black armor, with an imposing manner and a towering figure. The other was a thin man with a face that looked a little old at first glance, but a little young at second glance. This man's face gave people 2 very different feelings of youth and oldness at the same time, which was very strange. He had long hair, half of which was black and full of youthful vitality, and the other half was as white as snow, old and decayed. The person who had spoken to the 5 servants of the goddess under the mother forces was this strange person who could not tell whether he was young or old. As soon as he walked out of the black hole, Xenu, one of the 5 servants of the goddess, the son of good and evil, Yu Xiangsheng, and the young demon god bowed and saluted, saying in unison, "Greetings, Elder Dark." In the mother power, in addition to the mother god, the highest leaders are the yin and yang gods, under whom are the 6 sons of the gods, the 5 servants of the goddess, and many other masters, but few people know that when these masters are trapped in the reincarnation and their memories have not been awakened, the mother power, which is in a dormant period, can continue to pass on its inheritance because of the existence of a Dark Elder Council. This Dark Elder Council is responsible for the specific operation of all aspects of the mother power and keeps the inheritance of the entire power immortal. No one knows how many people there are in the Dark Elder Council. They are directly responsible to the Yin God, one of the two Yin and Yang gods, also known as the Dark God. Their status is not lower than that of the 6 sons of the gods, and they are the most core figures in the mother power. At this time, several reincarnated figures among the 6 sons of the gods and the 5 servants of the goddess, seeing this man who combined the old and the young, and had a strong aura, needed to salute and call him Eldarin. It was not that their status was lower than Eldarin, but that the strong were respected in the power of the mothers. At present, several people among the 6 sons of the gods and the 5 servants of the goddess were in the initial stage of reincarnation and cultivation. The strength in their bodies was still a long way from the level of Eldarin. Therefore, several people saluted at the same time, paying tribute to Eldarin's current strength, which was far higher than Th's, and had nothing to do with status. Eldarin just said that there would be problems with our sacrifice this time. It was the oracle of the goddess mother that was deduced a long time ago. The woman among the 5 servants of the goddess, known as Xenu, asked about the previous topic. Eldarin's eyes flashed with a bewitching light as he swept over the 4 people. He walked straight towards the star gold altar without stopping, and responded, "Well, after all, not much of your soul memory has been revived, and there are some things you don't know yet." He added, "This sacrifice was indeed doomed to fail, but we have other ways to deal with it. In fact, your previous sacrifice was just a means to confuse others. The reason for its failure, to a certain extent, is the result of our deliberate indulgence. Otherwise, how could a few small figures destroy the sacrificial process of my mother forces?" He continued, "The reason why we allowed this sacrifice to be destroyed intentionally or unintentionally was that our main consideration was to guard against the enemy forces like Chenxiandi. They have also deduced the time of your sacrifice. If it weren't for your sacrifice, it would be doomed to be destroyed and fail, and Chenxiandi would have sent people to intervene. Haha, only if you fail, Chenxiandi can be at ease, remain on the sidelines, and not intervene." Eldarin paused, and there was a faint sense of pride in his voice. "We have been fighting with the immortal land for generations, scheming against each other, and having had our share of wins and losses. This time we are willing to give up the remains of a god and let such an important thing as sacrifice fail, which is enough to paralyze the immortal land, and create opportunities for the next plan." The eyes of Xenu and others lit up. Could it be? Eldarin walked into the star gold altar, came to the statue of the goddess and knelt solemnly, then stood up and nodded gloomily. "You guessed right. We have other plans in secret. After endless years of accumulation, we have now found clues to where the main soul of the goddess is sealed. Soon, we will launch an action to welcome the return of the main soul of the goddess. This is our ultimate goal of lying dormant for endless years. Once successful, the universe will tremble with fear." While the people of the mother forces were talking to each other outside the star gold altar, after the chief of the demons walked out, powerful figures walked out of the black hole one after another. They were all demon generals from all over the world with invincible combat power and experience in hundreds of battles. After these demons came out, they didn't say anything, just waved their hands gently. Suddenly, teams of shadow troops were teleported out through the teleportation array. Soon, they will also walk out of the death maze. The troops of the shadow troops will point directly to the 5 eastern regions. The magnificent era has truly begun, and the gears of change are slowly turning. Time moved forward a little, at the same time when the demon chief and the dark elder appeared. In the first layer of the death maze, where many 5 regions cultivators were exploring the maze space, a golden light suddenly tore through the void. A cold silver carriage, pulled by 4 giant wolves cast by the moon, galloped out from the reverse void. This is naturally the moon god's car, which was carried by the remains of Horus, broke through the space barrier, and directly left the altar space. On the car, Fang Sui and others stood side by side. Beside the car, there stood a hawk-headed god about 10 feet tall, shining with golden light, which no one dared to look directly at. It was the true body of Horus's remains. He restrained the pressure naturally radiated by the body of the god, and his golden eyes, which had been open and majestic, were slowly closing. In fact, the powerful fluctuations in his body began to calm down, and he was about to return to the dead remains of a god. "Lord, because I have merged with my dead body, and force my body to revive and fight, my soul has been contaminated with my death aura. I'm on the verge of destruction, and have no power. to protect you from the maze of death. You need to leave quickly. I sense that there are powerful people in the altar space on the next level who are coming across time and space. Something will happen here soon. This voice sounded in Fang Sui's soul, which was the Horus eagle that merged into the remains of the god. Before it finished speaking, it fell completely silent, without any sound. At the same time, the powerful divine energy on the remains of Horus quickly weakened. Fang Sui didn't even have time to ask what the result of the battle between him and the goddess was in the black hole. Moreover, because the Horus eagle was integrated into the remains of the original body, it could not withstand the invasion of the death energy in the original body and seemed to have completely disappeared, which was equivalent to death. Fang Sui was about to take a closer look when something strange happened. In his sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra suddenly vibrated, emitting a monstrous light and a golden glow. At the same time, a mysterious chanting sound came from the Golden Sutra. The scripture contained the supreme mystery, as if it was explaining the supreme mystery between life and death. This divine sound came from the Sun Golden Sutra, shaking Fang Sui's soul. His eyebrows suddenly lit up, as if a door of light connecting to the divine world had been opened. The remains of the god Horus, illuminated by the light between Fang Sui's eyebrows, quickly shrank and floated towards his eyebrows. At the same time, countless witchcraft symbols emanated from the golden armor on Horus' body. In an instant, these symbols intertwined and re-derived into the array of the witchcraft gate of the god realm, which wrapped the remains of Horus inside, and the light flowed. Soon, the array carrying the remains of Horus lying safely in it shrank into a small dot and floated into the light that lit up between Fang Sui's eyebrows. The next moment, the shadow of the Sun Golden Scripture flashed on Fang Sui's forehead. The sound of the scriptures containing the great secrets of life and death in his soul, as well as the dazzling light on his forehead, disappeared at the same time. Everything returned to normal. Fang Sui came back to his senses and looked inward. The last scene he saw was that the Sun Golden Scripture opened an ancient page that had never been opened, and the array of the witchcraft gate of the god realm, carrying the remains of Horus, fell into the page. Immediately, the page closed and all the strange phenomena disappeared. The Golden Scripture once again disappeared into the golden and brilliant sun in the sea of consciousness. On the moon goddess's chariot, Fang Sui looked solemn. Facing the surprised looks from everyone who had seen the remains of a god enter his sea of consciousness, he did not explain too much, but waved his hand gently, signaling Tina to drive the moon goddess's chariot and leave the death maze as soon as possible. At this time, Mu Yan in the car stared in one direction and said blankly, "What is that?" P.S. Well, the recent clues have been laid almost, and the situation in the 5 regions will change suddenly. Next, happy reading. Chapter 396, Changes in the Palace of Death. 5,000 chapters. When Mao Yan spoke, her tone and expression were extremely surprised. Everyone's heart moved, and they looked over. After seeing this, everyone's face changed slightly. The moon goddess frame was carried by the remains of Horus. After traveling through space, it returned to this level of the maze. The current location is not too far from the entrance where they first entered the death maze. This is obviously because Horus sensed that the maze was about to change, so he tried to bring Fang Sui and others to the entrance, hoping that they could leave the maze as soon as possible. At this time, everyone was inside a passage. When they turned their heads and looked, their sight passed through the passage and they could vaguely see something glowing in the depths of the maze in the distance. It was as bright as the stars in the sky, and people knew it was unusual at first sight. Guo Dongshan frowned and said, "It seems that the altar in a maze is glowing, as if something has been activated." Fang Sui nodded, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. At this time, the light in the distance gradually became stronger, and finally turned into a huge beam of light, leading directly to the top of the sky inside the death maze. At the same time, the ground of the entire maze began to vibrate, from slightly to violently, and it seemed as if the earth was roaring wildly. Something unexpected is about to happen. This thought crossed everyone's mind. Fang Sui shouted in a low voice, "Let's go quickly, and get out of the maze first." Before he finished speaking, Tina urged the lunar frame to speed up. The next moment, everyone saw the incredible changes together. First, the walls on both sides of the maze passage, where they were suddenly split into various shapes of different sizes, and then rose from the ground, and rifted in the air. At the same moment, the walls of other maze passages did the same, flying into the air one after another. These passage walls flew to the direction of the light in the distance at the same time, with it as the center, and with the rumbling sound, they piled up and pressed together, and then fell to the ground again. During the whole process, there were countless maze walls flying in the sky, as if there was a god's hand, controlling everything invisibly, giving people a feeling of turning the world upside down, and the scene was spectacular. Soon after, Fang Sui and others were surprised to see a huge palace made of countless maze walls interwoven and stacked, appearing in the depths of the distant maze. The palace was huge and tall, with heavy edges and corners, and cold and hard turns. It had a kind of hideousness expressed in the form of architecture. The entire palace was almost the size of a small star, sitting there, towering into the sky, majestic to the extreme. This palace adhered to the consistent color of the buildings in the maze. The whole body was blue-brown, neither gold nor wood, and extremely solid. Correspondingly, after the maze passages rose from the ground one after another, and were built into a palace, the rest of the maze began to become empty, because of the disappearance of the passages, with a vast vision and a flat plain. Everyone turned around and looked around, and immediately found that in a short period of time, the countless passages in other places in the maze had also undergone the same changes. At this time, there was not just one giant palace in the maze, but one every 100 miles, sitting firmly on the ground in the maze, lined up one after another, and there were a lot of them. This incident caused many cultivators who were originally exploring and walking in the maze passages to exclaim, "What happened? How come the walls of these passages rose from the ground and became palaces? This is probably the second stage of the maze's change. Maybe there will be treasures? I think we should explore these palaces in depth." Well, it makes sense. These palaces may contain precious information that can solve the mystery of the existence of the maze. When some discussions like those who couldn't tell the situation sounded, many people looked serious and thought that this was a sign of an upcoming shocking change in the maze, and the situation seemed very bad. However, no matter which judgment they tended to make in their hearts, these cultivators who made the judgment did not know that in the maze altar space on the lower level, the Shadow Army was being teleported into these newly generated palaces in batches. Among all the people, only Fang Sui and others could vaguely guess what was about to happen, and everyone was alarmed. At this time, the moon goddess Frame was already speeding, rushing towards the entrance and exit of the maze. At the same moment, everyone in the car, including Fang Sui, shouted in unison, "The Shadow Army is about to appear in the maze, and a war is about to begin. Everyone, retreat quickly. The Shadow Army is about to appear in the maze, and a war is about to begin." Fang Sui and others' warnings sounded over and over again, and the sound spread far and wide, booming in all directions. Some people changed color when they heard the sound, and chose to believe it at the first time, because usually no one would choose to joke about the Shadow Army's upcoming appearance, which would easily arouse public anger. Of course, some people looked like they were laughing, and ignored the warnings of Fang Sui and others. What a joke. This is in the East region, and it is still in a maze ruins. How could the Shadow Army appear? Yes, there is no clue or sign at all. The Shadow Army is not a divine soldier sent from heaven. Where can they come from? There are not a few voices like this. Most of those who say this are cultivators who like to be different. When encountering things, the first thing they consider is not to go with the flow. When people with this kind of personality hear new news, their first reaction is often to raise different objections. Those who don't believe that the Shadow Army will appear ignore the warnings of Fang Sui and others, and each of them follows their original plan, looking at the giant palaces built by the walls of the passage, eager to try. Some people are even approaching those palaces, ready to enter the palaces and begin to explore the secrets. Of course, before these people can take action, the accident happened mercilessly. The palace suddenly opened, and then the Shadow Army really came out in a swarm, covering the sky and the earth. The cultivators who originally wanted to approach the palace changed color in horror, and it was too late to withdraw at this time. The speed of the Shadow Army's appearance was as fast as thunder, but it was not chaotic, and the formation was orderly. It was obvious that they must be elite troops. After they rushed out, they immediately began to crush and kill the cultivators in the maze. At the same time, the giant palaces formed by the walls of the passages began to shine one by one. Spells swirled on the palace walls, and 4 huge divine characters appeared above the palace doors, the flying palaces of the dead. The next moment, one after another, the flying palaces of the dead rose from the ground, carrying the demon generals and many shadow tribesmen in them, and flew out of the death maze. On the ground inside the death palace, a brutal killing had already begun. Countless people were unable to retreat, and were easily killed by the shadow army that rushed out, as if it was a warm-up game. The blood dyed the ground red. After the maze passage disappeared, it became boundless. On the empty and flat maze ground, the moon god's car was running fast. Fang Sui and others in the car looked stern. There were many cultivators from the 5 domains in front, behind, and on the left and right of the moon god's car. All of them were horrified and retreated. 4,000 feet behind the retreating cultivators was the shadow army that was rolling forward like a tide. All the cultivators who were caught up by the shadow army were like a drop of wave swept into the tide, unable to stir up even the slightest ripple, and were killed tragically. Many cultivators who were in a hurry to leave, or ran in panic, but they all knew that the great changes in the 5 regions had come, and the war that looked down on the world had just started. Team. Suddenly, a voice came from the surrounding group of cultivators who were evacuating rapidly. Fang Sui, who was observing the back with an expressionless expression on the frame, turned his head and saw Luo Yap, who had surrendered to Fang Sui after Sui Ling and Mo Shao were killed one after another. She was running with the flow of people and suddenly saw the moon goddess car and immediately called out Fang Sui's name. After Fang Sui and others entered the altar space, Luo Ya had been following Fang Sui's instructions and doing things behind Mu Yan. Mu Yan later led people to rush into the altar space, and Luo Ya was left outside to respond until she met Fang Sui and others again. As Luo Yatan got on the frame, something unexpected happened again. In the sky above, there was a huge palace of death flying out of the maze. When it passed over everyone's head, it suddenly sprinkled down a huge net of blood-red spell patterns with intertwined light. Each of the spell patterns nets was quite huge, covering 1,000 feet in radius. Once it fell, the consequences for the cultivators covered by the giant nets could be imagined. At least it would be difficult to continue evacuating, and they would be caught up by the shadow army behind. The moon goddess frame was also covered by one of the giant nets. Fang Sui's face changed suddenly. The huge spell pattern net sprinkled from the sky had a wide range and was unavoidable. If they were really covered by it, they would only need a little obstruction, and the shadow army behind would catch up, and they would fall into a situation of hard fighting. Previously, they had just experienced a full-scale fight in the altar space. At this time, everyone was not in the best condition. If they were trapped again, the situation would be unimaginable. It can be concluded that someone in the team must die. At this time, everyone was busy running away. It was not feasible to call on everyone around to attack together. It was not feasible to smash the giant net that was descending from above. There was not enough time. These thoughts flashed through Fang Sui's mind. He gritted his teeth and conveyed an order to Anubis, who had returned to the underworld with some pain. The next moment, the death energy around the chariot of the moon goddess suddenly rolled and permeated. The image of the altar of the dead appeared and disappeared. It turned out that a 1,000-man team of Anubis's undead army was teleported from the underworld. These thousands of undead appeared directly in the air. As soon as they appeared, they immediately took action. More than 1,000 undead were silent, and their movements were neat, just like one person, raising the spear of death in their hands. All the undead burst out all the power in their bodies, and evolved a thick black gas like a long river of death in the air, like a black dragon soaring into the sky, winding and majestic. Boom. This dragon-like black gas rolled, and instantly broke through the giant net of spell patterns scattered in the sky. But at the same time, these thousands of undead souls also turned into flying ashes, disintegrated and disappeared. When they left the underworld, they would be suppressed by the rules of the interface, so they only had the power of one strike, and then they could not resist the crushing of the rules of the interface, dissipated into ashes, and completely lost their existence. These dead soldiers have followed Anubis to fight in the underworld for several years. Each of them is an elite warrior who has fought hundreds of battles and is about to break through the second level. Now, after one strike, thousands of them collapsed. No wonder Fang Sui felt so distressed before giving the order. At this time, except for the giant net falling from the sky, where Fang Sui was located, the giant nets in other places near and far fell smoothly. In an instant, the cultivators who were shrouded in it let out a terrifying scream. It turned out that the blood-colored curse pattern net had an indescribable evil force. Anyone who was shrouded in it would immediately be attacked by the evil force. The cultivators in the net kept howling in pain, and the flesh around them began to fall off and melt. But in a moment, all these cultivators turned into white bones. But they were not dead for a while, and there was wailing everywhere. The scene was like hell on earth. Hey. In the flying palace of the Death Palace, where the huge curse net was scattered from the sky, there was a demon general with a savage face, a tall and strong figure, and a fierce armor. He stood in front of the flying palace, looked down, and saw that one of the huge curse nets that fell was actually pierced by someone, and he was a little surprised. His light exclamation attracted the attention of the other two people in the Death Palace. The two people walked out leisurely. One of them was wearing a luxurious robe. He was the demon god youth among the 6 gods under the power of the mothers. The other was wearing dark silver armor and had a handsome face. He was Yu Xiangsheng. I said that the space in the maze was disordered and Fang Sui and others could not escape directly. It turned out to be true. Quick, release the demon general and release the killing net. Yu Xiangsheng looked down and laughed when he saw Fang Sui. In the following time, 5 curse-killing nets fell from the flying palace of the Death Palace in the sky. Fang Sui had no choice but to dispatch the undead army to resist. After repeated actions, he lost more than 6,000 undead army. This loss was heartbreaking. In recent years, Anubis's army of the dead has been invincible in the underworld. They will win in battle, but they also consume a lot of energy in the process of fighting. Although they can occasionally open the Dark Gate to replenish the number of undead army, the total number of undead army in the underworld is less than 10,000. This time, they lost 6,000 at a time, which is really a heavy loss. I'm afraid that after this battle, Anubis's plans to advance in the underworld will be affected in a short period of time and need to be temporarily stopped. But Fang Sui and others' troubles are not over yet. The demon general in the Palace of the Dead, who was called Sashan by Yu Xiangsheng, was furious when he saw that the 6 killing nets were scattered continuously and were all broken by Fang Sui's army of the dead. The passage wall in the maze turned into a palace, and the road was flat and without any obstacles. At this time, the moon goddess's car was running fast. In fact, it was not far from the entrance and exit of the maze. Seeing that Fang Sui and others were about to rush out of the maze, Sashan Mojiang shouted coldly, and a rumbling sound rang out. He said coldly, "You do have some skills, but it's a pity that you use them all to escape. Let you see my methods, and send you on your way personally." The next moment, the 6th level Sashan Mojiang threw a punch, and a black fist column was blasted down from the sky, bringing a turbulent void storm, which was spinning and pressing towards the moon goddess's car. Crack. Everyone on the moon goddess hunting car fought back together, but the means of resistance were all broken by the pressing fist column. Tina quickly touched a life-saving necklace worn on her neck, and a light wall was formed to protect the moon goddess's car. However, even so, the tyrannical force of the 6th level came down, and after a short stalemate, it still crushed the light wall, and then the moon goddess's car was also affected, shattered with a bang, and dissipated into wisps of fine moonlight. The powerful and unmatched horror and pressure came upon them, and Fang Sui and others bled at the corners of their mouths at the same time. As the summoner of the moon goddess hunting car, Tina's car body completely collapsed. She was the most seriously injured and was in a coma and dying. Luo Yap, the weakest on the frame, died tragically in an instant, and one of Mao Yan's arms exploded into a ball of blood mist. "Ha, Fang Sui, how does this blow taste?" The voices of Yu Xiangsheng and the demon youth came from above. When the two spoke, they were about to jump down to kill Fang Sui and others. After the moon goddess hunting car collapsed, and Tina was seriously injured, Fang Sui and others all had gloomy faces and fierce expressions, and Zhang Shizhen among them was even more abnormal. His aura was rhythmic, and a sound like something cracking sounded in his body, as if some kind of shackle barrier in his practice had suddenly broken in his body. The ghostly aura around Zhang Shizhen was overwhelming. He looked like this, but under great pressure and rage. He showed signs of breaking through on the spot, and in an instant, he had the tendency to break through the fourth order barrier. The shrill sound of the howling of thousands of ghosts suddenly rang out in his body, and a majestic and unmatched white bone face loomed on his forehead. On the other side, Fang Sui whistled softly, and the void around him twisted, and a four-winged two-headed ferocious bone dragon appeared. This bone dragon was originally the skeleton of the god's mount that Fang Sui obtained from the divine urn containing the crystal of divine power. Later, this bone dragon was integrated by Anubis with the power of death and became an undead. In recent years, it has been serving as Anubis mount in the underworld. At this time, Fang Sui summoned it out, and UK King saw the opportunity very quickly. He immediately supported the unconscious Tina and jumped onto the back of the bone dragon with Guo Dongshan and others who had murderous intent on their faces. Fang Sui shouted, 13, this is not the time to fight, let's retreat first. Zhang Shizhen roared, and without hesitation, he jumped onto the back of the bone dragon. The next moment, just before the young demon god and Yu Xiangshan jumped down to stop Fang Sui and others, the bone dragon flapped its four wings, showing a lightning-like speed, and flew away in a flash. It had been running all the way before, and was not far from the exit of the maze. At this time, the bone dragon flapped its four wings, disappeared several times, and successfully flew out of the death maze, and rushed into the outer space. Hey, Yu Xiangshan, you too, and that demon general, Fang will definitely repay you for what happened today. Fang Sui's voice came back calmly at the moment of rushing out of the death maze, without any hostility. The other party and his side were originally in a hostile position, and they attacked. Fang Sui could not be said to be angry, so when he spoke at this time, he was just stating it calmly, but this place must be doubled the next day. Ignorant fellow, I'm one of the demons of the heavens. My name is Satian. If you dare to come, I will be waiting for you at any time. The 6th rank demon general who stood with his hands behind his back on the flying palace of the death palace and smashed the chariot of the moon goddess with one punch responded, and laughed. You are just a fleeing person. How dare you say such big words? If it weren't for the order of this demon general, I would definitely chase you out and kill you. This ignorant fool. Yu Xiangshan and the demon god youth failed to stop Fang Sui and others from leaving in time, and returned to the flying palace of the death palace indignantly. When they heard Fang Sui's words when he left, they also laughed dumbly, looked at each other, and shook their heads, and then put the matter behind them. They naturally didn't expect that after a period of time, Fang Sui would really come to kill one by one and launch a strong counter-attack against today's events. Of course, this is a later story. P.S. Well, this chapter has more than 5,000 words. If you split it, it can barely be regarded as 2 chapters. I'm thick-skinned, so this chapter is considered 2 in 1. In addition, I have updated chapters of more than 4,000 words many times recently, so if you combine them together, it can be considered an extra chapter. Thanks to classmate for the second 10,000 coin reward. It took so long to add the promised extra chapters. I'm sweating, but it's finally finished, so I'm finally debt-free. Happy reading. Chapter 397, Storm Rising. The starry sky is vast and deep. The Death Labyrinth, a huge object comparable to a galaxy, has been fully opened. The black water-like protective layer that originally covered the labyrinth is slowly disappearing. The Death Labyrinth has completely shown its grandeur to the world. On the edge of the labyrinth, on a flying palace of the Death Palace, Satian Demon General, it is not convenient for us to directly participate in the battle against the 5 domains at the moment. We will not show up in the later battles. I wish Satian Demon General can lead his troops to victory in advance. Yu Xiangshan and the young demon said in unison. Satian Demon General is still very friendly to the people of the Mother Force who have been working closely with the shadow creatures for many years. He smiled and bowed his hands when he heard the words. Yu Xiangshan and the other man stopped talking and quickly sacrificed a gorgeous flying boat. At the moment, when the Death Palace flew out of the Death Labyrinth and entered space, the flying boat carrying 2 people left the Death Palace and quietly disappeared into the deep space. After a few flashes, it disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Fang Sui and others rushed out of the Death Labyrinth on a 4-winged bone dragon. Cybertron, under the control of its core hub, the Protus Magic Crystal, had received Fang Sui's message in advance, and was flying out of the Shenfeng mountain base of the All Heavens Alliance, hovering outside the labyrinth, approaching where Fang Sui and others were. The two were moving in opposite directions, and soon Fang Sui and others successfully entered the outer space of Cybertron. Zhao Xianzhao and the 2 Protoss warriors Leviathan and Vernon were suddenly shocked when they saw Fang Sui and others in such a mess. Zhao Xianzhao has actually been restless recently. After Fang Sui and others entered the Death Labyrinth, he entered the free activity mode and took a lot of mechanical puppets made by Cybertron, which were nicknamed Iron Man by the team members, to explore the Death Labyrinth. He was concerned about keeping in touch with Fang Sui through Cybertron, so he had to go back to Cybertron every day. He never went too deep into the maze, but just had a lot of fun playing around the periphery. This guy was also very creative, thinking that when the team members came back, he would scare them. So he started a creative game in Cybertron, dividing the Iron Man made by Cybertron into 2 teams, male and female. The male was assigned as guards, and the female was maids. Usually, these maids and guards wandered around the periphery of the maze with Zhao Xianzhao. Surrounded by many Iron Man guards and maids, he looked like a rich young man, quite complacent. According to Zhao Xianzhao's original idea, when Fang Sui and others came back, the maids and guards he had trained these days would bow and salute, showing the momentum of a wealthy family. Thinking that Fang Sui and others would be surprised when they saw such a scene, Zhao Xianzhao laughed and found it quite interesting. Who knew that Fang Sui and the others came back covered in blood and wounds? Zhao Xianzhao was shocked first, and then he hurried over to greet them without caring about making fun. After Fang Sui entered the Cybertron access warehouse, he first asked Anubis to recall the hideous and deadly bone dragon to the underworld. Then he sent a message to the Cybertron's core magic crystal, saying that there were injured people who needed to be treated. The next moment, 2 mechanical maidens who came out with Zhao Xianzhao leaned over the ground. Their shapes changed and stretched, and pleasant metal sounds rang out. The 2 mechanical puppets quickly lost their human form and turned into 2 metal tables that looked like hospital beds. Mao Yan, who had lost an arm and fell into a coma, was first placed on a metal table and lay down. Crystal clear tears silently rolled down UK King's beautiful and charming eyes. She carefully placed Tina on the metal table, turned around and lay on Fang Sui's shoulder, sobbing. I helped Tina back, and I felt that her vitality was weakening all the way. She might die. Fang Sui looked at Tina lying flat on the metal table with blood all over her chest. His pupils shrank slightly, and his intimidating edge appeared and disappeared, and then he returned to normal and patted UK King on the shoulder. King, you have to be strong. Tina will be fine. If Tina is really in trouble, you should cheer up and practice hard. We still have to avenge her. After speaking, he turned around and asked Zhao Xianzhao, how are the major forces prepared? A bloody battle is about to come in the entire eastern region. Zhao Xianzhao said solemnly, since you, Fang Ta, entered the maze not long ago, the Cybertron magic crystal sent back news that the maze was deliberately hunting down the cultivators who entered it, and through the death of the cultivators, it absorbed the death energy. The entire maze seemed to be a living alien, so I informed the 2 forces, the Alliance of the Heavens and the Temple of the Gods, to which Tina and King belonged, of this news. He added. Later, these 2 informed the other major forces of the news. They jointly conducted relevant discussions and generally believed that similar things appearing in a space relic with a mysterious memory were not too surprising, so they adopted a strategy of keeping their troops in place. However, the major forces are more or less alert to this death maze, so the various forces flying bases hovering in the surrounding sky have now retreated more than 1,000 miles to serve as a buffer in case of any changes. Fang Sui's eyes flickered and he hummed. At this time, UK King's emotions had calmed down a little, and he went to check on Tina's situation again. Fang Sui then walked into Cybertron, and everyone followed. The two metal platforms carrying Tina and Maoyan also slid autonomously, moving behind them smoothly and silently. Zhang Shizhen said sullenly, "Boss, I'll take Guo Dongshan to heal his wounds, and then I'll go into seclusion to consolidate my fourth order realm." Fang Sui nodded and said to Guo Dongshan, "Don't be polite with me, just be casual." Guo Dongshan didn't say anything polite, waved his hand, and followed Zhang Shizhen away. Zhao Xianzhao looked at Guo Dongshan's back and was secretly dumbfounded. This man turned out to be Guo Dongshan's idol. This was naturally not a good time to chase stars. Zhao Xianzhao retracted his gaze and quickly followed Fang Sui, continuing, "The major forces have become alert to the maze. They have taken precautions in recent days and set up observation posts outside the maze in advance. When something happened in the maze just now, the major forces responded immediately and are now fully preparing to fight." Boom. Boom boom boom. As soon as Zhao Xianzhao finished speaking, there was a violent shockwave outside. The war has begun. Everyone in Cybertron walked and talked, and soon entered Cybertron's main control room. When Fang Sui and others entered Cybertron earlier, Cybertron had already started, flying in space like light and lightning, quickly moving away from the death maze. Following behind Cybertron, rushing out of the death maze was a huge Death Palace flying palace. These Death Palace flying palaces were like battle fortresses. As soon as they rushed out of the maze, they immediately showed an amazing flying speed, which was not slower than Cybertron. Through the transparent porthole, Fang Sui and others in Cybertron could clearly see that the previous violent vibration was the Death Palace flying palace brazenly colliding with a gorgeous and tall ship of a certain force hovering in space. The ship cracked instantly and then collapsed. In the empty space, the battle reached a tragic and white-hot level, almost as soon as it started. Fang Sui frowned and looked for a moment, then retracted his gaze to watch the major forces and the shadow tribes fighting, and took out a white and smooth jade bottle. This jade bottle was the healing holy liquid from the immortal land that Jiao asked Zusmuok to bring back to him after the battle in outer space when he returned to Guoan Star from the southern region. When the jade bottle was opened, a strange fragrance immediately filled the air. A drop of light golden liquid that was as clear as crystal rolled out of it and fell on the smooth forehead of the unconscious Tina. It slowly disappeared and seeped into her sea of consciousness. Then Tina's forehead could be seen emitting a blazing golden glow. The healing immortal liquid from the immortal land is extremely effective. It is said that even the newly dead can be resurrected after absorbing it. However, the attack of the Shadow Demon General is not so easy to remove. At this time, the healing immortal liquid fell into Tina's sea of consciousness, but it did not have the magical effect of immediately restoring her. It only stopped the spread of a faint black gas in her body. The vitality that was constantly flowing out of her body also stopped flowing, and the situation stabilized slightly. Fang Sui looked at another metal platform again. One arm exploded. Mao Yan, who was also in a coma, also fed her a drop of healing liquid. Afterwards, Yu Keiking accompanied Tina and Maoyan to other quiet rooms on Cybertron to recuperate. At this time, the war in the outer space was getting more and more intense, and the battle was in full swing. Zhao Xianzu asked, "Fang Ta, how did you get so badly injured? Should we stay and join the battle or?" Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said, "We have encountered dangers in the maze, and we are all injured now. No one has died yet, which is fortunate. We have fought several times in the maze before, and now we are all exhausted and seriously injured. It is really not appropriate to fight. We will not be of any help to the battle situation if we stay here, so let's retreat." Soon after, Cybertron quietly moved away from the battle where the shadow creatures used the death maze to burn the war to the first battle site of the 5 Eastern region. Fang Sui was eager to retreat, and there was another reason that he did not say. According to his analysis, the shadow creatures deliberately joined forces with the mother forces to launch a huge plan to raid the Eastern region, and they were extremely well prepared. The 5 Eastern region could not stop it in any way under the hasty battle. Moreover, it is not just the first battle that will be lost. One day later, Fang Sui's guess came true. The Wufang domain suffered a disastrous defeat in the first battle. The major forces stationed around the death maze were almost wiped out. In the end, only the people of the Tegu tribe drove the giant turtle to break through the siege and successfully retreated. The rest of the major forces died tragically. The Shadow Army was still teleporting out of the death maze in an endless stream, driving one death palace after another into space, causing the raging war to burn more and more fiercely in the Wufang East domain and spread rapidly. At this time, the intention of the Shadow Creature camp to continuously increase troops in the South domain and stockpile heavy troops on the borderline in the previous few months was truly revealed. The purpose of their increase in troops at that time was to echo the current and the surprise attack on the Death Maze in the East domain. Over the past few months, in order to deal with the increase in troops of the Shadow Creatures in the South domain, the troops of the Wufang domain have been frequently mobilized, and many elites from other domains have also been transferred to the South domain for defense. This also resulted in the East region not being able to return to defense in time. Facing the invasion of the Shadow Army, many life source stars in the East region fell one after another and retreated step by step. At the same time, the Shadow tribesmen in the South region of the Five Parties also launched a crazy offensive in response to the battle plan of the East region. The two major domains in the Five Parties domain, with hundreds of millions of troops fighting, started at the same time. There is no doubt that this extremely large-scale battle, whether in terms of layout or the degree of prior preparation, is an absolute advantage for the Shadow Creatures. After the two sides went to war, the result was almost catastrophic for the Five Parties domain, and there was bad news every day. And all this is just the beginning. At this stage, only a very few people can vaguely see the ultimate strategic intention of the Shadow Creatures to launch this war. It is a huge and frightening strategic layout. All of this will be unfolded step by step in the near future. PS. Happy reading. Thank you for your various support. Chapter 398. Terrifying Strategic Intentions. Another chapter with more than 5,000 words. The sky was gloomy, and there were bursts of muffled thunder, as if a heavy rainstorm was coming. In the dim sky, silent lightning flashed from time to time in the sky. Lightning bolts intertwined in the sky like tree roots, appearing and disappearing. At this time, it had been 10 months since the Shadow Creatures attacked the Wufang East region. This is a life source star near the central region of the Wufang East region. Fang Sui and others have been in the ancient city of the East on this star for more than 10 days. The command center of the All Heavens Alliance in the East region is in this ancient city of the East. Fang Sui had just visited Tina, and she was still in a coma. Her injuries were barely under control, but she did not see any improvement. The reason why Shadow Creatures are so powerful is not only because they are good at hiding in the void and coming and going without a trace, but also because their attack ability is also outstanding. Once injured by them, the body will be invaded by a kind of shadow magic, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which is extremely difficult to remove. This can be seen from the fact that Fang Sui and Gao, who were injured by the Shadow Creatures, took a long time to recover. This time, Tina was injured by the 6th level demon general who was much stronger than her, but she did not die. Of course, it was because the healing elixir in the immortal land was very effective, but more importantly, it was because she had the blood of the family's gods in her body, which was fighting against the shadow demon energy in her body. It was hard to predict whether Tina could survive this test. In fact, not only Tina, but also Fang Sui and Guo Dunshan have only improved their injuries so far, and have not yet recovered. The only one who has completely recovered is Zhang Shizhen, who broke through before the battle. He is now burying his head in hard training to consolidate the 4th level realm he just broke through. Fang Sui looked at Tina, and was about to go back to practice his skills to heal his injuries. At the same time, he wanted to check the Sun Golden Sutra to see what the current situation of the remains of Horus hidden in it was. However, at this moment, someone came to report that the top leaders of the All Heavens Alliance summoned Fang Sui to ask about something. Due to the sudden change in the situation in the East region, all the major forces attach great importance to it. Many higher-level figures in various forces, including the All Heavens Alliance, have come to the East region to take charge. Zhang Zheng, who Fang Sui is familiar with in the All Heavens Alliance, also came here in person not long ago. Some alliance masters of the same level as Zhang Zheng have also arrived one after another. It is not the first time that Fang Sui has been summoned to ask about the death maze. 10 minutes later, Fang Sui walked into a hall with a slightly dim light and a very serious atmosphere. There is a huge stone table in the center of the hall. It is made of the same black smooth stone as the ground, which gives people a sense of heaviness and oppression. There are more than a dozen people sitting on both sides of the table. Most of them are old men with bright spirits and shining eyes. They have their own temperaments, either majestic or calm. It is obvious that they are not ordinary people. Behind these dozen old men, there are also many people of different ages. After Fang Sui walked into the hall, someone in the distance raised his hand slightly, motioning him to come over. It was Zhang Zheng's assistant Qi Zeduo, who was standing behind Zhang Zheng. Point according to the latest war news, the ancient emperor family, the Diyuan clan, the Panshin clan, the Yaoqing, the two important branches of the Xianqiao tribe, and other ancient families and tribes have all fallen one after another. Yesterday alone, a total of 6 life source stars in the east region were occupied by shadow creatures. The last time the shadow creatures attacked so fiercely, it can be traced back to countless years ago, when they first appeared in our 5 regions from the chaotic time and space. At that time, they also showed the same fierce means of aggression. Fang Sui walked quietly and stood behind Zhang Zheng. The voice he heard while walking forward was spoken by a middle-aged man with 2 small mustaches, or thin body, and shining eyes. The opening and closing of his eyes showed that he was flexible and intelligent. This man is called Lu Yan. He is known as a wise man in the alliance and is a counselor type person. He was reporting the latest situation of the battle in the east region to the elders, who were at the top of the alliance of all heavens. Fang Sui stood still and did not speak. In such a place where such high-level figures gathered, with Fang Sui's current status and position, there was no room for him to interrupt casually. After Lu Yan finished his report, a slightly old and low voice asked, "How is the situation in the south region?" The questioner was a tall old man in black. His surname was Lion, but he was an elder of the same clan as Lion King Gai, who had once had a dispute with Fang Sui, and the younger brother of the old woman Lion Chu. The Lion family has always been authoritative in the alliance of all heavens. This old man is the second most important person in the Lion family after the head of the family. This time he is here to represent the Lion family and sit in the east region. While he was asking the question, he glanced and saw Fang Sui walking behind Zhang Zheng and narrowed his eyes slightly. The situation in the south region is relatively stable at present. After all, the shadow creatures have shown their intention to attack the south region before. We have been prepared for this and have mobilized heavy troops to garrison. In recent days, the two sides have been in a situation of winning and losing in the south region. Unfortunately, it is precisely because we have withdrawn a large number of elite troops to the south region before that the defense of the east region is relatively empty, which has been taken advantage of by the shadow creatures. This is really our mistake. Lu Yan, who was tall and thin, dressed in a dark yellow robe, and had a compassionate look on his face, sighed and responded to the question of the old man of the Lion family. Fang Sui stood expressionlessly, not revealing any thoughts in his mind, and glanced at Zhang Zheng, who was sitting quietly beside him and silent. Zhang Zheng happened to say at this time, "Everyone already knows Fang Sui. He is one of the few people who escape safely from the death maze. Let's listen to his opinion." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Fang Sui and nodded slightly, indicating that Fang Sui didn't need to worry about his thoughts and could speak them out. In fact, Fang Sui had met Zhang Zheng privately before and exchanged opinions on the Shadow Tribe surprise attack on the East region. Zhang Zheng also knew what Fang Sui would say at this time. In fact, it was after he communicated with Fang Sui not long ago and thought about it for a long time that he decided to let Fang Sui repeat what he had said to him not long ago in front of many alliance leaders. Fang Sui was also prepared for this. He was neither aggressive nor restrained at this time. He just behaved calmly and said with a leisurely temperament, "After I came out of the death maze, I have been thinking about the strategic intention of the shadow creatures to attack the East region these days." Many bigwigs of the All Heavens Alliance in the hall looked at Fang Sui. Most of these looks were calm and unusually calm. They were the kind of looks from the objective perspective of an elder looking at a younger generation. Of course, there were also those who concealed disdain in these looks, such as the old man from the Lion family. Another one is Lu Yan. He didn't have any grudge against Fang Sui, but because of his position in the alliance, he was a staff officer. Seeing Fang Sui bringing up the topic of the shadow creature's strategic intentions, he felt that this was his area of expertise. If Fang Sui discussed this topic in depth, it would be like showing off in the area that Lu Yan was good at, so he was secretly annoyed. Regardless of whether Lu Yan was mean, different people would have different considerations and perspectives when different things happened to them, which was understandable. At this time, Lu Yan's eyes turned slightly, and before Fang Sui continued to speak, he spoke first. I have also thought deeply about the relevant issues of the Shadow Clan's war this time. Their war this time is nothing more than relying on the Death Maze as a base, attacking our East region and South region at the same time, with the main purpose of plundering our 5 regions' resources. If they can gain a foothold in the East region, they can form a horn with the South region, forming a vice, and point their troops to the Central region. This is their strategic concept. Lu Yan's analysis went straight to the point, with a clear and logical statement, showing his extraordinary insight and vision. After he finished speaking, he also had a sense of complacency, thinking that if I said this opinion first, if Fang Sui said the same thing as I did, it would be shown that he was not as good as me. Let's see how he would respond. Thinking of this, Lu Yan turned his head to look at Fang Sui, and there was a hint of a contest of talents. Fang Sui's expression was calm. He could see clearly at a glance that Lu Yan misunderstood, that he would threaten his position. His previous analysis was indeed extraordinary, and some of the content coincided with Fang Sui's. Many senior figures of the Yushan Alliance who were listening also nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Lu Yan's analysis. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he gently stroked his hand, giving people a sense of wisdom and planning. He then said, the Shadow Clan is very ambitious, but even if they have the upper hand temporarily, the layout of this raid on the East region is also wonderful. Objectively speaking, the means of strategic transfer are really amazing. If they can really gain a foothold in the East region, they will undoubtedly have an absolute advantage in the overall situation. Lu Yan paused here, and then changed the subject and said, but in my opinion, the Shadow Clan's idea is good, but it is impossible to succeed. Lu Yan's last few words sounded quite high-spirited and very confident. After that, he waved his hand again and continued, they are able to gain the upper hand in the East region, mainly because this sudden attack was unexpected, and it can be considered a surprise attack. But a surprise attack is a surprise attack, and it will never be better than the grand and steady way of the middle way. As long as we can slow down, the major forces will coordinate their troops and crush them step by step. The danger in the East region will be resolved. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, the old man of the Lion family shouted loudly and praised, well said. Lu Yan, you are worthy of being a famous advisor under my alliance. You have clear insights and well-founded arguments. Once our major forces jointly send troops, the small advantage currently held by the shadow creatures will be returned to them with interest. The other people present also looked happy, and some smiled slightly, agreeing with Lu Yan's analysis. Lu Yan's words also represent the thoughts of most cultivators in the 5 regions. In fact, there are many powerful people in the upper echelons. At this time, they have seen the strategic intention of the shadow creatures. They want to occupy some key positions in the eastern region on the basis of occupying part of the southern region, and at the same time open up strongholds in the southeastern region, so as to extend their troops to the central region. In this way, the Shadow Clan will have an absolute advantage in the overall situation of the 5 regions. Once their strategic intention is realized, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire 5 regions will be under the threat of the Shadow Camp's troops. At that time, if they are not careful, the 5 regions may even be overturned. However, although the strategic intention of the shadow creatures has been seen by some people, the intention is just an intention, which does not mean that it can become a reality. Few people in the 5 regions believe that the shadow camp really has the ability to achieve their strategic intentions. This is not because the people of the 5 regions are arrogant, but because of the deep foundation of the 5 regions. Since the beginning of the universe, the 5 regions have always been strong and invincible. In the 5 regions, Through practice, one can even directly reach the realm of gods and demons. What an incredible thing. It is no exaggeration to say that the 5-direction domain is one of the most powerful origins of life in the vast universe and the home of the gods. It is precisely because since the beginning of civilization, the cultivators of the 5-direction domain have always been high above, looking down on everything they want. Therefore, many people saw the strategic intentions of the Shadow Camp at this time, but few people believed that with the foundation and strength of the 5-direction domain, they would be forced to the point of desperation by the Shadow Clan and successfully realize their strategic intentions. In this regard, Fang Sui's focus is different from that of others. He came here after experiencing a series of wonderful events on Earth and integrated into the 5-direction domain. Because of this, Fang Sui can make a judgment from a more rational and bystander perspective when looking at the current situation. After Lu Yan finished his long speech, Fang Sui spoke again and expressed his thoughts. He went straight to the point and said, in fact, the strategic intention of the shadow creatures may be even further. They may want to completely open up the battle line between the East region and the South region, connecting them together, so that half of the defense line of the 5 regions will fall into their hands at once. When Fang Sui said this idea, some people in the hall subconsciously became a little serious and looked at each other. After a while, a chuckle was heard first, but it was the old man of the Lion family. He stared at Fang Sui with fierce eyes, and his eyes were piercing. You are daydreaming. It's simply nonsense. If the Shadow Clan really has such a delusion, then they are just like you, Fang Sui, and have lost their minds. Then another old man's eyes flashed, and he thought for a while before speaking. Well, Fang Sui, your idea is very bold. It can be called unconventional, but it is precisely because it is too bold that it seems a little irrelevant. Lu Yan on the other side laughed and said, Fang Sui, your idea is a little absurd. You said that the Shadow Clan wants to take the opportunity to connect the South region and the East region and form a complete front. How difficult is this? Have you considered it? He added. The South region and the East region sound adjacent, but in fact the distance between the two is so far that it has to be calculated in millions of light years. Where do the shadow creatures get the troops to deploy such a long front? Related strategies: how to transport the materials? How do they solve these problems? If they rely on shuttling through anti-space, it is even more impossible. The consumption will be so great that they can't afford it at all unless they can build a stable transmission channel, but this is even more impossible. First, it takes too long. Second, they want to build a transmission channel between the 2 southeastern regions when they are at war with my 5 regions. It is simply a foolish dream. After a pause, he said with a smile, Fang Sui, you are young after all, and your ideas are too immature. When Lu Yan said this, he even laughed at himself in his heart. He was really overthinking and too sensitive. This Fang Sui's thinking was extremely immature. How could it threaten his position in the alliance? In other words, this Fang Sui may have some outstanding aspects, but in terms of strategic vision, he is definitely not his opponent. When Lu Yan was thinking about this, Fang Sui continued calmly, in fact, there is a way to solve the problem, such as the battle line is too long and the strategic materials are not easy to transport. Oh. After all, there were still some people in the hall who thought about what Fang Sui said, and they looked at Fang Sui with questioning eyes. Lu Yan didn't believe that Fang Sui could come up with any solution, and said confidently, I would like to hear the details. The old man of the Lion family snorted lightly and said to Fang Sui rather impolitely, you make such remarks just to attract attention, exaggerate, and strive to leave a deep impression on people so that you can be promoted smoothly in the alliance in the future. How can such a small trick be hidden from so many eyes in this hall? You said that the shadow creatures want to connect the front lines of the 2 southeast regions. Where do they get the troops to deploy such a long front line? Even if they have enough troops, how can their troops be flexibly and quickly deployed on such a long front line? What is the transit base for the troops? These are all an unsolvable difficulty. Do you think the Shadow Clan will act like you and treat war as a joke? Fang Sui glanced at the old man from the Lion family and frowned. I don't know whether the shadow creatures are acting recklessly, but I can easily answer the questions you raised. Fang Sui's voice sank, But his words were earth-shattering. If the shadow creatures have not one, but two, or even more giant ruins like the Death Maze, has anyone thought about what the consequences will be? The hall suddenly became quiet. This idea was really amazing. No one had seriously thought about it before. When Fang Sui said this, the eyes of everyone in the hall flashed. The old man from the lion family snorted. Nonsense. How is this possible? Such a huge death maze is comparable to the size of a galaxy. How can the shadow creatures have a second one? Fang Sui ignored him and continued. As for the shadow creatures, they only need a second death maze. Once it breaks through the air and appears in the middle of the south region and the east region, they can immediately connect the shadow tribes currently in the east region and the south region. A unified front is formed, and the flexibility of their dispatching tribes and the difficulty of a too-long battle line can all be perfectly solved by relying on the death maze as a transit base. Fang Sui's idea was too terrifying. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Fang Sui took a deep breath and finally said, if the shadow creatures have a third death maze as their base, then the situation will be far more terrible than we imagined, and the consequences are unpredictable. Fang Sui bowed and said softly, I have said everything I want to say. If you are all fine, I'm injured, and will go back to heal my wounds. Zhang Zheng glanced at Fang Sui and nodded slightly. Fang Sui turned and walked out. When Fang Sui walked out of the palace remained dead silent. In the end, only the monotonous voice of the old man of the lion family sounded. This kid is just talking nonsense. Does anyone really believe it? Or this is his guess? How can it be taken seriously? What if he guessed right? Someone said so, and the palace fell into silence again. Fang Sui proudly left the palace and returned to his temporary residence. The other people in the team are currently practicing hard. The room is very quiet. Fang Sui entered a quiet room, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra slowly appeared. P.S. This chapter has more than 5,000 words. Does it count as an extra chapter? Please give me encouragement or vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Practice. Happy New Year. Death Labyrinth. In the space of the Star Gold Altar, Eldarin, the son of good and evil, and Xenu walked into a Star Gold Altar together and came to the statue of the goddess in the center of the altar. Eldarin chanted a secret spell. As he chanted, a ray of light overflowed from the hundreds of statues of gods in the worship room, flying towards the statue of the goddess in the center. From a distance, this scene looked like the gods were offering gifts to the goddess. The statue of the goddess in the center, after absorbing the rays of light gathered from many statues, became brighter and brighter. The light from the statue fell like water and landed on the ground. A slight rumbling sound was heard. The ground illuminated by the light slowly parted to the side, revealing an unfathomable cave. The cave seemed to be connected to the deepest ninth world in the world of the heavens, filled with endless darkness and chaos, like a dark sea of chaos. With the eyesight of Xenu and the son of good and evil, they could not see through the darkness and chaos in the cave. What was hidden under it? After the well-like cave was opened, the dark chaos inside was surging. Suddenly, the dark chaos split to the sides. In a trance, it seemed that there was a person lying in the dark chaos, looming in the depths of the cave. It was a woman with a mysterious light all over her body, with a gloomy aura, and looked like the corpse of a god. The corpse of the woman flashed in the dark chaos under the altar. The Dark Elder, the daughter of the concubine, and the son of the god of good and evil trembled in their souls, and dared not look directly at the corpse. They knelt down at the same time, and even lost their consciousness and thinking ability. What was left was only the awe from the deepest part of their souls. After a long time, Eldarin's body kept shaking, and he murmured, "Do all the people in this world know that it was the mother goddess who nurtured all living things, and it was she who created the initial life, allowing the entire universe to multiply and be full of vitality? Now, all living things have rebelled against her, and her offspring have imprisoned her. This is a great sin. In this universe, billions of lives must pay for their sins with blood and end with destruction. After the mother goddess was imprisoned in the god's prison and exiled to the depths of time and space, during the long years that passed, the two adults, Yin Shen and Yang Shen, under the mother goddess's seat, fell into a deep sleep and would only wake up once every 3,000 years during the small reincarnation period. This death maze is actually the place where Lord Yin Shen sleeps. For hundreds of millions of years, the maze has devoured countless lives and gathered a dead air that transcends reincarnation, just to warm Lord Yin Shen's sleeping body, waiting for the arrival of the time of revival at any time. Now, the time is finally here, and Lord Yin Shen's memory will return in reincarnation and truly wake up. Eldarin's voice, which sounded like a prayer, became more and more excited, and it took a long time for him to calm down. His voice became cold, and he continued, "Now, we can start to promote our next plan." At the same time, in the ancient city of the East, in the command center building complex of the eastern region of the All Heavens Alliance, there is a quiet little temple, which is where Fang Sui's team temporarily settled. In a quiet room in the temple, Fang Sui was practicing with his eyes closed. The power in his body was surging and pouring, like a river flowing eastward, unstoppable, alternating with supreme firepower and the power of the underworld, washing his body and removing the injuries in his body. In the sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra sensed Fang Sui's thoughts and appeared from the scorching sun. The sky outside became darker and darker, and heavy rain suddenly fell into thunder. The rain was cold and continuous, like a line, beating the earth like a strand of ice cones. Under the rumbling thunder, the world in the rain curtain, everything became hazy, as illusory as a dream. Fang Sui's sea of consciousness was filled with blazing sunshine, and the sky was clear. As soon as the Sun Golden Scripture appeared, the three blazing suns in the sea of consciousness sank into the Golden Scripture in turn, floating in it, disappearing and then rising again. Such changes were mysterious and unpredictable, and the mysteries were endless. Fang Sui tried to flip through the subsequent chapters of the Sun Golden Scripture with his mind, wanting to check the remains of Horus that sank into it that day. However, the pages of the Golden Scripture were as heavy as 100 mountains, and did not move at all. This showed that Fang Sui's current strength was not enough to open more chapters of the Golden Scripture. But he was not discouraged, and he thought of a workaround. As soon as his mind turned slightly, he summoned in his mind and tried to feel a certain aura in the book. It should be noted that the gate formation diagram of the witch curse god realm that entered the Golden Scripture with the remains of Horus was personally sacrificed and refined by him, and was carved bit by bit. There was naturally a mysterious connection between him and Fang Sui. When he sent out a spiritual induction, the Sun Golden Scripture was still not opened, but in Fang Sui's induction, he passed through some obstacles, and was able to see the wonderful scene hidden on a certain page of the book. On a certain page in the Golden Scripture, it seemed to be a golden world of flames. The rules of that world were full of flames, and golden symbols were burning out of thin air. The array diagram of the gates to the witchcraft world was in this world of flames. It was constantly disintegrating, and then reorganizing in the golden lightning and raging fire. The whole process seemed to be absorbing some kind of energy contained in the Golden Scripture. While the array was disintegrating or reorganizing, and giving rise to thousands of changes, it always surrounded the corpse of a god with an eagle head and a human body. The corpse was naturally Horus. At this time, his eyes were closed, and his forehead was shining with dazzling light. There was a big sun hanging high between his eyebrows, bathing him in the eternal glory of the sun god, with thousands of lights. At this moment, a cat and a snake appeared silently in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness. They were Bast and Ulaius. The two appeared beside the Golden Scripture of the sun, staring blankly at the scene inside the Golden Scripture. Obviously, they, like Fang Sui, could see the remains of Horus in it. Horus is really dead. His soul is forever silent, without the slightest fluctuation. Bast's voice was unprecedentedly solemn and sad. Ulaius' snake tongue flickered, and the power of curse lingered around him. His cold eyes, which were always full of ruthlessness, seemed to have some rare emotions, and then a deep doubt flashed across his eyes. Horus is actually dead. He is the main god of battle, who has the same lifespan as the universe, and has not been destroyed by the rotation of the era. He actually died. What happened before an unknown time that caused the main god in our pantheon to wither? Is it the complete destruction of the pantheon? At this moment, the golden scripture of the sun suddenly closed, disappeared into the scorching sun, and disappeared. Bastardula also disappeared from Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, and appeared on his left and right shoulders. Is it possible for gods to be resurrected after their death? Fang Sui asked after pondering. It's impossible, Bastardula said in unison, and then Ulaius explained in a cold and low voice, the death of gods, in some ways, is more difficult to resurrect than that of ordinary people, unless the god's extinguished soul can be found and put into a well-preserved corpse. But this is too difficult. If you want to recall the soul fragments of the gods, you must have the incredible ability to travel through reincarnation and go into the past and the future. That is beyond the realm of the gods. Ula was silent for a moment after he finished speaking and suddenly said, the formation diagram of the gates to the witch god realm has absorbed the golden scripture and a certain aura of Horus. The Lord can try to summon it out, and maybe something wonderful will happen. Ula then flashed and returned to the underworld. Fang Sui glanced at Buster, who was dejected and obviously in a low mood. Since the remains of Horus have been included in the golden scripture of the sun, there may be a turning point. You don't have to be so sad. Buster nodded his cat head listlessly, and Fang Sui changed the subject and said, how are you doing in the underworld now? Buster said, nothing. We only have more than 3,000 undead soldiers now. We can protect ourselves, but we can't go deeper into the underworld. We are now busy absorbing the energy of the underworld and want to break through to a higher level so that we can open the eternal dark door of death again and summon the undead army again. This guy has a typical cat temperament. His thoughts are jumping and his sadness comes and goes quickly. He became inexplicably cheerful while talking and said, Lord, you will be promoted soon, right? In fact, your strength has been qualified to touch the 4th level barrier, since you broke through the peak of the 3rd level on the Mother Star in the 13 stars region. After experiencing life and death battles recently, the time should be about right. Fang Sui nodded and said, well, after experiencing a series of battles, the strength in my body has indeed increased, but the 4th stage is an extremely important level after all. I tried several times, but it is not so easy to break through. Basta changed from a lazy lying position to a sitting position on Fang Sui's shoulder, pouting his cat mouth and said, compared with the previous 3rd stage, the 4th stage has improved my strength tremendously. This stage is very important, so it is naturally very difficult. As Basta spoke, he suddenly hummed lightly, his eyes rolling around, and said, the Lord can try to establish some kind of key connection with the remains of Horus through the formation diagram of the gates to the witch god realm. If you can sink your thoughts into Horus's sea of consciousness, you can look through his cultivation experience imprinted in the origin of his body, which is something that cannot be erased even after death. Others can't do this kind of thing, but the Lord holds the golden sutra, and the remaining power in Horus's corpse will not harm the Lord, so you can give it a try, and maybe you can succeed. Fang Sui's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. He looked through the cultivation experience of a god. If he could really succeed, how much benefit would it bring to his cultivation? It was immeasurable. At this time, Buster shook his furry tail and disappeared in a flash. This divine cat has gone to the underworld to practice. In the quiet room, Fang Sui also entered into practice again, using all his strength to promote the power in his body. In recent years, Fang Sui's magic power has been increasing day by day. Once he activates the power in his body, all kinds of wonderful scenes will appear inside and outside his body at the same time. Not only is there a scorching sun and a dark moon surrounding him, but there is also a phantom of a sacred land, and there are also fire phoenixes and dark phoenixes flying. A golden crow goes in and out of the scorching sun, and a fire ape is born, running in the air, chasing the sun and the moon, and then landing on the sacred land, turning somersaults happily. All kinds of wonders and visions, like a world of new life, are initially formed beside Fang Sui. In the end, all these visions collapsed in an instant, interweaving into a majestic force that rushed into Fang Sui's body and circulated in his body. A mysterious aura descended from the darkness, enveloping Fang Sui, helping him to communicate with the heaven and earth and connect with the great Dao. At this time, Fang Sui's breath lasted a day and a night. He was chasing the Great Dao and comprehending the supreme mystery. The purpose of his practice this time was to accumulate strength and prepare to try to break through the 4th level. Fang Sui's retreat this time was quite long, and while he was in retreat, the 5 directions domain was turbulent and the situation was changing again. P.S. It's time to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new again. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Well, happy reading, and by the way, I'm asking for votes. Chapter 400 Changes and Further Training. Happy New Year. Wufang East Region. On a life source star at the front line of the war. At this time, dark clouds rolled in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and shrouding the earth in haze. There were thunder and lightning like chains, penetrating the sky and the earth, with overwhelming power. The shining light in an instant illuminated the mountains, rivers and the earth. At such a moment, you can clearly see that the cities on this planet are bathing in the flames of war, and countless people are fighting in them. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning raging in the sky stopped flashing. The one who originally controlled the thunder and lightning to fight the enemy in the sky was a majestic old man with angry hair and beard, like a mad lion. At this moment, he was besieged by 2 shadow demons and his head was smashed. Then the body was grabbed by the head and feet of the 2 demons and torn apart. When the body was thrown from the sky, the limbs and head were separated. The body was incomplete, and blood was scattered like rain. In the war, life withered like grass. This old man was called the Thunder Lion King. He was a 6th level strongman and the strongest person on this life source star. The old man's death at this time meant that this source star had lost its last resistance. The battle was about to end, and what remained was slaughter. Boom. In the main city on the star, the main gate of an ancient family of cultivation with a series of palaces was blown to pieces, and the troops under the command of Shadow swarmed in. A 4 or 5-year-old girl with pigtails was grabbed by a furry big hand. She obviously didn't understand what was going on. She looked up at the big man who grabbed her head and shouted timidly, "Uncle, little idiot." The next moment, the girl's face showed an unbearable look of pain. The blood and the life essence around her were all absorbed by the shadow troops who grabbed her head expressionlessly. Soon, the girl's body was dry and cracked. Her skin turned dark brown, and she shrank a circle. When she fell to the ground and died tragically, her body cracked into several pieces, like a rotten dead wood. The one who absorbed the girl's vitality was a tall member of the Shadow tribe. Next to the girl's body was the body of a middle-aged man. Immediately, the Shadow tribe roared fiercely and began to look for the next prey. Also in the mansion of this cultivation family, in another courtyard, a beautiful young woman dressed in noble clothes fled in panic, but was soon caught by the notorious demons under the shadow, who were like ferocious apes. Her clothes were torn to pieces, revealing her crystal white body. In the woman's fearful and pleading eyes, the demons rushed up with shining eyes. Crack. A maid with a 1st level cultivation rushed up desperately, but was hit on the forehead by a punch from the demon. Her head shattered, and she died instantly. For a moment, this originally magnificent and ancient family of cultivators, with its rows of palaces, was filled with flamboyant laughter, sad screams, dying bodies, and howlings of venting passion. 2 hours later, there was no one alive in this family of cultivators, and all the old and young died. On this day, the Nanlishan family, which had been passed down for hundreds of generations, suffered a tragic disaster with the killing of the clan leader, Thunderlion. Another life source star in the East region fell. Countless people died, and more people will become slaves or food, resources, and tools under the command of the Shadow clan for a long time in the future. Life fell, and the world was dark. This was the darkest period in the history of the 5 regions. At the same time, similar things were happening on more life source stars in the 5 regions East region. This was the 49th day of the Shadow creatures offensive against the East region. On the 50th day, the coalition forces composed of major forces launched a magnificent and comprehensive counterattack, and the fighting between the 2 sides suddenly became fierce. After all, the 5 directions domain has a long history and profound heritage. Once the major forces join forces to fight back, the expansion of the Shadow clan will be stopped immediately. The battle situation becomes tense and the 2 sides are deadlocked. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened again. In the western region of the Five Directions domain, the deep space is turbulent, the space is broken, the airwaves are surging like the tide, and a huge monster is coming out of the anti-space. On this day, the Five Directions domain was shaken, and the second death maze was born. But it did not appear at the junction of the south and east regions as Fang Sui had expected, but appeared in the space of the west region. The birth of this maze was not as time consuming as the birth of the last death maze. It only took 2 days. This death maze broke through the space barrier with the power of a ferocious beast, and entered the western god's domain of the Five Directions domain as a whole. In this way, the 3 major regions of the Five Directions domain, the south and west regions, were attacked by the Shadow Army at the same time. If you look at the strategic map of the 5 regions, the shadow tribes of the 3 regions are connected in series, forming a layout with the south region as the core and the east and west regions as a vice. In a trance, it seems to have surrounded half of the central region. In other words, if the shadow forces gain a foothold in the east and west regions, they only need to shrink steadily to gradually erode the central region. How dangerous this situation is, even a layman who does not understand the war situation at all can see it clearly now. Of course, there are also people who are at a loss and do not realize the seriousness of the situation. When they first heard the news, their first reaction was blank. It turns out that the shadow creatures have hidden so many soldiers in the chaotic time and space, and they have only shown their power at this time, but they have never shown any clues before. However, no matter from which aspect, the entire 5 regions have been completely boiling. After the shadow creatures cooperated with the mother forces, the series of operating methods they showed shocked the world. From the fact that the second death maze appeared in the western region, instead of the location between the eastern and southern regions as Fang Sui had expected, it can be seen that the ambitions of the shadow creatures and the mother forces are even greater than Fang Sui thought. Their goal is the entire 5 regions, and they have already sent out 2 death mazes. Is there a third one? If there is, it will be the worst case scenario that Fang Sui expected. As the war deepens, all these will be revealed one by one. Of course, Fang Sui didn't know what happened at this moment. The place where he practiced was quiet, with only the power of Tao flowing. The whole room was filled with mist and steam, and all kinds of magical power phenomena appeared and disappeared from time to time. The scene was wonderful and mysterious, like a dream. Fang Sui has been in seclusion for 2 months, to accumulate strength in his body, and prepare to shake the 4th level barrier. It was sunset outside the sky, and everything was bathed in the last moment of light before the sunset. Half of the sky was bright red, as if it was burning. The flowers and grass on the ground are lush and green, swaying in the sunset. The leaves of the grass are also covered with a layer of light golden red light, which makes it more prosperous. This is the autumn of the life source star, where the ancient city of the east is located. Fang Sui opened his eyes from his practice. He seemed to have just awakened from the mysterious realm of wandering in the world. His eyes contained the deep calmness and distance of the sea, and there was a kind of indifference like a god, untainted by dust. After a long time, Fang Sui exhaled gently. The Taoist energy gathered in this room during his practice was blown away and scattered between heaven and earth, silently and slowly disappearing. The room became clean, as if returning to nature. Fang Sui's sight looked through the window lattice at the distant world. He sighed softly. The 4th level barrier was like a sky cut. For 2 months, he kept adjusting the power in his body, trying to touch the barrier between heaven and earth, trying to attack the pass, but failed. He is still at the peak of the 3rd level. However, this practice was not without gain. It allowed him to further comprehend some mysterious laws of the operation of the power of heaven and earth. He was closer to something involving the level of rules. At this time, Fang Sui lowered his head. In his hand, there was a golden crystal, in which divine power surged, and spells and symbols flickered. This was the only remaining one of the 8 divine crystals that Fang Sui had obtained, and it was also the most precious one, called the divine crystal. Fang Sui took it out, and he had the urge to absorb this divine crystal and take the opportunity to shake the 4th order barrier. However, he finally put the crystal away. Fang Sui still wanted to rely on his own ability to make a breakthrough in the realm. Immediately, an ancient mirror appeared in his hand. It was the hunting mirror. Fang Sui had rarely been free recently, but he did not have time to continue to pursue the black hand behind the hunting mirror. He injected a faint wisp of original energy into the mirror. Seeing that the mirror gradually absorbed it, Fang Sui's mouth curled slightly, smiled a little coldly, and then put the mirror away. He stood up and walked out. Not long after, he first met Zhao Xianzhao in a small hall outside, and then learned from him about the changes that had taken place in the 5 regions in the past 2 months. Fang Sui thought after hearing this, sure enough, a second death maze has been born, and the location chosen is the western region. A few minutes later, Fang Sui came to Tina's room, and Yu Keqing was also there. Seeing Fang Sui walk in, she smiled sweetly. Fang Sui saw Yu Keqing smile so brilliantly, and immediately understood, and said happily, "Is Tina's condition better?" Yu Keqing pursed her lips happily. "Well, the situation has improved a lot, but I don't know why she has not woken up. Last month, someone from Tina's family came to check on Tina, and said that her current condition is stable and there is no danger of life." Fang Sui smiled and said, "That's good." Then he turned his eyes to Tina, who was lying quietly on the bed, with long golden hair, shining with dazzling luster like the sun, and falling on her shoulders like a waterfall. Under the silver white classical long skirt is a breathtaking body curve. A pair of bare feet and half of the white and round calves are exposed, and a small golden exquisite bell is tied to the ankle. Tina's face is full of crystal luster. Her long and thick eyelashes are curled up in a beautiful arc. Her eyes are closed, and there seems to be a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. It seems that she is indeed much better. The black air that permeated her body a few days ago has almost disappeared. Yu Keqing stood up gracefully at this time and said, "Fang Ta, there is a war in the East region. My home is not far from here. Although it has not been affected by the war, I want to go home and take a look." Half an hour later, Yu Keqing left, and Fang Sui was found by Kizeduo, and pulled to the hall where the high-level leaders of the All Heavens Alliance gathered for discussion last time. The atmosphere was slightly different from the last time. There were more high-level people sitting in the hall, some of whom were not from the All Heavens Alliance, but some powerful people from other major forces, who actually came to the All Heavens Alliance's discussion hall in the East region. Obviously, the major forces are currently in a close alliance, and even the meetings are discussed together. Is this the young man you mentioned who foresaw the emergence of a second death maze in the shadow camp? An old man from a foreign force, wearing a fiery red robe, long curly reddish brown hair, bronze complexion, high eyebrows, and obvious western features. When he saw Fang Sui coming in, he asked the senior members of the All Heavens Alliance in the hall. Zhang Zheng sat steadily on a chair and responded, "Well, his name is Fang Sui, and he works under me." "What? Manaluo, you want to poach my people?" "It's not wrong to say that you want to poach people. It's rare for young people to have such strategic vision. If Fang Sui is willing to work in the Fire God department under the Pantheon, the conditions must be better than what you, Zhang Zheng, offer. I also heard that Yu Keqing from our Pantheon and Tina from the 12 gods have formed a team with Fang Sui. We are not outsiders." The old man was called Manaluo. He was a strong man in the Pantheon, and was in charge of one of the most elite tribes under the Pantheon. Fang Sui walked in, and swept his eyes over everyone. Almost everyone he had met last time was there. At this time, Fang Sui's prophecy came true. The second death maze really appeared on the shadow creature side. Lu Yan, who raised objections last time, looked very embarrassed when he saw Fang Sui again. He turned his face away quietly and never looked into Fang Sui's eyes. The old man of the Lion family sat proudly, with deep disdain in his eyes. He snorted and glanced at Fang Sui. The reason why Fang Sui was summoned here was because he had accurately predicted the emergence of the second maze last time. Some people remembered his foresight and wanted to summon him to ask his views on the current situation. Being able to participate in such a discussion involving the current situation with all the senior executives present was an exceptional promotion and appreciation. Fang Sui himself did not feel much about this appreciation. He walked in calmly and stood behind Zhang Zheng. Then someone asked him about his views on the current situation. In fact, objectively speaking, Fang Sui's strategic vision may not be better than those of the strong men present, but he was not afraid of the stage. After being asked, he thought about it for a while, coordinated the language in his mind, and then began to explain his views in a concise manner. Fang Sui's insight has always been amazing. He can often start from a subtle point and quickly analyze the overall situation of the matter. The accuracy of his judgment ability is also amazing. Regarding the current situation, there is one thing he is sure of, that is, the shadow creatures will definitely start to connect the battle lines of the South region and the East region, so as to gain absolute initiative in the battle. Based on this analysis, the shadow creatures are likely to have a third death maze, and its appearance must be in the middle of the South region and the East region, used as a key point to connect the entire battle line. In other words, the position that should be deployed in the next step is the middle area between the South region and the East region. The third death maze may appear there at any time. This discussion took a long time. Everyone took turns to express their opinions and discuss and refute each other. It was not until half a day later that Fang Sui returned to his residence. He adjusted his mood and then entered the quiet room again to practice. Shortly after he started practicing again, a wonderful thing happened. P.S. This chapter has more than 4,000 chapters, and this book has exactly 400 chapters. The new year is here. I wish you all the best and good health at the beginning of the month. Sincerely ask for votes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.